On this day, nothing foreshadowed trouble for the heroine until she heard a knock on the door at night, which should not have happened. Immediately after this, a male voice began to loudly ask if the girl was there, since he had brought a sick person. Syrinx was unhappy that a wounded man had come to her once again, and she watched him from the side. She knew almost from the very beginning that this whole world was inside a novel that the lady had read in her past life. At first, the heroine didn't even believe that she had been reborn in a story that in her world was just an ordinary book. However, the girl imagined that she was simply in a performance, which helped her not to be too surprised. For this reason, Syrinx now lived absolutely calmly in this world and no longer tried to return back to her family. But the lady was still irritated by such individuals who tried to wait for help and treatment from her. Here, the miss was approached by her neighbor named Andrew, who often witnessed the girl's unexpected guests. Syrinx sighed heavily and plaintively admitted to the man that these people were already the sixth strangers in the last month. This whole story with treatment began 2 years ago, when the heroine accidentally provided first aid to a man lying on the ground. And since then, as soon as people found out about the ideal help, wounded people began to appear in front of the lady's house. The heroine had to put in a lot of effort to ensure that the number of patients decreased and that they didn't knock on her door so often. This is because the lady's main activity was trade, and wounded strangers prevented her from promoting her business. Although the lady understood that setting up a store on a crime-ridden street was not the best idea, she had no other choice. Syrinx was already pleased by the fact that she was able to illegally engage in jewelry business, which made her quite rich. Andrew, with a grin, advised the girl to learn the profession of a doctor, because then she would be able to earn many times more money. But Syrinx nervously reminded her friend that she was not allowed to practice medicine without a license, as it carried the death penalty. It was no secret that in this world, there were people with magical healing abilities, but without official permission from the temple, no one was allowed to provide this kind of assistance to citizens. It has happened many times that the result has been the cutting off of heads of those who were found guilty of secretly helping other people. For this reason, Syrinx had no intention of doing something like this, as she could easily earn a living doing something else. After listening to the girl's words, Andrew good-naturedly spread his hands to the sides because he was not going to persuade her. However, he reminded her about the wounded boy, and the lady agreed that he should not have been left on the street. Here, the man who brought the sick man noticed the girl and her neighbor, whom he had been waiting for so long to get help. Before Syrinx could even say anything, Andrew suddenly remembered that he had things to do, so he ran back to his home. The heroine looked after her friend with irritation, while a stranger approached her, wanting to help the wounded man. He asked if the girl was really the mistress of the house where sick people were periodically secretly treated, which the miss confirmed. Then the guy introduced himself as unknown because he did not want to give his name even in such a difficult situation. The stranger himself pointed towards his friend and asked the lady to treat him, as he was in serious condition. The girl looked at the stranger in confusion, who was behaving too brazenly for someone who was asking for help. Suddenly, the guy turned around and ran away, saying at the end that he was counting on Syrinx, which she didn't like. But after a few seconds, the street was empty, as the guy managed to quickly run away to do his business. The heroine was very angry about this circumstance, because she did not want to treat a huge number of people again. Nevertheless, she went to the wounded man, since she could not leave him alone on the street at such a dark time of day. Even as she approached the guy, the girl noticed that his wounds were quite serious, which surprised her, because this was rare. The lady examined the patient carefully, as she realized that he really urgently needed at least some help in healing. She crouched down next to the unconscious boy and realized that she couldn't carry him into the house on her own. The girl lit the lantern and thought irritably that she should have stopped Andrew and asked him for help. Suddenly, looking closely at the patient in the light of the lantern, the lady shuddered in fear from his incredible beauty. But what frightened the heroine most was that in front of her lay none other than Heimdoll himself, who was known in the novel. Moreover, Syrinx remembered well that this man was one of the main characters in the original story. Suddenly, Heimdoll blinked and slowly opened his eyes, temporarily coming to his senses despite the intense pain. He began to whisper something, but the lady could not hear anything, so she carefully leaned down lower to the head of the lying guy. Here, Heimdoll touched the girl's hand, which made her very frightened, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. The heroine pressed his hand with her foot just in case, although Westfergo no longer made any attempts to reach her in any way. The story the girl found herself in was a novel, with different main characters, in the first and second parts. And right at the beginning, the lady who was in charge of the main plot got into an accident and died pretty quickly. As a result, in the second continuation of the story, the deceased Mrs. Cousin began to communicate with her boyfriends, and Heimdoll was the only person in history who didn't pay any attention to the heroine of the second part. Moreover, the guy sincerely hated the girl, which he constantly and cruelly reminded the beautiful but stupid Freya of. Westfergo was so upset with the lady because her parents kidnapped his brother as a child for no apparent reason. No matter how little Heimdoll resisted, his eldest was still killed, and then all the other relatives died. At that moment, Westfergo was not at all ready to be left alone, so he withdrew into himself for many years. But the worst thing was that the boy was mercilessly sold into slavery at the nearest auction to wipe out his family. Heimdoll had to gradually grow up in an atmosphere of complete violence and horror, which left an indelible mark on his soul. So from then on, the boy began to cultivate hatred for the family that had treated his entire family so cruelly. So it was not at all surprising that Westfergo ended up wanting the main character to die so much. According to the story, Heimdoll tortured the poor girl until the very end, cruelly forcing her to suffer without his love. And right now, this terrible man was in front of the confused Syrinx, and again lost consciousness from pain. The girl moved away from Westfergo in fear, trying to calm her wildly beating heart, although she understood that the guy was safe now. The heroine was angry at the stranger, who brought such a dangerous person to her house, even if it was for the sake of treatment. But the lady understood that Westfergo's abandonment here could have been ordered by his teacher, who was a powerful man in these areas. So now the lady will, in any case, not be able to get rid of the close looks from the outside that will be watching her. However, she still couldn't leave even such a bad person to die, so she reluctantly stood up from her seat. The girl brought a blanket from home, which she threw over Heimdoll, since she would not have been able to move him anyway. As they parted, Syrinx promised Westfergo that she would definitely cure him in the morning, since she could not help him in any way now. And until the sun finally rose, the lady did not dare to do anything against the villain. Only with the help of her kind neighbor, the heroine was barely able to carry Heimdoll into her house in order to then provide treatment. The guy himself was still unconscious, so he did not pose any threat to others in this state. Andrew complained with displeasure that it was the first time in his life that he had lifted such a heavy and clumsy person. Syrinx nodded in agreement and tied up her hair so she could freely begin treating the wounds of this sleeping stranger. Since she left Heimdoll alone for a long time, she even began to doubt whether he was alive, but everything turned out to be fine. At that moment, the neighbor was chatting good-naturedly about various topics while eating sandwiches that he had brought from his store. Syrinx cheerfully supported the conversation with her friend, clapping her hands contentedly, since he had managed to amuse her quite well. Andrew, however, said that it would be a good idea for the two of them to move to a better area, if such an opportunity ever arose. But the heroine advised her neighbor not to tell anyone about his desires if he wanted to continue living peacefully in this place. Then the man abruptly changed the subject and congratulated the girl on the fact that for the first time in her life, she had taken in such a handsome guy. The heroine only sighed wearily in response, since she knew perfectly well how dangerous and undesirable this neighborhood was. Before leaving, Andrew asked the lady to be more careful and to call him for help if she needed to deal with the patient. Syrinx nodded briefly in response, though she intended to deal with her own problems and then focused on healing. She considered undressing Heimdoll before giving him first aid, although she was afraid that the boy would attack her. Suddenly, Westfergo whispered something quietly as he slowly began to come to his senses, still feeling pain throughout his body. The girl gave him the glasses, as she knew that this Heimdoll had problems with his eyesight, for which he sincerely thanked her. Whereupon Westfergo looked at the lady in confusion, for he did not understand where he was, and asked her who she was. The heroine, with a cheerful smile, said that the guy had lost consciousness in front of her house, and she decided to help him with his wounds. Hearing this, Heimdoll panicked and grabbed the girl by the shoulders and asked sharply if he had done something to her when they met that night. Syrinx reported that everything was completely fine, since the guy was unconscious and barely even said anything, after which the girl added that Westfergo squeezed her shoulders painfully, causing him to immediately jump back several meters from the lady. Heimdoll clasped his hands tightly on his knees in excitement, and asked the miss for forgiveness for his actions, since he was very strange at night. The heroine smiled back and asked if the guy would allow her to give him first aid to heal all the wounds. Westfergo only now realized what state he had been in all this time, something he had not even paid attention to, because he was used to pain. Having received consent, Syrinx smiled even wider and asked the stranger to remove his clothes so that she could better examine the wounds. At the same time, the miss was already anticipating the moment when she would be able to enjoy the guy's body with her gaze, which was well built. Heimdoll turned away from the healer in embarrassment, as he was worried that he might have accidentally harmed her in some way. And the heroine knew that at night, Westfergo becomes a cruel and merciless Jackal, whom it was better not to meet, while during the day he was the kind and innocent Hyde, who tried to correct all the mistakes of the night version of himself. And Westfergo's villainous character was entirely contained in Jackal, which is why Syrinx would like to avoid contact with him entirely. Since the guy's eyes weren't bloody like the villain's, Miss wasn't afraid to command him during the treatment. Hyde obediently carried out all the girl's requests, since he himself understood how important it was for him to receive good treatment. The heroine once again carefully examined the guy's body and concluded that it was sexy even in blood. Westfergo noticed the lady's gaze and became embarrassed, asking if she had come too close to him, since they did not know each other. At this, the heroine laughed loudly and said that there was nothing wrong with the doctor approaching his patient. In response, the guy only cringed in embarrassment, since he couldn't say anything in response to the girl, although he felt extremely awkward. Seeing such innocence, Mrs. Smile widened even more, although she knew that Westfergo would become angry at night. After a few minutes, Heimdoll finally calmed down and said that he was ready to accept treatment. Imagine the guy's surprise when the girl asked if she could touch him, which made him blush deeply again. The heroine explained that she could only help a person by touching him, which helped Heimdoll realize that he had misunderstood everything. So he hid his face in his hands and apologized for his reaction, as he was thinking about completely different things. While Westfergo sat awkwardly on the sofa, the heroine deftly began to prepare for the treatment, for which she put her hand in her pants pocket. She wasn't sure whether she could trust Heimdoll, so she didn't show him the stone she had obtained. The heroine warned the guy that he might experience pain during the treatment, which made Heimdoll noticeably tense up. Although the lady laughed at his confused expression, Westfergo himself did not find the situation funny at all. Syrinx explained that she saw how sensitive the stranger was, so she immediately warned him about the pain. In response, Heimdoll once again became embarrassed and asked the girl not to mock him, since he was not ready for this. The lady ordered Westfergo to concentrate, so he obediently straightened up and stood still to allow her to heal him. Only after this did Syrinx concentrate all her powers in her hands, activating the magic stone that helped heal. So right before the guy's eyes, all his wounds gradually began to heal, which he himself was very surprised by because of the unexpectedness. When all the wounds were completely healed, the miss breathed a sigh of relief because she had spent a lot of effort on this. Heimdoll asked if Syrinx was really a healer, to which she merely joked, as she did not want to advertise it. At the same time, the heroine carefully hid the discharged magic stone behind her back, which was now useless. The girl reminded that she shouldn't tell the guy about her abilities, because they could very well kill her because of it. Finally, the heroine stated that the church also punishes those who received illegal treatment, which is why she knew that everyone would remain silent. Westfergo said in all seriousness that he had never even thought of going and informing on his kind savior. But just in case, the lady reminded him that he shouldn't tell anyone at all, and Heimdoll obediently nodded his head in response. The heroine understood perfectly well that her healing power could cause a lot of problems, but she still helped the people around her. Since the guy also needed to treat his back, the girl asked him to turn around and continued the treatment. In this world, only priests were officially allowed to heal other people, so they completely monopolized this area. And the one who cooperated best with the church was Marquis Juvan Presetti, who himself was an extremely cruel man. Although the man became famous as the strongest knight in the entire empire, everyone had also heard about his bad character. And the fact that both heroines in the novel suffered because of other people was also due to the fact that they illegally possessed healing powers. The second lady, who had much more power than the first, who died quickly, was especially hard hit. So Syrinx understood that there was actually nothing good in this skill for her either, so she tried to hide it carefully. Moreover, the girl used the most effective method with stones, which could only make her hate her more. However, Now the lady decided not to think about her fate, but slapped the guy on the back, informing him that the treatment was finished. While he was dressing, Miss thought that she had everything ready, even for an unexpected escape from home. Here the heroine noticed how tightly the shirt sat on her friend, which made her suddenly embarrassed and blush. The girl asked if Heimdoll felt any discomfort, to which he replied that he was completely fine. Then the lady opened the doors of her house, and with a joyful smile on her face asked Westfergo to leave the premises immediately. The guy asked in confusion, what about his gratitude to the lady because he couldn't just take advantage of her and leave? However, the girl began to push him in the back, driving him away, and saying that she needed absolutely nothing in return. In the end, before Westfergo could say a word, Syrinx persistently kicked him out the door, which the guy did not expect at all. And the heroine happily locked herself in the house and thought that the most dangerous character in the novel was now finished. But the girl could not predict that in just a few days she would encounter Heimdoll again, and on a dark night at that. At that moment, Syrinx was returning home quite late. Since she had not managed to complete all her daily chores earlier, she was very angry with the aristocrats with whom she was trying to negotiate, which is why she was so late. Suddenly, the girl saw a figure ahead who called out to her, as he had been waiting for her all this time. It turned out to be one of the bandits in the area, who was in dire need of easy money at the moment. Syrinx knew this man named Torch very well, and it was not the first time that he had tried to harm her. Since the lady did not react to his words at first, the guy began to brazenly approach her, wanting to rob her after all. The bandit asked with a grin whether the lady had been talking to some influential guy from high society so late at night. To this, Syrinx replied seriously that she did not do such vulgar things, so it was stupid to suspect her. At the same time, the heroine, just in case, put her hand in her pocket to protect herself with a stone if necessary. Torch came even closer to the girl and warned her that she should not have remained so impudent if she wanted to live. The heroine only clutched the stone in her pocket tighter, as she guessed that the bandit had been waiting specifically for her all this time. However, the miss was always prepared for such situations, so she smiled cheerfully in response to the self-confident man. Torchy didn't expect the girl not to be scared after his first threat, so he got angry and lost his temper. But Syrinx herself did not react in any way to the bandit's offensive statements, since she knew that she was in complete control of the situation. So she even laughed at the man, saying that he was much shorter than he always thought he was. But the girl didn't stop there, and stated that the bandit's brain was several times smaller than that of the stupidest person in the world. The heroine knew that these words of hers would definitely make the man attack, so she dodged his outstretched hand in time. But the lady did not expect at all that in the end another person would attack Torch, who would protect her. Syrinx looked around in confusion, as she was unable to immediately get a good look at the stranger who had suddenly stood up for her. Imagine the heroine's surprise when she saw Heimdoll in front of her, who was now in his dark version. Although Torch tried to attack him, Westfergo easily dodged all the attacks and did not receive a single drop of damage. Moreover, the guy tripped the impudent bandit in time, causing him to lose his footing and fall to the ground. Not wanting to waste any more time on the useless man, Heimdoll threw the knife right next to him to give him a good scare. He then turned to Syrinx, who was not at all happy to meet the current Jackal again. The guy suddenly approached the lady and said that she looked like they had met before. Westfergo smiled cheekily and asked the miss to answer his question if she wanted to stay alive after their conversation. The heroine immediately guessed that right now in front of her was not the same kind Heimdoll, since the guy's eyes were scarlet. She remembered how in the story this character cruelly bullied a girl her age because he enjoyed doing terrible things, and there was so much of this madness in the second version of Westfergo that his aura repelled everyone around him. So, despite the guy's sweet smile, Syrinx became more and more scared and anxious with each passing second. The girl tried to delay as much time as possible so that she could come up with a plan to escape from this villain. But even the fact that the lady was originally clutching a magic stone in her hand was of little real help to her now. Here Jackal began to stir, and said that he could see from the miss's eyes that she had definitely seen him before. However, before Westfergo could use the knife on the girl, he had to fend off someone's vile attack from behind. It turned out that Torchy had returned with his friend as backup, as he could not easily accept his defeat. The heroine was very surprised, because the bandit for some reason accused her of all his recent injuries. The girl didn't expect anything like this at all, since she didn't even participate in the battle between Torch and Heimdoll. The lady pointed her finger at Westfurgo and reminded him that it was he who had inflicted the wounds and that she had nothing to do with it. But the man stated that it was the miss who had brought the man, which made Syrinx realize that there was no point in arguing with him. The bandit said that he would definitely make the girl pay for daring to attack his gang, but in response to all his threats, the heroine only laughed loudly and declared that she would never take him seriously. The lady was so absorbed in her mockery of the bandit that she did not even notice that Jackal was watching her from the side. So Miss continued laughing and asked Torchy to get out of her sight since he couldn't do anything anyway. The girl's statements offended the man so much that he could not stand it and began to shout loudly at her. Torch's assistant tried to restrain him somehow, but quickly realized that it was absolutely useless. And Syrinx suddenly declared that even the bandit's subordinates were whispering that he was not very smart, even though he led them. She waved at the man because she knew his friend wouldn't let him start a fight with her now. The bandit tried his best to maintain the remnants of his pride, although he understood that he could do nothing against the lady. So he just stupidly shouted once again that Miss would definitely regret all her ridicule. But the heroine did not lose her composure and declared that this would definitely be the last wish before the man's fall. As soon as they walked away, the girl immediately stopped smiling and exhaled loudly with great relief. Suddenly, she heard Jackal's voice, which had been nearby all this time, so she turned sharply in his direction. The guy, with a smile on his face, said that the lady had greatly amused him with her words, for which he was grateful to her. But this didn't make things any easier for the heroine herself, since she understood that the villain was still very dangerous. Syrinx looked around and realized that they were completely alone, so even shouting was useless. Unexpectedly, Westfurgo asked for some reason what kind of relationship the girl had with the bandit who had fled so shamefully. The heroine smiled nervously and said that that guy was constantly trying to deceive her, and that's why he didn't give her a break. While the girl was speaking, the guy slowly brought the gun right to her chin, which only made her more nervous. But then Jackal said that he liked the lady's tone, because he would like to talk to her in exactly that tone. After which, Westfurgo whispered in Mrs. Ear a question about why she was constantly trying to escape from a dialogue with him. This made the heroine's back run cold with fear, but she tried not to show her emotions to this villain. And the guy, still threatening the girl with a knife, suggested going into her house and talking so that no one would dare to disturb them. The first thing Jackal did was to find out whether the doctor had really saved him when he was in his good and daytime form. The heroine did not understand why the guy tied her up if he did not cause any harm, and was still much stronger than her physically. Westfurgo himself, smiling, questioned the lady who had helped him for some reason, although he saw no reason for it. Syrinx reminded him that it would be right to thank him for the cure, although she knew it would hardly affect the villain. So then the miss said that she told the guy everything she knew, so she wanted him to free her and let her go. The girl even smiled happily and allowed Jackal not to thank her for his recent help in healing. Westfurgo was noticeably surprised that Syrinx, even in such a situation, was almost not at a loss and was able to conduct a dialogue. The heroine responded by explaining that she lived in a rather dangerous area, so she had long been prepared for various kinds of attacks. Westfurgo chuckled sarcastically when the lady then became brazen and once again asked if he would untie her hands. The guy couldn't take it anymore and got really angry, flashing his red eyes, and then asked how Miss could believe that she wouldn't die. Syrinx flinched in fear as the villain suddenly jumped to his feet and walked slowly towards her with obvious menace, enjoying the action. She froze in place, carefully assessing the situation, so she tensed when Jackal suddenly stopped in place, and Westfurgo suddenly reported that a few days ago when he opened his eyes, he found a piece of paper with an unfamiliar address on the table. While saying all this, he began to slowly approach the lady again, causing the panic inside her to become stronger with each passing second. The heroine knew that the day and night Heimdoll knew each other perfectly well, although they did not remember all the details of existence. So it was not at all surprising that Jackal became interested in the affairs of Hyde, with whom he shared the same body. Syrinx had not taken into account the fact that her daytime acquaintance would leave a reference to her that could ultimately cause great harm. For this reason, the villain found the girl, as he was interested in finding out how exactly she ended up connected to his body. But the lady couldn't understand why the guy was putting on this whole show and still hadn't harmed her. Imagine the lady's surprise when Jackal suddenly raised the knife above himself, saying that he wanted to test her healing abilities. And Westfurgo himself only grinned and said that even an illegal healer could easily cope with such a wound. The heroine did not take her eyes off Jackal, so she was able to realize that he was demanding that she prove the quality of her skills. But Miss wasn't going to help just like that, so she pointed to her tied hands and said that her ability was actually worth a lot. Westfergo reminded him that the Miss had been generous to him last time, so he had not expected the girl to suddenly start making demands. To this, the lady quite calmly explained that she had no such attitude towards the current stranger. Jackal chuckled when he heard his daytime self warning the girl of an unfavorable and evil night. Meanwhile, the lady herself began to treat Westfergo, although she hated blood, despite the fact that she was a healer. For some reason, this time even such a simple treatment took a lot of effort from Miss, although usually everything worked out much faster. Jackal stared at his hand in shock, as he hadn't believed until the very end that he had actually found the doctor. But Syrinx didn't say anything to the guy yet, as she decided to give him the opportunity to think alone. Imagine the girl's surprise when Westfergo approached and asked for forgiveness for frightening Miss, after which the guy admitted that Syrinx was the first one who didn't even flinch when she found herself in such an unpleasant situation. But what most irritated the heroine was Jackal's words that everyone else had long since been dead at his hands. The guy himself, as if nothing had happened, asked the girl for her opinion, although in fact he was simply going to kill her. But Westfergo didn't expect the girl to suddenly start lecturing him on the proper behavior when wanting to kill someone. Syrinx threw off the ropes, which she was able to easily untie, and brazenly showed them to the villain, who was confused by what was happening. Jackal could not understand, until the very end, what exactly was happening, since he had never encountered such resistance before. The heroine took advantage of the stranger's shock and cast a spell, placing her hands directly on him to make it work better. As a result, the villain flew back several meters and hit his back against the wall, although this was not enough to knock him out. Knowing full well that he was about to attack again, the lady immediately fired a more powerful spell just in case. Because of this, Westfergo simply froze in place, which he himself did not expect. So he did not know how to resist this thing, but the heroine did not hesitate and snatched the weapon from the frozen guy, because she was not sure how much strength she had, after which she asked with an impudent smile whether she had not frightened Jackal too much, forcing him to obey. Syrinx took the rope with which she had recently been tied up, and now she was going to immobilize her stupid opponent. When the guy furiously asked what happened, the lady explained that she could cast spells, but only on the male gender. The Miss said with a poisonous smile that a doctor like her must have some kind of protective equipment. The heroine smiled, despite Jackal's anger, and said that she simply did to him the same way he did to her. Westfergo then realized that he couldn't escape, so he calmly asked the girl what she planned to do next. At this, the lady thought for a moment and said that exotic people like Heimdoll often brought too much trouble. The boy didn't expect Syrinx to dare to reflect so openly on his shortcomings, so he smiled wryly, and the heroine confidently declared that she would let the villain go only when the day comes and he becomes calm and kind. In response, Jackal sarcastically reminded that he could always return back at night, which would put the lady in danger again. But the heroine wasn't scared at all, because she made the spell so that it would work on the guy for about another month. So Miss, with a smile, allowed Westfergo to continue to consider himself the most important, since it amused her. Jackal warned angrily that he never forgot an insult, so the girl should be more careful with him. But Syrinx laughed even louder and said that the guy got into this situation only because of his own actions, after which the heroine said that her magic would definitely be strong, because she had no desire to part with life. However, just in case, the lady checked the ropes on the villain's hands, since she did not want him to be able to untie himself. Here, Westfergo became interested in the spell that the girl had cast, so he asked her to tell him more about it. The heroine was noticeably surprised, as she did not expect the villain to focus on her forced words. However, the lady, with a cheerful smile, said that, when translated, her statement meant an order to freeze in place and sit down. This fact only angered Jackal even more, who was not happy to be treated like a mere watchdog. And Syrinx herself smiled sweetly and wished the guy good night, openly mocking his situation that night. Only when morning came did the girl dare to visit Heimdoll again, as she knew that it was dangerous to communicate with him. And the good Hyde immediately shouted from the doorway that he would definitely be held accountable for the atrocities he had committed that night. When the lady first came to Westfergo, he was in a very sleepy state, having not been able to get enough sleep. Therefore, for the first few seconds, the blonde looked at the miss in confusion, trying to understand what was going on around him. Only after realizing how he ended up here, the guy shuddered in panic since he did not want to harm his doctor. He spun around looking for his glasses, since he could see too poorly without them, and was much weaker and more confused. The girl did not torment the kind Westfergo, and almost immediately carefully put the glasses on his nose, while smiling sweetly in response. Then the heroine calmly removed the ropes from the guy's hands, because she knew that in such a state, he would do absolutely nothing to her. The first thing Heimdoll did was ask in horror what exactly bad he had done that night, because he was afraid of the second version of himself. Syrinx had no intention of sparing Westfergo's feelings, so she reported that his night brother had, in fact, managed to do a lot of things. The blonde only became more frightened by this, but still asked the girl to tell him more about what happened. Then the lady with a cheerful smile reported that the knight Heimdoll had attacked her without any regret at all in order to kill her. Miss herself felt no remorse for what she did in response, because she considered it necessary self-defense. Imagine the girl's surprise when she suddenly discovered that the tears of a repentant Westfergo had just started dripping onto the floor. The guy didn't try to hide his emotions at all, because he was sincerely sorry about what happened that night. Syrinx stared at Heimdoll in surprise, not expecting him to suddenly start crying right in front of her. But the lady couldn't help but notice the fact that even in such a tearful state, the guy remained very handsome and sweet. Continuing to sniffle desperately, Westfergo managed to whisper that he would definitely answer for all the tricks of the night version of himself. The heroine was even more confused by this turn of events, because she had not even thought of accusing Heimdoll of anything. And he suddenly loudly asked the lady to allow him to work off all the damage he had done to her during the night, since he could not come to terms with it. Syrinx thought for a moment, then asked how exactly the boy was going to help her for what he had done that night. Suddenly, Hyde turned very red and began to try to squeeze out words about how he could marry the girl. But the heroine didn't let the guy finish, since she had absolutely no intention of solving everything in such a strange way. Westfergo recalled, bewildered, that the lady had said that he had attacked her, but the miss had explained that it was only a joke. Then Heimdoll asked him to tell him why the girl had tied him up that night, if there was no need for it. Upon hearing that Jackal had actually attempted to attack the lady, the first thing the boy asked was if she had been injured because of it. The heroine calmly replied that she knew how to defend herself in such situations, so everything was in perfect order. The whole point was that in her area, the most dangerous people were a woman and a grandmother who could live in this place. But an encounter with a child could have been much more deadly, since it was difficult to survive in this area. So all these people were easily defending themselves all this time, so they were always the ones to be feared first. But even when the girl told the guy about all this, for some reason, he continued to look at her with anxiety and attention. Imagine Syrinx's surprise when Heimdoll then asked her to help him, even if only once in her life. The lady stepped back in surprise, because she didn't think the guy would dare to commit such serious impudence. Westfergo admitted that he knew perfectly well that he shouldn't ask Miss for a favor, but he just didn't know who to turn to. So the blonde promised that the Miss could do whatever she wanted with him after she helped him, but Syrinx asked him to keep quiet. The heroine did not immediately promise to help, but agreed to at least listen to the guy who needed help so much. Heimdoll himself understood perfectly well that the lady would hardly want to get involved with him, but he couldn't help but try to negotiate with her. For a long time now, the young man had been in complete despair, because he had no idea how to get out of this situation alone. He immediately announced that the speech would be about the night version of him, so Syrinx prepared to listen attentively to her friend. The lady didn't even think that Westfergo would decide on his own to be so frank, so she tried not to interrupt him. Although Miss from the plot of the novel knew that Jackal and Hyde were unaware of their actions, she asked to tell about it in more detail. Good Heimdoll reported with alarm that his second version was clearly up to no good, as he was becoming increasingly active. But he personally had no idea how to stop himself, because to do so, he would have to sacrifice too many people. The heroine immediately asked if all this was connected with Jackal's injury, which Hyde confirmed, although he did not know the details. Then Miss asked whether Westfergo knew exactly which person had brought him to the door of her house that day. The guy answered honestly that he really had an assistant in his circle, on whom he relied in everything at first. But when Heimdoll wanted to tell more about his friends, the lady suddenly asked him to be silent. Syrinx did this because she didn't want to know too much about the matter, as it could be dangerous for her. For this reason, Miss asked Hyde not to tell her all the details of his situation, since she already believed him. Hearing such a pleasant confession for him, Westfergo blushed deeply in the face, since he had not received such support for a long time. Remembering his manners, the guy then bowed affectionately to the lady and thanked her for all the help she had given him. Suddenly, he asked if the girl really felt so uncomfortable around him, and the heroine did not immediately understand what he was talking about. Syrinx had no idea that her words about not wanting to get involved with him could have such a strong effect on the villain. And Westfergo himself admitted that he could not help but think about something like this, although he understood perfectly well that he was not in the right position. The guy even emotionally shouted out that he was not as terrible as the lady thought of him, so he asked to forgive him for everything. The heroine froze in confusion, because this was not what she had originally meant, but Hyde had misunderstood her. Moreover, the blonde even managed to become embarrassed after the words he had spoken, since he believed that he had no right to do so. A few seconds later, Westfergo said that he did not know for what purpose he was brought to the door of the secret healer, but he still hopefully asked the lady to cure him next time if someone brought his body again on a dark night. The guy fervently promised that he would definitely repay the miss later, even if the price was too high for his means. But then the heroine interrupted Westfergo again and said that he shouldn't have told anyone something so serious. Heimdoll blushed to his ears when the lady explained that someone else might ask for something special and unpleasant in return. In fact, he was completely unprepared for such a turn of events, but he was able to understand how dangerous his words were. And the heroine openly laughed at the guy, who had not thought at all about the consequences that she had just told him about. As a result, Hyde bashfully jumped away from the girl and said that he could work well physically if it was necessary, but the lady reminded him that he had been seriously injured often enough to prevent him from constantly resorting to hard labor. This made Westfergo blush again very deeply, because he knew perfectly well that the miss was completely right. So the guy lowered his head and covered himself with his hands, because he was ashamed to show his red and embarrassed face. Syrinx explained that bad things were happening in the area all the time, so everyone needed to be careful. Even though Westfergo had already been enslaved and burned his house to the ground, Miss didn't want him to go through that again. So the heroine clapped her hands cheerfully and unexpectedly promised that she would try to fulfill Hyde's difficult request. Westfergo was greatly touched that the physician did not refuse him, because he had not really counted on her consent. But still, the guy approached the lady with distrust and asked with hope, because he was afraid that she would suddenly change her mind. But Syrinx nodded again eagerly in response and said that she would treat him if necessary, even if it was at night. In fact, the heroine had an important goal, which was to find a special magic stone. Therefore, the girl wanted to be as close as possible to the heroes of the story, near whom there was a higher probability of finding the stone. The boy admitted that he thought it would be to the disadvantage of Miss to help him, and Syrinx smiled, since he was partly right. However, the heroine did not reveal her real plans to the young man, but only confirmed that she would be his doctor. She said she didn't like seeing people bleed, although she hoped her treatment wouldn't have much of an impact on the novel's plot. Besides, the lady felt sorry even for the dark version of Westfergo, who would soon have to face huge problems. So now, Syrinx decided to do everything possible to make the slight smile on Hyde's face last as long as possible. The guy himself once again thanked the girl for agreeing to help, when he suddenly heard that the service would not be free. He was noticeably surprised, although it was initially clear that Syrinx was not as kind as she initially seemed. Westfergo quickly collected his thoughts and asked what the girl would like to get from him, since he was willing to try. But Syrinx did not give an answer to Hyde herself, but clarified what the guy himself could have offered her. Westfergo confidently stated that he was quite intelligent and could also cook and clean the house well, as he did so often. But the lady was not at all swayed by the guy's seduction, since she was rich and could buy all of this. As proof of this, Miss said that she bought all her food from her neighbor, so she did not need any food. Westfergo looked at Syrinx in confusion, who had so confidently rejected every one of his recent proposals for her, and the heroine suddenly approached the guy and said that even with his appearance, he would not be able to buy her anything. Anyone else in Westfergo's place would have given up at that moment, but the blonde man jumped up and said he could help the miss with the financial work. He pointed his finger at the heroine's desk, where there was a huge amount of unsorted papers with bills and financial reports. Hyde was able to determine at first glance what exactly Miss had done wrong, which he told her, which noticeably surprised the girl. Syrinx asked, confused, how exactly Westfergo had been able to spot her mistakes so easily without even reading the documents. And the guy, with a satisfied smile, explained that he had good eyesight, as well as the ability to carefully monitor such matters. The heroine did not believe until the very end that the blonde was right, but upon closer inspection, she herself found her own shortcomings. Hyde walked closer to the girl and asked if he had understood correctly from the papers that she had not been following the market recently. Syrinx smiled nervously in response, not expecting her financial accounts to be in such a serious mess. The lady only now realized that Westfergo would be much better at keeping records than she was, since he had practice in this kind of thing. But the heroine couldn't even imagine that the guy would suddenly want to become both her accountant and secretary in exchange for treatment. For a while, the miss was silent, as she thought about the guy's offer, which was tempting for her. Eventually, Syrinx nodded in agreement with Hyde, realizing that she didn't want to deal with her finances on her own. The blonde man blossomed into a joyful smile and promised the miss that he would try hard to help her in her affairs. Here, the girl thoughtfully asked what she should do with the night version of Westfergo, which could cause a lot of problems. In response, Hyde frivolously allowed the doctor to simply knock out his body and then heal him if necessary. He even gave advice on how exactly it would be best to hit, which confused the girl because it was about Westfergo's body, even if in a different guise. However, the heroine nodded in agreement because she was going to practice healing during the day anyway, so it didn't matter to her. And the blonde promised that he would try to do everything not to harm the lady, although he also expected protective actions from her. For this reason, at night, Miss handled Jackal carefully, who, due to his wounds, could not even get to his feet on his own. But Syrinx didn't feel an ounce of guilt, because she knew she would still be able to successfully cure Westfergo. And the Dark Heimdoll himself understood perfectly well that he would not even be able to move from the spot, although he had a normal attitude towards pain. Upon hearing that the day version had given permission to knock him out, Jackal began to grumble loudly in response, as he did not agree, and the heroine passed on all the advice on punches from Hyde, since she was amused by all this feud between two personalities in one body. What touched the lady most was the behavior of kind Westfergo, who allowed himself to be beaten in any way the miss thought necessary. Here, the girl suddenly began to talk about what she had seen, and that Jackal was still alive, despite all his numerous wounds. The thing is that the guy came to her house in a bad state, but Miss was afraid to help his bad version in treatment at night. But Westfergo suddenly corrected the girl's words and said that he was not beaten, but simply fought with someone, which is why he was wounded. The heroine shuddered in fear at the guy's words, because she didn't expect him to enjoy battles so much, but she still tried to explain that her assumptions were logical, given the sight of Westfergo's tortured state. However, the guy himself said with a grin that people usually asked where exactly he came across the blade the next time. The lady herself had long ago guessed that the knight Heimdoll was not one of those who could be so easily beaten by some other person. Suddenly, Westfergo asked, impudently and angrily, what the healer could possibly know about him, if even Hyde did not suspect his affairs. But the heroine angrily said that she actually saved the guy last time, although he didn't even notice it in the end. Westfergo was left speechless when the girl stated that she was not helping him because she was weak herself. And Syrinx suddenly explained that she wanted to, at least in some situation, force the guy to ask her for forgiveness. The girl slowly rose to her feet and said that she knew that Jackal was ready to kill other people to achieve his goal. But the guy himself didn't like the lady's reasoning, since she didn't present his behavior in a very good light. However, this did not stop Syrinx, as she reminded him that the boy would not dare touch her if he wanted to live. In fact, the heroine put Westfergo in his place only because he was looking at her with extreme malice all this time, and the girl was not going to tolerate such an attitude towards herself, even though the treatment took almost no effort from her. So Miss smiled and asked how much longer Jackal would continue to look at her so angrily, after which she took out a rope to tie up the villain just in case, and then to treat the most difficult wounds a little. Westfergo asked, confused, what exactly the healer was doing as the lady began to carefully tie his hands with rope. And the heroine, in response, honestly admitted that she didn't trust the guy at all, which is why she behaved in such a way with him. Since Jackal could not do anything to Miss physically, he began to threaten her with words in order to intimidate her properly. But the girl lived in such a dangerous area that she was not at all afraid of the threats of the guy, who still could not carry them out. So she put on a sweet face and said that she absolutely did not want to die at the hands of a villain. Such impudent and insincere play by Miss only angered the blonde even more, which was clearly visible on his displeased face. And Syrinx laughed openly and said that she had enough strength to throw the guy in such a state into the nearest river. The heroine pretended that she would be sad if the villain ultimately couldn't get out of the bottom of the water because his hands were tied. But the guy said that he was much more resourceful than the lady thought, so he could easily cope with even such a difficult task. Miss said with a grin that if he could swim as skillfully as he could wave a knife in front of her, he would not succeed. In order to frighten the girl, Westfurgo suddenly approached her. Although he noticed that the Miss's eyes were not frightened even in such a situation, Syrinx quickly moved away from the boy and said that she knew about his passion for fear in the eyes of other people because he was very cruel. As a result, Jackal admitted the fact that he had lost their argument this time because he had no more arguments for now. A few minutes later, when Miss was fully prepared, she began treating Westfurgo, although he was hardly feeling any better. But the heroine did not feel guilty about the fact that the patient continued to experience pain, since he himself brought himself to this state. So Miss lightly patted Westfurgo on the shoulder and promised that if he would be patient a little longer, she would give him some candy, after which Syrinx focused entirely on healing and was no longer distracted by any of the grumblings of the dark version of Heimdoll. Westfurgo was still in pain and couldn't stop wincing, but he tried not to say anything to the girl. Syrinx eventually admitted that Jackal's body was in a very poor condition, so she asked him to be careful. The healer even had to get a few more magic stones to cope with the most difficult wounds. The blonde didn't know how he should react to the lady's words, but he guessed that she had clearly encountered something similar before. Although the boy tried to obey the doctor in everything, he asked in surprise why he needed to raise his head when she asked. Syrinx herself brazenly bent the villain's neck, explaining that she needed to heal a deep wound in that place too. During the treatment, the girl could not help but think sadly about how the villain could endure all this pain, from which one could go crazy. But then Jackal suddenly approached her and said that for some reason, he did not feel any guilt from the girl, no matter what she said. He guessed that at some point in Miss's life, someone had already experienced such pain, which was clear from her sad expression. But Syrinx pursed her lips in displeasure and said that she was not obliged to answer the boy to all his assumptions, after which the healer again continued to treat the villain in the hope that this would make him remain silent for a while. When everything was finished, the heroine tiredly rose from her seat and said that for now there was nothing more she could do to help. She didn't want to talk to the guy any further, so she quickly turned around and went to her room to rest. At the same time, the lady tried her best to pretend that she was not as exhausted as she actually felt. Although it was quite warm outside even at night due to the season, Miss could not cope with her exhausted energy. At this point, Westfurgo slowly rose to his feet, but did not even think of attacking the girl who had just helped him. Suddenly, the Miss turned to the guy and asked with a smile whether he would sleep tied up or would he still promise her something. The heroine was counting on a compromise, but she quickly realized from Jackal's face that he was not ready to agree to her terms, so she turned away. Imagine the lady's surprise when Westfurgo suddenly swore to do whatever she said if the girl untied his hands. Syrinx chuckled and said that she wished they would become friendlier towards each other, as it would make it easier to communicate. But the blonde wasn't ready to believe that the Miss wouldn't demand anything from him in return if the atmosphere between them became better. Guessing Jackal's distrust, the heroine suddenly began to talk about her hard life in order to calm him down. Westfurgo didn't expect that the healer actually had serious reasons for not leaving the wounded people, and the Miss herself handed the guy a magic stone and asked him to swear on it that he would not violate their conditions. The girl with an important face asked the villain to promise that he would be a good boy and would not hurt anyone in her house. However, Westfurgo swore in quite different words that Miss was a little upset, but she did not admit it to him. However, the magic stone glowed brightly as it accepted the words of Jackal, who had made an alliance with Syrinx. The heroine couldn't change anything else, so she had to say the words to secure the spell. At the end, Jackal asked what he would have to pay if he did break their agreement on the stone. In response, the lady explained that the boy would be bound by magical chains until she herself decided to release him. Westfurgo smiled back, and when Miss admitted him into the house, he seductively asked if he could stay with her. The girl grimaced and said that the sofa would be at Jekyll's disposal for the whole night, but she would not be of any help. Not wanting to irritate the miss once again, the guy obediently fell onto the sofa, since he really had managed to get tired during the night. And the heroine asked the villain, if possible, not to disturb her anymore today, since she still needed to work a little. But before West Virgo could come up with some dirty trick, the demanding ringing of the doorbell suddenly rang out throughout the room. It turned out that Syrinx had a late-night customer who was trying to be as discreet as possible. But the girl herself joyfully exclaimed that she was very happy with her client, because lately she had only had sick people. The lady greeted the old man politely and asked what he needed today, since he had not come for a very long time. Suddenly, Jackal coughed loudly, and Miss looked at him with displeasure, hinting with her look that he should keep quiet. The client adjusted his hat and hid his face, but still said that the lady had still received the same luxurious greetings. Syrinx turned back to him and said that she was doing everything to make her business prosper and people happy. Without saying another word, the old man suddenly carefully took out a small bag from a secret pocket of his clothes. The heroine happily accepted this offering because she loved nothing more than concluding deals in her main line of business. The only thing that confused the girl was that during the exchange, for some reason, the old man's hand was shaking, although he usually didn't suffer from this. However, out of delicacy, the lady did not say anything about this to the client, but only asked which payment option he preferred. Suddenly, the man anxiously asked the miss to hurry up, as he was impatient to leave her house as soon as possible. Syrinx nodded in agreement, although she had a bad feeling about this, even though this man always brought her only good things. Nevertheless, the heroine quickly brought money for the item given to her, since she wanted to fulfill all the client's wishes. Unexpectedly, the old man told the doctor to be careful that night, although he was not allowed to talk about anything like that. Syrinx looked at the man in surprise and asked him to explain in more detail, but he refused to say anything else. Instead, the client quickly ran away, even though the girl screamed at him to stop and talk to her before leaving. The lady wondered why this had happened and decided to find out the next morning what exactly this man had meant. And right now, the miss sat down at the table in front of Jackal to examine the item she had so carelessly purchased from the client. The guy immediately said that the old man was clearly very worried about something, since cold sweat was noticeably running down his face. The heroine defended the man a little, admitting that he was not always like this, but that something had just gotten into him today. In response, West Virgo reported that this kind of behavior was only displayed by the people around him when faced with serious danger. But the girl did not attach much importance to these words of the villain, since she was still not sure that he could be trusted. Then Jackal began to discuss the miss's face with a grin while talking to the client, as her behavior was different from usual. But Syrinx only laughed in response, because she could not show her true character to her respected clients, after which she stopped listening to the guy's words and concentrated on studying what the old man had brought her for work. The heroine was genuinely delighted at the sight of a small diamond of very good quality, which she managed to buy. West Virgo guessed that the miss was not going to listen to him any longer, so he watched her silently, without looking away at all. As a result, Syrinx got the impression that she was being watched from the side by a real stray animal. Imagine the lady's surprise when Jackal suddenly asked quite seriously what exactly she did during normal times. With a slight smile, the heroine asked if the villain had suddenly become interested in her, since he had started asking questions about her activities. Hearing such a brazen suggestion, West Virgo froze in surprise for a moment, as he did not expect such a thing, after which he laughed openly and loudly, since he was not at all against his healer thinking this way. The blonde directly informed that if the miss also became interested in him, then she could very well take advantage of his handsome face. The heroine was noticeably embarrassed by the villain's words, so she blushed noticeably, even though she didn't want to show it. Then suddenly, Jackal suggested that his body might also be quite to Mrs. Taste, so he began to unbutton his buttons. Now it was Syrinx's turn to freeze in surprise, so much so that the lady forgot to cover her mouth, even because of West Virgo's actions. However, she quickly collected her thoughts, shaking her head in different directions so as not to think about the beauty of her friend. Since Syrinx still had a lot of work to do, she abruptly changed the subject and asked the guy not to talk to her about anything for now. Jackal pretended not to mind at all and smiled kindly at the physician while she tried to concentrate on something else. Concentrating all her attention on the magical stones, Syrinx began to completely ignore the villain, as he was distracting her greatly. The lady was very pleased with the material the old man brought this time, even though it seemed strange to her. While Westfergo decided to take a short nap, the heroine was testing the stones for her own pleasure, periodically turning on their light. She checked each stone in different ways, just in case, because it was more pleasant for her to work that way. In fact, the lady built her business on the ability to find special materials, which she inherited from her parents. But even with such abilities, the best magic stones were difficult to find due to their incredible rarity. So Syrinx sighed with displeasure, because in all this time, she could only find one unusual stone among all the others. Suddenly, Miss noticed that Jackal's figure was hovering over her, so she asked in surprise what the matter was. But instead of answering, the guy for some reason silently kept his scary and tense face, as if he had heard something. As a result, the heroine did not pay attention to him, deciding that Westfergo was deliberately scaring her in vain in order to teach her a little lesson. So she put her hand into the bag, because there was still something left at the very bottom that could help her. Imagine the surprise of the miss when she discovered that there was no stone in the bag at all, so she jumped back in surprise. At this point, Jackal grabbed his weapon, which he had previously given to the girl, and threw it into the air to attract her attention, after which he anxiously reported that he felt that this house would soon be surrounded on all sides, and they would not be able to get out. As if to confirm these words, an unfamiliar silhouette appeared outside the window, clearly looking into the house with hostility. Syrinx immediately guessed that this was exactly what the client had asked her to beware of, although she only now understood his words. Westfergo himself was already fully prepared to defend both himself and the girl, since he understood that he might need help with treatment. Here the heroine called out to the guy and showed him the medallion, saying that it was clearly stolen, which is why this situation had arisen. Moreover, this thing contained an extremely rare precious stone, which was now being intensively searched for throughout the empire. The lady assumed that there was an order of knights outside who would never act without reason. Even Jackal realized the dangerous situation they were in because of this thing that the client had deliberately slipped them. Miss reported that their situation really left much to be desired, because now an armed detachment could break into her house. Therefore, the girl quickly collected all the good magic stones in a bag, since she did not intend to leave anything behind. The guy realized too late that he had fallen into a trap set for the lady, and now he had to find a way out of it. And Syrinx herself responded to this with a smile, because she was initially prepared to avoid such situations. She grabbed the villain by the hand, although he was against such closeness. But the lady could not leave him alone in the house. Westfergo asked irritably where exactly the girl was dragging him, because he was confident that he could get out on his own. But Syrinx stubbornly only squeezed his hand tighter and warned that she was going to help him escape, so the guy better not argue. The blonde angrily said that he didn't mind going with the doctor, but he wanted to know in advance where they would be going together. The heroine said that she has a secret door in her house, just for such cases, so it was time to use it. Westfergo obediently stood still for a moment, while Miss worked on the mechanism that would open the secret passage. Soon the girl succeeded, and she smiled happily at the guy, inviting him into this hole after her. And she was quite boastful about the fact that her door connected to her neighbor's shop, as it was very convenient. Andrew was not surprised to see the doctor, because it was not the first time that the lady had used this route to escape. Miss again apologized to the man for indirectly putting him in danger, since he had nothing to do with it. Since the neighbor supported the girl in everything, he gave her a bag of food for several days at once. The heroine sincerely thanked Andrew, since there were few people left in her life who were willing to help selflessly. Even though the miss paid him money, the neighbor still risked himself with a smile. Not even for this small compensation. Syrinx asked the man to prepare something for the next time and provided him with money, which the neighbor was happy about. He smiled cheerfully and promised the lady that he would do everything in the best possible way, because that was how it happened to them every time in danger. The heroine nodded sadly to the man, because she didn't like the fact that she involved him in her plans. However, the miss did not share her sad thoughts with her friend, but simply asked him to pray for her luck. Andrew guessed what the healer was thinking, so he admitted that he would be very sad if the girl suddenly disappeared somewhere. In response, the lady tried to awkwardly diffuse the situation with jokes about how the bandit Torch would clearly be to blame for her death. Imagine the girl's surprise when a neighbor suddenly announced that he had information on how to safely get out of their area. He advised her to go in a certain direction all the time, and the lady obediently set off on her way with Jackal. After several dozen minutes, the villain called out to the heroine, and she turned around in surprise, as she thought he would run away. Westfergo's condition showed that it was extremely difficult for him to follow the girl, but he stubbornly did not lag behind. Suddenly, the guy gently took Syrinx's hand, asking why he was running somewhere with her all this time. Jackal approached the miss to embarrass her, and suddenly admitted that his curiosity was too strong. The heroine swallowed nervously, because she still didn't like close physical contact with this man. Hearing that they were running because of the stolen medallion, Westfergo sighed, as he did not consider this reason sufficient. But the girl explained that this time they were clearly trying to set her up, so it was a completely different type of professional risk. As proof of this, Miss recalled all the security that had gathered near her house immediately after the client left. She then took the stolen medallion out of the bag and revealed that it was a jewel called the Tear of Eslot. According to legend, several centuries ago, the emperor presented this treasure to his younger sister as a wedding dowry. It was only recently that Count Amanti announced that this medallion had disappeared, and therefore raised a huge number of knights to their feet. And many security guards first started looking for the missing person in the most criminal area, where the girl lived. Besides, the lady knew that the old man would never have picked up such a thing if he had not been properly intimidated beforehand. Westfergo said there was a good chance the client didn't want to be involved, and Miss nodded in agreement. The heroine had no doubt that the Guild of the Bandit Torch, called Blessing of the Shadow, was connected with this case. Jackal remembered that he had beaten him not long ago, so the man could well have harbored a grudge against both of them, and the medallion was a consequence. The guy didn't immediately realize that they were talking about a bandit who looked like a catfish, and this association greatly amused the girl. The miss explained with a smile that the man only did this kind of unpleasant work, so it was necessary to deal with him. The villain concluded that Syrinx was in deep trouble, and she couldn't help but agree with him, since she had been thinking about it too. But the lady did not understand why Jackal did not leave her, if he understood that she was in great danger. But the guy explained that he himself had problems with the knightly order, so he had nowhere to go now. So he brazenly leaned over to the girl and asked her to take him to the shelter that she had probably prepared for such an occasion. Jackal grinned and said that the lady had to be responsible for his condition, since she agreed to help. But Syrinx reminded him that she had never promised to help the villain after the treatment, so he was an extremely impudent person. However, Miss herself could not leave him without help, so she sighed tiredly, getting ready to take him to a safe place. Jackal was very surprised when the doctor suddenly grabbed him tightly by the collar of his shirt, sharply pulling him towards her. And the heroine, with a grin, said that he should remember that he felt well only thanks to her treatment. Having warned the young man, Syrinx let him go and offered to go with her to the rich man to sort out the situation. The villain didn't expect that Miss would promise to abandon him along the way if he suddenly lost consciousness due to losing a lot of strength. And the heroine herself did not feel guilty at all for such treatment of Jackal, since she knew that he was not kind to her either. After a few minutes, they had safely crossed several areas, but Miss still continued to hurry. She tried her best to follow the directions Andrew gave her to get to the right place safely. Suddenly, right in front of her, the girl noticed several guys who were clearly professionally armed. Taking a closer look, the heroine noticed on their weapons the emblem of the Shadow Guild, which she had to deal with in the future. Westfergo was so focused on not falling to the floor that he didn't immediately notice the lady suddenly stop. The heroine realized too late that the guy would not behave quietly, so they would be easily noticed by the bandits ahead. And literally, a second later, the guys looked at the travelers with hostility, since they had orders not to let anyone go ahead. Syrinx gritted her teeth in displeasure, because she had hoped that she would be able to get around these guys as quietly as possible. Meanwhile, the bandits became wary, as they assessed how they could quickly get rid of the strangers. The girl quickly and deftly took the magic stone out of her pocket, as she did not want to attract unnecessary noise. Without waiting for action from the villain, Syrinx activated the stone and was the first to head towards the evil bandits. The guys didn't hesitate either, and ran towards the girl as fast as they could, taking out their sharpest weapons as they went. The heroine focused on the spell and quickly cast it to attack the enemies before they could reach her. As a result, a huge and bright flash blinded all the bandits for several minutes, who clearly did not expect such resistance. Imagine Mrs. Surprise when Westfergo then asked her to duck and headed straight towards the armed enemies. Despite his weakness and fatigue, the villain was quickly able to immobilize several enemies before they could recover. Jackal didn't pay attention to the damage he was receiving, since it was now much more important for him to win this battle at any cost. So in a matter of seconds, the guy easily dealt with all the bandits, since he often participated in such fights. Only when everything was finished did he stop in the middle of the street and carefully study his surroundings for potential threats. The heroine watched the villain's actions in complete shock, since she would never have dealt with her enemies so quickly and skillfully. And Jackal turned to the girl and said with a smile that now she was definitely obliged to take responsibility for his condition. The girl didn't answer the guy at first, and simply continued on her way, as she was still shocked by his cruelty. Only a few minutes later, the lady reported that she had already tried to help him with treatment, since otherwise he would have died long ago. In response, the villain grinned, because he realized that now the miss owed him a little for such a rescue from the bandits. So, with a sarcastic expression on his face, he brazenly demanded that the doctor behave much more gratefully towards him. The heroine didn't like this whole situation at all, but she couldn't fix anything since she herself allowed Westfergo to fight. In addition, the heroine was worried by the fact that she did not have enough magic stones to fight. A huge downside to the lady's ability was that it was highly dependent on having the right material on hand. But even with the limited number of stones, the lady did not remove them far away, because she was afraid to let down her guard. Miss was also worried that the villain could try to stab her in the back at any moment because of his character. Syrinx was at least glad that she didn't sense any other pursuers nearby, so she could relax. Soon the girl pointed her finger towards the alley and happily announced that they had almost reached the right place. Westfergo paused briefly in the center of the road and noted that it was surprisingly light and clear. The lady explained that this was not surprising, since in this area, almost every house was inhabited by wealthy people. After which she said that they could relax for a while, as the further journey would be safe. Jackal didn't really believe the girl's words, but he didn't say anything, seeing her shining eyes due to a feeling of calm. A few minutes into their journey, Miss suddenly noticed that the villain had become much worse, as she heard his ragged breathing. She turned to the guy and asked how bad it was, but he didn't want to admit his grave condition. Miss felt awkward about dragging the weakened young man so far, so she offered him her help. Imagine the heroine's surprise when Jackal suddenly began to make fun of her, despite the fact that he was having difficulty breathing. Syrinx looked over the villain's body and realized that even her recent treatment could not completely relieve him of pain. The doctor knew very well how much the patient now needed rest, since the rapid recovery took a lot of energy. Suddenly, she noticed the guy's intense gaze, which made her feel extremely awkward, so the lady shrank back strongly. But at that moment, Westfergo had no plans for anything bad, so he sighed heavily in response to the girl's doubts. After which, the guy nevertheless accepted her help and leaned a little on the miss, since it would be easier for him to move on. At this pace, they began to move a little slower, but Jackal felt much better, and he stopped being afraid of falling. The heroine noticed that the villain was watching her with a grin, so she asked him not to get distracted, but to concentrate on the path. Literally, a few minutes later, they finally arrived at the huge mansion that Syrinx had planned to go to a couple of hours ago. Westfergo was very surprised at the sight of this building, and did not even believe the miss, who was sure that they had come to the right place. The girl herself was forced to admit that the mansion had strange architecture, but she knew its owner well. There were several guards at the entrance to the room who would not let anyone in without permission from their mistress. However, Syrinx appeared in this place periodically, so she calmly greeted the men who knew her. The guards did not detain the girl, even despite her unknown companion, and let her inside. The butler met his mistress's night guests almost immediately, and, with a languid expression on his face, asked them to follow him. Westfergo looked around and could not believe that there really was so much wealth in one place in front of him. The lady noticed the guy's nervous looks and asked him to be patient for just a little while, as they just needed to talk. The villain nodded slightly, as he was exhausted and not ready to ask in more detail about the surroundings that interested him. Syrinx suddenly explained that they had come to one of the bases of a famous moneylenders guild, so everything looked luxurious here. She rubbed the shoulder that Jackal had been leaning on all this time, making it now ache a little from the weight. After which, the heroine entered the room of the owner of this place, because it was to her that she had an important conversation about the medallion. The girl behaved extremely cautiously around this woman, who possessed such enormous wealth for a reason. Even though the heroine had once helped Madame, she understood that they had not become close friends from that moment on. Therefore, no matter how well Rintella Dulcines treated the doctor, she strictly maintained trade relations between them. Hearing the Mrs. greeting, the madam said that she had not come here for this, so she asked to get to the point. The heroine visibly tensed up after these words of the woman, since she barely understood the train of her thoughts, although they had been talking for a long time. And Rintella asked what brought the lady to her at such a late hour, because there must have been some important message. At this point, Dulcines slowly lit a cigar and inhaled the smoke, as if she had completely forgotten about her guests at that moment. Syrinx waited obediently until Madame was ready to speak, for she knew of her habit of remaining silent until she had taken 2 puffs. And the woman enjoyed her bad habit until she was completely satisfied with her friend's behavior. During her life, the heroine had become accustomed to not being surprised by the fact that aristocrats had rather strange habits during communication. When it was possible to speak, the miss said with a smile that Dulcines probably already knew for what purpose she had come to her. In response, Rintella nodded with a smile, and then asked how long ago the girl had found herself such a handsome lover. Jackal himself said nothing to the woman, because he did not intend to interfere in conversations that were incomprehensible to him. The lady was not at all surprised that Dulcines had taken notice of Westfurgo, for she had a good deal of insight. But Madame also loved to appropriate other people's things, so Syrinx took the villain by the hand and said that he was already with her. Jackal was surprised by the doctor's words, because he did not expect that she would protect him even in such a situation. However, the guy quickly got his bearings and firmly squeezed the heroine's hand, confirming that he had already been sold to her. Syrinx tried not to show her excitement, although she hadn't thought Westfurgo would suddenly play along so well. Rintella laughed after the guest's little scene, because she didn't mind the absence of another lover. Not wanting to waste any more time talking, the heroine threw the medallion on the table and asked if Madame knew what it was. Dulcines did not answer immediately, because she decided to first carefully examine the thing that the doctor had brought her. But Syrinx had no doubt that Rintella had known about this medallion for a long time, thanks to her tracking system. To test her assumption, the lady lifted the medallion so that it became much more visible, and from the calm expression on Dulcine's face, Miss guessed that she had indeed guessed everything in advance. Then the girl said that she had been secretly sold this thing and asked if Rintella's people had been involved in this in any way. But Dulcines immediately admitted that she had no idea that her friend had become bait for some serious people. The lady winced when Madame said she had not thought anyone would dare touch a man under her protection, and then the woman, more calmly, asked what the miss thought of doing with the medallion that had been planted on her. In fact, the girl had a plan prepared in advance, but she was not sure how Madame would react to it. So, collecting her thoughts, Syrinx asked if getting rid of the stolen thing would save her from danger. A glimmer of hope for a positive answer flashed in the heroine's eyes, since she did not want to sacrifice herself in such a situation. In response, Rintella warned that this request was beyond their usual arrangements and that payment would be required. The lady immediately guessed what exactly was being discussed, because it would mean full payment for her long-standing treatment of Dulcines, and the owner explained that she could help the girl, but then all her other requests would be considered invalid. Rintella didn't care if something like that happened, as she was much more worried about her own affairs. The heroine thought about one single request and realized that she would like to hide the fact of her existence in this world. But there was still too much to do for that, so the lady shook her head, not wanting to stop cooperating. Instead, Miss smiled slyly and asked Rintella to sell her some good gem from the collection. Dulcines was noticeably surprised that the doctor, even under such circumstances, was trying to bargain with her. The girl calmly reminded that she had excellent skills to transform this material, after which she said that she was going to create a jewel from this stone, using parts of a black pearl and a diamond. Madame Syrinx guessed from their emotions that they were not enemies, and this pleased the lady, so she clapped her hands. Miss recalled that not long ago, an incredibly expensive crown of Princess Lositea herself was bought at a secret auction. Rintella began to listen attentively, since she was, in fact, indirectly, the winner. And the heroine confidently stated that the lady had won a well-made fake at auction, and not a real crown. Dulcines smiled unpleasantly and reminded the doctor that she should be aware of the responsibility after such words. But the girl was not at all confused and asked what she should give to Madame in the event that she was wrong. The heroine even offered her life absolutely calmly, because she remembered well the plot of the novel, in which everything was like this. So Syrinx continued to convince the woman that she had made a mistake when she had bought the jewel through an intermediary. Unable to bear it, Rintella asked her assistant to bring her a scroll of proof of the truth, despite the fact that they were rare. The whole point was that if you were to tear this thing apart and tell a lie, the magic in it would tear your heart to shreds. Although these scrolls had long been officially banned from sale, many aristocrats secretly continued to use them to the fullest extent. When Syrinx took the scroll in her hands, she immediately tore it up and told her about the false crown, while Dulcines watched her with alarm. Seeing that nothing at all happened to the girl in the end, the lady clicked her tongue in displeasure, as she could not believe her failure. The doctor reminded that even if the woman now files an appeal against the auction, she still won't be able to prove anything, and the lady knew perfectly well that Madame would not be able to endure such humiliation, so she hoped that Jackal would not interfere in the conversation. Finally, Rintella sighed heavily and agreed to help her friend, asking what exactly she wanted to do with the materials. The girl was delighted that the lady did not refuse to cooperate and said that she was going to create a fake. To do this, Miss also asked the woman to create new identities for her and her assistant, preparing other documents. Dulcines replied that it would not be difficult at all, and immediately entrusted the butler with this task so that he could figure it out as quickly as possible. After which, the madam asked to try to restore her lost honor, because she had been so brazenly deceived in her first lives. The heroine immediately promised this, and she herself hoped that she would even be able to find the original of the lost crown. Here, the assistant interrupted their conversation, since he had already managed to prepare everything necessary for the lady, which made her very happy. Having accepted the precious stones and new identification cards, the miss promised that she would have everything ready by the day after tomorrow. Since Syrinx didn't need anything else for now, she suggested that Jackal carefully return back. But before leaving, Rintella said that it would be to her advantage if the auction's blunders were revealed completely by accident. The heroine did not expect that Dulcines would then ask what payment the lady would ask her for providing such a service. The girl grabbed the first flower she came across from the table and suggested that it be considered payment if she succeeded. Madame did not believe that this was enough for Miss, but she liked the words that this flower belonged to her. However, Syrinx also reminded her of their agreement and its fulfillment, to which the woman nodded in agreement, since she did not intend to violate it. Then she looked at the handsome Westfergo and asked if the healer would like to sell such a strange jewel. But the heroine immediately declared that the guy was not for sale, so Rintella should look for someone else for her pleasures. Just in case, to soften her insolence, the lady then bowed to Dulcinea and thanked her for her warm welcome. Imagine the girl's surprise when the guy suddenly, for no apparent reason, grabbed her with his arms, wanting to play along again. Madame looked with a smile at the actions of Jackal, who in fact liked her more and more with every second. And the villain himself was not at all embarrassed to hug the miss with all his might, because he was amused by this whole situation with her strong embarrassment. When the boy and girl left the mansion, Rintella's assistant volunteered to escort them to a safe place in the area. But, having reached the end of the territory, the man refused to go further and said that the travelers themselves would have to know this way. The heroine thanked the guard for his help, because she really did remember where to go, so there shouldn't be any problems. The lady had no hope that the house would be very safe, since they were still being pursued. But Miss was not going to get upset and give up prematurely either, so she suggested that Jackal try to get used to the new place. To make their path easier, the girl threw a magic stone into the air and made it glow with a spell. But the heroine didn't expect that when she turned her back to the guy, he would suddenly decide to attack her. Syrinx heard too late how Westfergo cut her stone, which meant the attack had begun, so the lady did not have time to defend herself. And the guy himself quickly pressed Miss against the wall, because he was going to show who of them was really the boss. The heroine tried not to show her fear and asked if it was really customary now to pay for kind help with something bad and evil. She still remembered that in the original plot, Heimdoll would have to take possession of the lost crown, which would later turn out to be fake. Because of this, the guy will start a feud with many aristocrats and eventually subjugate a huge number of areas of the city. And right now, the villain was trying to find out from the girl how she knew that the version of the jewel Rintella had was not real. To this, the lady confidently stated that she had a generic ability that allowed her to determine the quality of things. the girl knew for sure that even she could create a fake that was many times better than the one that Dulcine's had recently bought. Miss then asked whether Westfurgo could not have asked her questions in much calmer and more pleasant conditions for both of them. Syrinx pressed on the boy's sore shoulder and informed him that she didn't like the thrills, and Jekyll winced. Suddenly, the blonde remembered that the miss had bought it, so he offered to use it, since that was the situation between them. But the heroine explained with a grin that she was just joking at that moment, so that Rintella would not try to take the guy away from her. Then Jekyll smiled and said that the lady might buy it for real, for it was as beautiful as jewels. In response, Syrinx broke free from his grip and said that she did not need things that could harm her at any moment. But before the heroine had gone far, she heard the guy appraisingly discussing her body and abilities. The lady could not believe that the villain seriously wanted to know how well she could defend herself from an attack. But Jekyll explained that he simply wanted to be a protection for the girl, and she relaxed a little after these words. However, almost immediately, Miss noticed that Westfurgo had not lowered his blade, so she prepared to fight him. The blonde was only glad that he was able to provoke a fight in the end, as he was eager to test the healer's abilities. The heroine warned that the guy might regret it and activated the magic stones, although there were few of them left. But Jekyll easily repelled the lady's attack and did not even damage his blade, since he fought well. The guy brazenly attacked the girl and said that wizards were always weak in close combat, which made them easy to defeat. But Syrinx was not at all confused, because she always had a backup plan, so Miss began to draw a spell in the air. Immediately after this, the heroine raised her hand up and said that she could easily tie up the villain, since he was under the influence of her charms. Jekyll stood frozen in shock, but after a few seconds, he realized that he was unable to move due to the chains around him. They also entangled the guy's legs, which is why he was unable to maintain the necessary balance, and fell to the floor. Westfurgo ground his teeth in displeasure, but still did not move a finger, although he tried with all his might to do so. The lady smugly reminded him that she had warned the boy that he should not try to attack her. But the villain did not listen to anything, since at that moment he was only worried about how to get out of these interfering chains. Before untying the guy, the miss asked if his legs were okay, after which she asked him to calmly follow her. Jekyll asked in surprise if he had understood correctly that their agreement was valid in absolutely any territory. Syrinx nodded in response and informed him that once activated, this ability would not be removed immediately, so he should be careful. Suddenly, the heroine realized that the villain could have specifically attacked her to find out how exactly the spell works. This angered the girl, but she did not show her emotions, so she smiled reservedly at Jekyll and asked him to get to his feet. But what the lady didn't like most was that Westfurgo attacked her without wanting his body at all. When they arrived at the room, the heroine thought about what small room to allocate to the guy as punishment. Meanwhile, the villain himself tried to find out from the miss who she was, since she could not only work with stones, but also heal. Eventually, Syrinx smiled and suggested that Jekyll focus on rebuilding his body rather than talking to her. In response, Westfurgo chuckled and mockingly said that her speeches were so charming that he would be happy to listen to them further. The miss got angry and said that she would only speak if the guy allowed her to beat him up for being sarcastic, so she barely held back a sigh of relief when Jekyll finally turned away from her, having decided to behave decently. Suddenly, the villain fell into the seat and announced that he really wanted to belong only to the miss, as it suited him. But the girl again refused such a tempting offer, because she did not want to be tied to someone. Westfurgo raised himself up on his elbows and grinned when he realized that the healer had once again simply ignored all his words, and the heroine herself hastened to lock herself in the room upstairs, where the villain had no access due to his special spell. Syrinx began to look around just in case, because she did not know which guest of Rintella had been in this place before her. Imagine the girl's surprise when she discovered real profiles of different people on her desk. Since she personally didn't need them, the doctor threw all these pieces of paper into the trash with a clear conscience, wanting to tidy up. At the same time, Syrinx could not help but note that the descriptions were very bad, so the criminals would not be caught for a long time. Even some knowledgeable female patients often complained that the drawings of people were terribly approximate. The heroine didn't care about anything that was happening in this room, so she mercilessly swept away all the dust. When suddenly, the miss accidentally noticed documents that really interested her, although they were left here. The whole point was that some papers had the seal of the Order of Discipline placed on them, which did not happen just like that. And one of the sheets said that this organization called for the destruction of the entire family of aristocrats with a certain surname. The heroine could not help but guess that it was about her, because it was in childhood that her entire family was cruelly destroyed by the church. For some reason, Syrinx was the only one to survive. But she was the worst at using her abilities. The little girl looked in horror at the bodies of her parents and at the boy's foot striding importantly between them. The lady would have liked to die with the others, but an acquaintance who liked her had other plans. It was Esser Presetti, who was supposed to be Syrinx's fiancé, but destroyed her entire family because he betrayed them. After this terrible situation, the heroine was taken in for some time by the Duke of Adverse, who sympathized with her. He decided to make life a little easier for Miss, who had lost all her loved ones, and tried to introduce her to his daughter. As soon as Syrinx saw Freya, who was known as the heroine of the second part of the novel, in front of her, the lady froze in shock. She realized that she had taken the place of the main character from the first story, but for some reason she ended up staying alive. Waking up from this cruel and terrible past, the girl sat up in bed, trying to forget the remnants of her dream. Even after so many years, the heroine could not come to terms with the place she ended up taking in this whole story, where she accidentally ended up. According to the story, her cousin Freya was also adopted by the Duke of Adverse after her entire family was also brutally murdered. And the main male character, who was close to the girl, ended up losing an eye and almost all of his statuses. And it so happened that these two people, whose situation was worse than Syrinx's, helped her escape several years ago. They lied to everyone around them that the girl had been poisoned, which is why she died, and therefore no one heard anything about her again. Only Freya was supposed to have all the forces of Syrinx, but this did not happen, since the lady was still hiding from the aristocrats. Therefore, Miss was not at all surprised when she learned that there were people who did not believe in her death and continued to search. Syrinx had settled well into the crime-ridden region of the Empire, so she was confident that she could live in peace. In order to return to her world and forget about all the problems, the girl was still looking for a special magic stone called Eva. So far, the search has not yielded any results, but the heroine has become strong enough to stand up to her offenders. Suddenly, Miss noticed that one of the documents had been carefully torn to shreds, although for some reason it had not been thrown away. It took her only a few minutes to restore the torn sheet, although the words were difficult to read. Syrinx was amused by the fact that it was absolutely necessary to find it, according to this sheet, because in fact it was a fake. Everyone around saw Miss as they liked it, so that even the girl herself did not know how she appeared in the eyes of others. Only Duns could recognize her, when suddenly the heroine heard some noise, so she was distracted from her thoughts. She hurried downstairs in a panic, trying to calm her breathing so as not to show excessive excitement. Jackal was not sleeping at the time, but when the lady asked if he had heard anything suspicious, the guy answered in the negative. After which, Westfergo approached the girl and kindly informed her that she could sleep peacefully that night, as he would be keeping an eye on the surroundings. The heroine was very surprised that the villain suddenly began to speak so tenderly to her, although he had recently attacked her. Suddenly, the guy himself ruined the whole romantic atmosphere as he suggested putting the Miss to bed, as if she were a little child. The girl laughed irritably in response, and at first did not even notice that she felt better after Westfergo's stupid speeches. So Syrinx refused any further help and reminded Jackal that he was not allowed to come up to her, after which she left, loudly slamming the door, which caused another grin on the face of the impudent and self-confident villain. The girl was so tired that she almost immediately fell onto the bed, although she couldn't fall asleep because of the emotions and thoughts raging inside her. However, for some reason, the kind face of Jackal, who promised to protect the lady, calmed her down very much, which the Miss did not expect. So for the first time in a long time, the heroine fell asleep with a smile on her face, because she was able to forget about all the dangers around her. In her dream, the lady once again saw Heimdoll's past, who was sold at auction after his entire family was destroyed. As a result, the little boy could not bear the weight of loneliness and accidentally divided his consciousness into two halves. And if the first side remained a smart and kind guy, the second was incredibly crazy, as if compensating for it. And unexpectedly for herself, Syrinx felt a kinship with this man, whom she initially had no intention of pitying. The next morning, the heroine quickly ran down the steps again, as she heard a crash, But it was all in vain. Heimdoll had already managed to regain his good side and, with tears in his eyes, admitted that he had broken several plates while cooking. But the girl was not at all angry with him because she was impressed by Westfergo's half-naked outfit, which was well built. Finally, the lady told Hyde that he didn't have to worry about the dishes, since they weren't even in her house. After which, the girl went to the lockers, because she hid her glasses among them so that the blonde could not find them on his own. Wanting to tease the ever-embarrassed, good-natured Westfergo a little, Miss turned to him and, smiling, asked him not to move. As the heroine expected, Hyde was confused and told that the nightman had made fun of him, forcing him to look for his glasses in a completely different place. The lady knew that the blonde had good eyesight, but he wore an accessory to separate his personalities into two halves. So the girl didn't say anything to the guy about the fact that he broke the dishes while trying to find his glasses, although he didn't need them. Instead, the heroine asked why Westfergo was dressed like that, causing him to immediately turn bright red from head to toe. So, with great embarrassment, Hyde explained that he had found no other clothes, while his had been torn to shreds. A few seconds later, the guy came to his senses and asked the lady why he had been wearing chains since he woke up, even though he had done nothing. Syrinx told them about Jackal's attack and said that no one could see those shackles except the two of them, so everything was fine. Westfergo sighed and sadly admitted that he was used to some surprises in the morning anyway, so he wasn't too upset. The heroine guessed that Hyde was often responsible for Jackal, since he had no other choice, so the lady didn't spare his feelings and told him in more detail how exactly the dark version of Westfergo tried to attack her. The young man bit his lips in excitement, because more than anything in the world, he was afraid that his second personality would somehow harm the doctor. He asked why the girl didn't knock him out, since it was allowed. But the miss explained that she didn't have time to do it at all. But Westfergo was terribly unhappy that Syrinx simply tied up his other half, as he believed that this was not enough. The guy admitted that even if the lady beat him up badly, he wouldn't mind at all, because it would ensure her safety. But Syrinx did not agree with this, since the two personalities shared a body, and they both experienced pain. But Hyde once again said that he was ready to do anything for the well-being of the doctor, so he didn't care about anything. The heroine calmly reminded him that these shackles would not allow Jackal to attack her anyway, so everything was fine. But what surprised Westfergo most was that as soon as the lady cast the spell, his body immediately began to move towards her. The blonde himself was not delighted with how close he was to the girl, but she was pleased that the young man was completely obedient. Forcing the guy to move even closer, the miss said that she would not scold him if their lips touched now. However, a minute later, the lady said with a grin that she was just joking, so she moved away from Hyde on her own. Then the heroine asked him to be patient for a while, since the spell with the shackles would only wear off in a month. Syrinx cheerfully said that it would be good insurance for her, since Jackal would obviously be coming for treatment. The lady herself was afraid that in just 2 months, Westfergo would change dramatically, because according to the plot, the second part of the novel would begin. Although the good Heimdoll asked the girl to stop his evil version, she did not want to interfere in the affairs of the main character, all because, while the boys and her other enemies were arguing among themselves, Syrinx was planning to escape with Freya. After all, Jackal will soon face a huge opposing force in the form of the church and the knights. Since the lady still had her own affairs to attend to, she was about to leave when Westfergo suddenly asked who he was to her. The heroine said with a grin that the guy had nothing to fear, since he was not her property, even though he was shackled. But Hyde didn't mean that at all, so he gave a frightened cry and tried to convince Miss that he didn't doubt her. The doctor gently touched the young man's chains and said that she did not even intend to limit his personal freedom. She herself had lived for a long time with friends in limited conditions, so she knew how difficult it was. Here the girl herself became a little embarrassed, so she admitted that she herself did not understand why she told Westfergo about this. Heimdoll was surprised when Miss suggested that he should blame only his night version for everything, since he himself was a good person. The lady's kind attitude towards him only made the guy more embarrassed, as he believed that he did not deserve it. And the heroine herself calmly said that she was not against helping Westfergo with the treatment, since it was not too difficult for her. In response, the blonde said that he could not stay with the girl for long, as he was worried that he would cause her some harm. But Syrinx reminded her that the boy had already done many harmful things to her, as he was uncontrollable in his bad form. So the girl allowed the young man to enjoy her hospitality for now. since he was far from the first sick guest. After which, the lady asked whether Hyde was not interested in knowing what had happened to her yesterday, since Jackal had probably not written anything to him. Westfergo began to fuss and suggested that they talk at the table, for which he hastened to cover it with the prepared food. He cheerfully explained that he was a good enough cook, that Miss no longer had to worry about what she would have to eat. While the guy was setting out plates of food, the lady suddenly realized that he hadn't even asked her a single question about where they were. When the girl mentioned it, Hyde explained that he simply trusted her, so he wasn't interested in where he ended up. However, he admitted that he guessed that Syrinx had deliberately brought him to this place at night. Heimdoll had never told anyone before that he had a developed sense, so now he felt a little embarrassed by this conversation. The heroine thought that the guy's skills inspired her sincere admiration, because she personally trained for a long time for her strength. But even in such a situation, the lady was not going to praise the skilled Westfergo, since he could easily destroy this entire world. Syrinx did not want Freya to suffer at Jackal's behest, but she did not tell the good youth that she would resist the evil one. Suddenly, Hyde glanced at the doctor and accidentally remembered the moment when she kindly and carefully treated him. This made the blonde man unable to restrain himself, and he blushed, which surprised the miss greatly, since she had not said anything at that moment. So, just in case, she said that she knows how to behave politely with customers, so Hyde doesn't have to be afraid of anything. Here the heroine stood up from her seat and said that she really hoped that Westfergo would become her favorite client in the future. So the lady promised that she would give the guy a big discount if he agreed to buy something from her. Heimdoll blushed deeply when he heard the word about love in Mrs. vocabulary, because he was constantly worried about such a topic. Syrinx guessed what was the reason for her guest's agitation, so she began to slowly approach him, after which, with a smile on her face, the girl asked if the guy still hadn't gotten used to her appearance. The heroine's answer was another broken plate, which Westfergo, out of emotion, accidentally dropped from his hands and broke. A few hours later, the heroine took the guy with her and went into the city, trying not to attract anyone's attention. Syrinx was very curious to know what happened to her secret shop, so she came to it, but was unable to open it. Without thinking twice, Hydeman offered to help with this, although even he had difficulty turning the key in the door. As a result, the blonde accidentally broke the door down completely, which he himself did not expect, since Jackal always trained his strength for him. But the doctor did not scold him, because she needed as much time as possible to prepare. The blonde asked in confusion why the lady considered this place a store if she had always traded in her house. Syrinx answered honestly that this premises was her second building for work, since she had earned enough for it. Westfergo tried to listen attentively to the miss's reasoning, who then began to talk about how she conducts business, and the heroine extended her hand towards the guy and asked him not to move, since she was going to use her powers. Hyde obediently froze in place, because he didn't want to accidentally fall under the effect of some nasty spell. And at that moment, Syrinx's eyes lit up, because for the first time in a long time, she was finally doing her favorite thing. The girl allowed her assistant to openly watch as she activated several magic stones at once. The blonde watched with his mouth open in surprise as the lady handled her abilities with such skill and ease. In fact, Miss simply planned to clean up the area with magic, but she didn't immediately tell her ally about it. Instead, she mysteriously cast a spell that caused all the stones to glow brightly, fulfilling her will. Hyde closed his eyes for a few moments, afraid of being blinded by the bright light during the magic. And then he discovered with great surprise that all the objects were back in their places, and everything around was clean. Syrinx carefully placed the pearls she had received from Rintella on the pillow as she was about to work on them, after which the heroine confessed to Westfergo that she was going to pay back her enemies for setting her up. So the lady was going to do everything to ensure that the stolen medallion would eventually be returned to its thieves. But for this, the girl needed the help of Heimdoll, who was very surprised when she so easily named his real name. Imagine the blonde's surprise when Miss suggested taking revenge on those people who made him feel bad. Syrinx explained that she could help him, but also needed help, so they could cooperate with each other, and Hyde had no doubts when he agreed to the lady's terms, because he still wanted to repay her somehow. The girl smiled at the guy and thought about how soon his second personality would gain enormous power according to the original plot. She remembered very well that Jackal would soon have to betray his teacher, as a result of which he would grow greatly. But right now, Syrinx asked the young man to help her structure all the information about the auction. Since good West Virgo was good at handling documents, one glance was enough for him to understand a lot about them. Only it was too easy for the blonde. But the miss did not ask him to do anything else for her at the moment. Leaving her assistant to sort out the paperwork, Syrinx herself went to prepare for a difficult and challenging future. She needed to sort out all the information about magic stones that could be useful in the near future. The girl was so pleased with some of these stones that she could hardly hold back a smile because of the results she got. She was very methodical in examining every piece of jewelry she had in her possession, as a mistake could cost her life. Next, in order not to accidentally get confused due to the number of things, the heroine carefully laid them out in a certain order. And while sorting through her stones in this way, Syrinx did not immediately notice that too much time had passed, so she was tired. So the lady stretched sweetly and asked Heimdoll's forgiveness for leaving him alone for such a long time. But West Virgo admitted that he was pleased to watch the doctor's efforts, since he had never seen such a sorting. The girl said that her ability was not rare. It was just that all the people with healing constantly hid from the church. Hyde nodded and demonstrated his work, which Miss was delighted with, as he had done a good job. Imagine West Virgo's surprise when the healer suddenly announced that she was going to go to the black market. But that was where Syrinx would find it easiest to sell her fake item, so she had no doubts about her decision. In the end, so that the blonde wouldn't worry, Miss suggested that he go with her to this event, which was dangerous. She explained that she wouldn't have had time to prepare for everything on her own anyway, so she thanked the guy with a smile for his help. The heroine opened a special closet, where she had a whole bunch of disguise images and thought about what to use. Since she understood that she was going on a dangerous mission, she told West Virgo with a smile that he could choose whether to follow her or not. First, the girl had to wait until night, since that was when all the secret auctions began, after which the lady was going to exhibit her fake medallion to teach a lesson to the people who sold Rintella the fake. And the heroine was going to do everything to avoid losing this time, because she wanted to live a normal life. Suddenly, Jackal took Hyde's place and declared that Miss, with her grandiose plans, was an incredibly charming person. Syrinx didn't even notice when exactly the guy changed his personality, so she was unhappy about it. The girl didn't expect the villain to suddenly say that she had missed something, so the lady asked him to tell her more. To this, Jackal cheerfully replied that all normal people are actually crazy, which is why it was so easy for him in this role. The heroine didn't like this line of reasoning, so she openly grimaced and said that she didn't want to hear anything like that anymore. After which, Miss went to get ready and told West Virgo to be ready in a few minutes if he would go with her. The first thing the heroine did was open her box of magic stones, because she decided to take only a few of them. In addition to the stones, there was also a huge number of coins in it, but the lady was not even worried that someone might steal them. Jackal immediately guessed that a spell had been cast on the box, which amused him noticeably, although the boy said nothing. But the lady did not pay any attention to him until she found the bag that she really needed for today's success. Only after this did the girl throw the cloak to the guy, which he easily caught, although he had not initially expected to hide from anyone. The heroine smiled at the villain and said that they should definitely be able to deceive all the aristocrats, since she had thought of everything. Miss was playing it safe as much as possible, as she was worried that there might be other powerful magicians at the event. That's why Syrinx even created a special passage for them, so that they wouldn't have to flash around on the streets anymore. West Virgo was surprised to see such an ability in the girl, since such skills would have been of great help to him personally. While the guy stood there thoughtfully, the lady looked back and hurried him, since their time was limited. Jackal was a little angry that Miss would not answer his questions if he started asking about magic, and Syrinx herself proudly showed the villain her secret passage, which she used only on rare occasions. Jackal stood frozen in shock at the sight of the place, as he had never seen anything like it before. The guy couldn't even imagine that their path to the auction would be so far from a journey through a criminal area. This was because there were constant patrols on the streets, stopping anyone who tried to get inside. But the heroine said that she had once created this passage for a huge amount of money, and now she periodically used it herself. West Virgo had heard that such paths were often quite dangerous, so he immediately asked what he had to fear. Syrinx patted the villain's hand cheerfully and praised him for his intelligence, because everything really wasn't that simple. She admitted that you couldn't step on steps of a certain color, otherwise you would immediately fall down like a stone. The heroine reported that even with all her skills, she could not remove this danger properly, so she had to be more careful. So the doctor grabbed Jekyll and asked him to help her climb this difficult and dangerous staircase. The lady learned most of the secrets about this passage from one of her clients, who got very drunk during the conversation. In theory, Miss could have used the stone to fly, but she was afraid that her strength would not be enough to reach the very top. So Syrinx cleverly left it up to the villain to find his way up while she watched him. The heroine was very surprised when the guy for some reason grinned in response to all her warnings about possible danger. But the lady was most frightened when Westfergo picked her up in his arms, arguing that it would be much more convenient that way. The girl honestly admitted that she didn't like Jekyll's incomprehensible laughter, but he still didn't explain anything to her. The villain only admitted that he madly liked this situation when the Miss's life was completely in his hands. Immediately after that, he easily pushed off the floor and jumped up so high, as if he could actually fly. Syrinx grabbed tightly onto the body of the boy, who was running at great speed, and was surprised to realize how strong he was. She was absolutely sure that Westfergo had not yet harnessed the demon's power, but he was already so good at subjugating the entire space. Just in case, the heroine warned Jekyll not to dare to do anything crazy, since there was no time for it. And at that very moment, Westfergo deliberately leaned over too far, which frightened the lady, because if they fell, they would definitely die. But in fact, the young man was in complete control of the situation, so the very next moment, he deftly restored his balance. The healer turned away from the villain in resentment, because she seriously believed that they were about to fall down at a tremendous speed. Noticing this, Jekyll laughed openly and said that he would never allow the girl to die in his arms. Westfergo finally admitted that he just wanted to see real fear on the girl's face for once. For some reason, the villain was sure that the lady would definitely come up with something, even if they fell down the steps. The heroine did not deny this fact, but grumpily said that she would not help the young man, since the remedy was only for her. After which, Syrinx, out of spite, began to demand that the guy let her go on her feet, since she wanted to continue walking on her own. But Jekyll didn't let Miss go far, because he grabbed her hand and pressed it tightly against her back, not wanting to let go. He promised that he would not behave badly anymore, and the heroine remembered that, for the guy, such words were most important because of his brother. For this reason, the girl allowed Westfergo to take her in his arms again, which left the villain extremely pleased. In just a few jumps, the blonde was transported to the right door, which the lady could not believe until the very end because of the speed. The Miss said she couldn't understand how the boy could stagger after his injuries when he had such strong and powerful legs. Westfergo hinted that it wasn't just his legs that were strong, which immediately only made her more angry at him. But the villain still playfully said that if the girl didn't like him, she could tie him up with chains, which she had already done. Syrinx did not argue with Jekyll any further, but merely said that she liked obedient and calm people better. But the villain said that even the comparison with such a person was disgusting to him, so he would like not to hear it anymore. The lady promised that she would no longer compare Jekyll to anyone if he tried to cooperate better with her. Only after finally agreeing on everything with the assistant did Miss dare to open the passage to the auction territory. They found themselves immediately inside the walls of the desired castle, and the girl, just in case, pulled her hood tighter so that no one would suspect her. When Miss first came to the auction, she was incredibly amazed by its scale, but did not notice that the guy was impressed, so she simply explained that there was a space distortion barrier in this place that had been created a long time ago. The villain raised his head and thoughtfully said that he considered this a waste, because magic could be used better. But the lady reminded them that they had no time at all to look around the area, so she suggested that they hurry. It so happened that they accidentally found themselves on the most shabby of all possible paths, so they made their way carefully. All around, vendors were desperately trying to sell the prohibited goods, which they were not allowed to leave this place with. But because of the thieves present here, Miss was even glad that they ended up on this particular road out of all possible ones. The girl explained to the guy that there was the most noise here, so no one would notice them in the crowd. She said that she didn't want to go to a place where only rotten aristocrats and former high-ranking priests went. The villain noticed that the Miss spoke to him as if he already knew this information, which made him noticeably tense. The heroine hastened to justify herself by saying that it seemed to her that common people were also aware of the hierarchy, since she could not say that she knew the plot. Syrinx really hoped that such a stupid argument would work, since she was afraid of giving away her knowledge. The lady remembered that Heimdoll was sensitive to everything connected with aristocrats, so she tried not to look at him, The heroine was lucky, and Westfergo did not ask her about anything, so they soon arrived at the building of the auction itself. The assistant met the new guests and said that he would personally take them to the right place, as this was his assignment. But Syrinx threw a bag of money into his hands and informed him that there was no need for him to go down with it. The guy carefully examined the payment that the girl presented him with and was quite pleased with such a rich bribe. So he obediently opened the door for the two strangers, without even asking them any additional questions. As soon as they were alone, Westfergo scanned the surrounding area, but found no one suspicious around. Syrinx was glad that everything was going according to her plan, as she was eager to get to safety as soon as possible. She took with her on the mission a very rare stone called endrodite, which will allow her to change her appearance. But what Miss liked most was that the crystal also created doubles, which she was going to send to the center of the hall. The lady briefly explained to Jackal that these illusions would take their place, and would even be able to talk to some people if they were suspected. Miss prepared so well that she even bought places in plain sight from the inspector, so that they would not be looked for. Since no one would question her identity inside the auction, the heroine was free to go about her business. So she told the villain that from now on, she would play the role of Countess Rothark, who was very stupid because of her youth. And Jekyll had to pretend that he was the slave of an impudent aristocrat who decided to accompany her on such a dangerous event. Westfergo understood from the first time what was required of him, and was not at all against helping the girl on her terms. Syrinx nodded happily in response, and activated her abilities so that they could both finally begin her master plan. Meanwhile, the auction itself had already begun in the main hall, which was located in the northwest of the huge mansion. Behind the red curtains were the items that people were supposed to buy today, and only a few could see them. As they walked, Jekyll could not help but be curious, and asked where the lady had copied his new face for disguise. The girl admitted that she took images she had already seen for their faces, and even cast voice-changing magic. She personally took on the form of her hated ex-fiancé, at a time when he was still young and inexperienced. But Miss Westfergo took her appearance from her half-brother, whom she still had to save according to the plot of the story. Syrinx looked at the villain carefully and was pleased that her magic worked flawlessly on both of them. During their conversation, they just came to a special door on which there were two ropes hanging, and they had to pull the red one. The girl needed just such an audience, so she entered the room, which was accessed by a scarlet rope. She was immediately met by people who were the operational team for resolving various urgent matters during the auction. In the guise of a guy, Syrinx brazenly sat down on the sofa and said that she had come to sell her family heirloom. At the same time, the lady barely held back a sly smile from the fact that no one around could see through her perfect disguise magic. The men in cloaks did not expect that such a high-ranking young man would come to them and swear loudly, and the heroine defended her rights, declaring that she was being treated badly since they didn't even bring her tea when she sat down. The assistants did not dare to argue with the client, and calmly said that they would definitely correct their incredible mistake. The lady realized that if she took out a thing that would be useless, she might well be killed for her past impudence. The whole point was that only some jewelry was accepted right at the start of the auction, and only if it was very expensive. Since everything went well for Syrinx, Jekyll was very curious as to where she learned to bluff so well. But the heroine did not want to tell the guy where she acquired such skills, and simply asked to change the subject. Moreover, the girl was angered by the villain's carelessness, so she angrily reminded him that they were on an important mission. But Westfergo couldn't just ignore the fact that the healer somehow knew all too well how disgustingly aristocrats behaved. Syrinx recalled that she often had to defend herself with lies, so it was not difficult for her to pretend to be someone else. But the villain interrupted the heroine's entire speech with one gesture, because he did not believe that she was simply observing people from the side. He explained that it was impossible to simply repeat all the mannerisms and dignity of these people, which they had honed over the years. Hearing such serious suspicions towards her, the girl clenched her fists tightly because she did not want to be exposed. She tried to say that the young man had simply imagined it, but he reminded her that everyone around her had easily believed in Mrs. Game. Then Syrinx couldn't stand it any longer and kicked Westfergo in the leg with all her might, just so he would stop asking her such questions. Jekyll doubled over in sudden pain, not even having time to properly dodge the doctor's kick. Imagine the heroine's surprise when the villain squeezed out a confession that he liked her evil appearance. He grabbed Mrs. Hand and apologized for angering her, as he really just wanted to get her attention. After which, Jekyll admitted that he had experience communicating with aristocrats, which is why he reacted so sharply to the girl's game. The heroine said that she would do anything to survive, to which Westfergo asked her to cry. But Miss immediately refused. Syrinx warned her ally that if he behaved badly, she would find some kind of punishment for him. Only after this was the healer able to calm down and went forward, hoping that the guy would finally stop getting on her nerves. Soon, Syrinx saw a dark corridor that they had to go through to get to the main auction. As much as Miss would like to go back, she couldn't deviate from her plan, so she gathered her thoughts and went into it. Literally, a few minutes later, the ringing of a bell was heard throughout the mansion, signaling the beginning of the event. The girl checked once again that her magic had not worn off, and only then did she approach the places specially designated for her. As soon as she sat down in the chair, she immediately began to scold the auction assistant, who did not expect such impudent behavior from an aristocrat. But Miss herself was not at all shy in her statements and demands, trying to fully correspond to her image. True, she took pity on the auction attendants and made Jekyll pour her wine so that he would not just stand there. And Westfergo asked with a grin, playing his part, whether such an insignificant man as he could help his master. Even though the lady didn't say anything to the auction assistant, he still quickly ran away from her. Meanwhile, the girl grabbed the villain by the hair, who was clearly laughing at her, although he should have obediently helped. In order to personally scold Jekyll, who was ruining everything, the heroine activated the magic stone for the spell. She explained to her ally that she had created a temporary barrier to prevent anyone from hearing them, but that she would not be able to maintain it for long. Imagine the young man's surprise when the girl's double changed after her, although the lady said nothing. The girl was pleased that she could so easily change her body in case she was suddenly pursued by the auction. Suddenly, the lights in absolutely all the side rooms suddenly went out, because the auction was about to begin in the main hall. The heroine looked at the light that penetrated the room from under the curtain and concluded that she had managed to do everything on time. Calling Jekyll to follow her, Miss announced that their illusions would participate in the auction and that they personally would not have to do anything. Syrinx was very amused by the realization that the information about her fake thing had already managed to excite many aristocrats. And indeed, at that very moment, the host announced in front of everyone that they had been waiting for this thing for a very long time and could not find it. The healer heard this announcement and was delighted, because she knew perfectly well what she had to do next now. She turned to Westfergo and said that she was going to do everything to make her fake the most expensive one at the event. What amused the heroine the most was that right now, somewhere on the auction grounds, there was the Torch Guild, who were also interested in the counterfeit. So there was a high probability that the rate would be raised for a long time, since everyone would want to get this item. And the girl was going to do as much harm to the aristocrats as possible by making a high bet, and then run away from here. The only thing Syrinx was wary of was that people might find the appearance of this thing suspicious. That is why the girl was going to stir up the interest of aristocrats in her fake, so that someone would eventually buy it. Of course, Miss asked Jekyll to help her with this, as she did not want to risk her own life for such things. But the guy didn't express any particular desire to sacrifice himself, which is why Syrinx pretended to be seriously offended by him. It was only after a few minutes that Jekyll asked when the girl had managed to come up with this whole plan, since it was well thought out. But the heroine did not admit that she knew the plot from the start, but joked that she was sometimes a fortune teller. The girl suddenly pointed her finger at the young man and said that she was going to live a long time, which he did not expect from her at all. But before they could finish speaking, they suddenly heard a knock from the door. Although no one was supposed to visit them at that moment, Syrinx gave the servant permission to enter, and he immediately asked forgiveness for interrupting her peace, although this had not been discussed. After which he said that there was an important person who decided to meet with the guests of the auction before they had time to leave. The heroine was tense by the fact that the servant had the symbol of the managing event with him, but she tried not to show it. And the assistant himself said that the deputy owner of this famous auction wanted to talk about something with an important client. The lady froze in place with alarm at what she heard, because she could not even imagine that such a terrible person would suddenly be interested in her. The worst thing was that the miss couldn't send an illusion in her place, so she threw a glass next to the servant to stall for time. Syrinx then pointed her finger menacingly at the assistant and declared that he should ask more persistently if he wanted her to go. The heroine got so into the role that she even ordered the guy to fall at her feet, since only this could help persuade her. The assistant had no choice but to comply with the guest's demand, since he did not want to disappoint his master. Imagine Syrinx's surprise when, together with the servant, Jackal also suddenly fell to his knees before her. With a gentle smile, Westfergo gently took the lady's hand and began to beg her to let him stay there. Miss looked at the villain's acting in confusion and could not believe that he was able to get into character so well. Even the assistant from the side could not stand such a sight, so he delicately turned away so as not to embarrass anyone with his presence. The heroine abruptly pulled her hand away and said that the servant had no right to interfere in her conversation, for which he immediately asked for forgiveness. But in fact, she guessed that Jackal wanted to help her with the auction, although it was unclear what price he would later ask for. Since Miss had no other choice, she quietly whispered to Westfergo that he should not dare to spoil anything in her plan. Only after this did the girl in the guise of a guy allow the assistant to take her to his master, which the servant was very happy about. He thanked the client for not refusing to fulfill his request and led him through the dark corridors of the mansion, trying not to get lost. The heroine remembered that the most powerful aristocrats, like Rintella, were closely connected to the imperial family. And among such people, there was one terrible and cruel man who asked the guest to come to him as quickly as possible. So the lady felt anxious all the way as they walked to the office of the rich deputy owner of the auction. Literally a few minutes later, a man appeared before the girl who had lost one arm due to constant brutal battles. Miss mistakenly thought that this man was the famous tyrant, when suddenly he headed in the opposite direction from her. The man approached some guy, whose face the heroine could not see, and said that the ordered guest had arrived. Before Syrinx could react, she was ordered to kneel down, and from behind, a servant raised a bat to hit her. Due to the damage she received, the girl was unable to stay on her feet and fell, feeling drops of blood start to flow down her face. She flinched in fear as she realized the tyrant had come closer and announced that he was going to kill the guest if he lost consciousness from the blow. But what scared Syrinx most was the fact that in front of her was Isla Blackwalk, who was Jackal's cruel teacher. After the blow, almost all the silhouettes blurred before the heroine's eyes. Although she tried her best not to lose consciousness, the lady was grateful to herself that she had managed to cast physical protection magic on her body. Otherwise, her situation would have been worse. Miss couldn't help but think that she was now in great danger because this terrible man was nearby. For a long time, he tried to raise Heimdoll entirely according to his own rules, as he saw him as a reliable successor. And no one will be able to guess that as a result, this rich aristocrat will die at the hands of the cruel and embittered Westfergo. Noticing the blonde boy looking at him, Blackwalk mockingly asked if he was very scared in the end. The miss, in the guise of her fiancé, clenched her teeth tightly as the understanding of why she had been called here gradually came to her. Indeed, Isla was focused on the fact that this particular client had sold a rare and expensive family heirloom. He glanced at his assistant, who immediately relayed that this thing was supposed to be announced any minute. The heroine did not expect that her item would be announced so quickly, because initially, the auction program was completely different. At this moment, the disguised Jackal nervously tapped his fingers on the armrest, as he had guessed about the change in the order of the lots. He had no doubt that he could successfully raise the bid without having to buy the item himself. But just in case, the guy contacted his assistant and gave him the order to monitor the bets on this event. Westfergo had long since decided that it would become like this city, which sold everything that could be sold. Here, the double of Syrinx approached Jackal, his cloak, which was too long for his body, rustling slightly on the floor. The girl obediently sat down next to her slave, who gently stroked her head. Although he knew that the healer herself would not feel anything, the double cast a slightly displeased glance at the villain, but said nothing, since its functionality was limited. So the copy silently turned away from Jackal and began to watch as their lot was auctioned off with great excitement. At the same time, Westfergo's assistant finally hid his presence, since he had managed to complete all the work. Stroking the double's hair, the villain said irritably that the guy had worked too slowly anyway. However, the servant managed to find out that a huge number of noble aristocrats had for some reason gathered in this place today. After hearing this, Jackal realized that in order to raise the stake of the counterfeit item, it would not be enough to simply set a sum, so he decided to play on the competition, since such rich people were mostly extremely greedy. To begin with, Westfergo ordered his assistant to ensure that all known visitors were given psychotropic drinks. After which, the villain said to spread a rumor among the aristocrats about who was sitting where, which confused the servant, but he still obeyed. Since Westfergo's assistant was actually a small demon, it was not difficult for him to slip the pills into the glasses. Jackal watched his allies work with a smile and thought that the lady would have to pay them dearly. Literally, a few minutes later, a medallion created by Syrinx herself was presented on a beautiful mannequin. As Westfergo had predicted, almost all of the auction attendees began competing with each other after the item was announced. Jackal was about to relax and watch someone buy the fake, but a servant suddenly called out to him, and at that moment, the heroine was still being hit in the face over and over again, which is why she could not get to her feet in order to escape. Isla was unhappy that he had missed out on such a good medallion, but he knew that he could simply take it back from the aristocrats later. Since he no longer needed the client, the man said that other guests who needed someone's body would deal with him. Imagine the heroine's surprise when she saw Torch in front of her, although she always thought that he worked only for himself. However, the lady still said that this was the first time in her life that she had seen such bandits, since she did not communicate with this group of the population. But Torch himself could not take his eyes off the young man, because it seemed to him that he had definitely seen him somewhere before. Isla suddenly confessed that it was he who ordered the bandits to steal the real medallion, so he knew a lot about it. After which, he pretended to be upset that the jeweler they wanted to use had simply run away. Syrinx sighed heavily as she finally realized how things had been all this time, even though she had no idea. And the man suddenly said with a smile that he had recently carefully examined the medallion and realized that it was fake. So Blackwalk glared at the miss in the guise of a boy and demanded to know where the real jewel was. The girl only now realized how badly she was in trouble, but she tried not to show her fear to her enemies. Despite her situation, Miss tried to anger Isla, and she succeeded immediately as he asked to bring the instrument. Without thinking twice, the man lit the necessary candle in order to then activate the magic of this simple device. As a result, Syrinx was unable to do anything, and her appearance was fully revealed to her enemies, although the lady did not want this. However, the girl pretended that she was prepared for such a turn of events, and grinned sarcastically in response to the looks of her offenders. Torchy immediately guessed who exactly that guy reminded him of, so he couldn't resist and ran at the healer with a weapon. But Isla pushed the bandit away and grabbed the miss by the throat himself, as he was angered by the fact that she had sneaked into the auction unnoticed. The man was completely oblivious to the fact that the girl would not be able to say anything because her throat was constricted. His face was distorted with incredible anger, since the miss still did not answer the question about where exactly the real medallion was. Suddenly, one of the assistants ran into the room and shouted loudly that his master had problems. Hearing that the Imperial Knights had arrived at the event, Blackwalk immediately forgot about the miss and headed off to deal with the situation. But what bothered him most was that Count Amanti had also arrived with the guards, and it was difficult to oppose him. And the heroine, whom everyone had forgotten about for a while, was trying to come to her senses in order to escape from this place. But she was able to hear that one of the bandits had betrayed Isla, causing a deathly silence to reign in the room for several minutes. Torcha watched in horror as, literally, a couple of seconds later, almost nothing remained of his comrades due to the furious owner. Blackwalk left one bandit alive and reminded him that they all promised that there would be no problems. But in the end, it turned out the opposite. The poor assistant admitted that during the theft of the medallion, 2 of his subordinates were detained, but he did not think that they would blab. Isla could barely restrain himself from killing Torch as well, since the last thing he wanted was to run into Amante. So Blackwalk, confused, demanded to know who exactly had managed to betray him and pass on important information to the Count. Here the heroine, who had been silent all this time in order to prepare for self-defense, suddenly spoke up. Blackwalk couldn't believe his ears when the healer said that it was she who had recently told Count Amanti about all his affairs. While saying all this, Syrinx activated the magic stone, which was supposed to help her escape from these people. As soon as they started to approach her angrily, the girl jumped up and activated the spell, hoping that she would have enough time to escape. Isla and all his assistants didn't even have time to do anything, because they were stunned by a blinding flash of magic. The heroine knew all the secret passages of this mansion very well, which ultimately helped her quickly escape from her pursuers. Despite the slight pain in her body after the beating, Miss coped well with running, which she herself was incredibly happy about. However, the heroine could not allow herself to just walk away, so she whispered with a smile that it was not easy for her. So she showed the obscene gesture to her opponents, with a satisfied face, even though they couldn't see it. Immediately after this, Miss jumped down from a height of several floors, as she protected her entire body with magic. True, even such a simple step eventually caused Miss's breathing to become unsteady, since she was too tired. Suddenly, Miss heard quick steps behind her, so she turned around, although she was afraid to see her pursuers. But by this time, the bandits had not yet managed to go down, which they were glad about, since they would not have been able to deal with the man on the steps. The fact is that the head of the secret guild of hired killers himself came to the mansion, whom no one expected to see here. But the heroine was not at all afraid of this woman, because she once had the chance to cure her and save her from death. At the sight of the bandits, Madame could not stand it and went in their direction, because she hated it when criminals were near her. The men didn't even have time to do anything before some of them fell down dead, since the head was incredibly strong for them. In an attempt to beg for forgiveness and his life, Torchy fell to his knees in shock, although he himself did not believe in the success of his activities. Meanwhile, the woman said that she did not feel sorry for the dead at all, because they often broke all the laws. Syrinx never imagined that she would meet this man, but she was very lucky, because now she could be saved. The leader made signs to the healer that she could run away while she dealt with the rest of the angry bandits. Immediately after this, the woman jumped across the distance between the robbers in order to beat them. Syrinx said with a smile that Madame did not have to use sign language, because they could have talked just like that. But in response, the head reported that she had left a gift for the lady downstairs, which surprised her greatly because she had not expected anything. But the woman did not explain anything to the girl, because she loved it when people figured out everything on their own. The heroine froze in surprise, watching as the mercenary easily and quickly disappeared into space with her enemies. As soon as everyone left her alone, Syrinx almost fell to the floor from exhaustion, because too much had happened. The corridor the heroine was walking along suddenly began to spin, while she was still trying to stay on her feet. But in the end, the lady couldn't stand it, and still flew down the stairs, because she couldn't stand the dizziness any longer. Imagine the girl's surprise when she heard Jackal's voice, which seemed pleasant and kind to her. The guy told the miss with a sly grin that she looked fine, despite the fact that she had managed to do a lot during this time. But this time, the lady didn't even say anything to him, because she was really glad to see him, and she didn't want to go back. So the heroine smiled happily at Westfergo, and declared that for the first time in her life, she was so happy about her luck. Jackal was incredibly surprised by the doctor's cheerful face, since he had never seen her smile before. Suddenly, Miss swayed again, because she felt unwell, since she still had not applied the treatment to herself. The villain immediately picked up Syrinx in his arms, because he didn't want her to fall and get injured in front of him. As he walked down the steps, the guy said that a woman in dark clothes asked him to wait here. The lady guessed that the young man simply did not do more than she told him, freeing himself from additional responsibility. And he said that he fled from the auction immediately after the sale of their fake medallion, because Count Amonte himself came there. As the lady wished, Westfergo made sure that the price of the jewelry skyrocketed due to the greed of stupid aristocrats. And at the most inopportune moment, the Count's knights burst into the room, ordered to catch as many people as possible. They acted extremely quickly, which is why many aristocrats did not have time to escape, so they will be brought to justice a little later. Jackal spoke contentedly about what had happened, for he liked the chaos that appeared before his eyes. Having told his story, he turned to the lady and asked her to tell him what had happened, although the girl would have preferred to forget. And the heroine said that she knew from the very beginning about the theft of the medallion, so she replaced it before the sale, so she had a fake. Previously, Syrinx often had to travel to the poorer areas of the empire to sell jewelry to clients. And on one of these trips, Miss found a boy who was badly wounded, so out of pity she cured him. She didn't want to get anything in return at all, so she turned around and was about to leave, when the boy grabbed her by the clothes. The heroine looked back, but did not find any desire to harm her in him, so she smiled softly at the child. The lady stroked his head affectionately and asked him to try to be more careful so as not to get hurt so badly again. Several years later, when Syrinx had almost forgotten about that incident, the child suddenly came to her house on a dark night. The girl was very surprised to see the boy, and he said that no one could see him, so everything was fine. After which the child, with trembling hands, handed the doctor the important papers that he had recently collected, especially for her. And this note said that the Torch Guild was going to steal the medallion and frame someone in the city. The heroine immediately began an investigation and learned that Isla himself was behind everything, who often sold fake items at his auction. After this, the healer went to the Amante estate, with whom she easily agreed on cooperation, since it was also beneficial to him. And soon, as Miss had predicted, the fake medallion ended up in her possession, which she then openly demonstrated to the villain. Syrinx arranged with the Count to raid the auction, and then decided to go there herself to provide advice. In the end, Amante personally allowed Torch and his assistant to escape with the counterfeit and caught all the other bandits. And during the interrogation, only one robber confirmed that Blackwalk was indeed responsible for the auction. The healer was pleased that she had been able to carry out her complex and intricate plans so easily. Jackal did not answer the girl's story, as he was thinking about something, and suddenly a black fog appeared around him. Syrinx said this, but the guy immediately began to deny everything, arguing that the girl was simply very tired. Here she noticed that for some reason they had reached a dead end, so she asked the villain to lower her to the floor so she could look for a way out. The lady used a magic amulet to find the passage and soon realized that they were actually going the right way in the first place. So Miss, smiling, informed Westfergo that before them was not a wall, but a secret door that needed to be opened. Imagine Jekyll's surprise when he saw a treasure trove with a huge number of expensive things inside. The heroine grinned slyly, since now she could take from here everything that she could discreetly carry away with her. But what made Miss most happy was that among all these items she found a real crown, which she would give to Rintella. Having taken as many treasures as possible with them, the allies changed their appearance and carefully left the vault. Jackal thought they were going to safety, but Syrinx remembered that she had one more important thing to do. Suddenly, a red-haired lady came out to meet them, who was one of the Emperor's knights who had come here for inspection. She called out to the heroine because it seemed to her that they were familiar, although she had never seen such an appearance before. But, realizing that she had made a mistake, Madame asked for forgiveness, and the lady haughtily advised her to be more careful. The red-haired woman nodded obediently and let the aristocrat and her slave go ahead, although she herself did not go far. At the moment when they were closest to each other, the Miss carefully placed the magic stone into the knight's hand. The villain noticed this and asked to explain what was happening, to which Syrinx replied that she had recorded everything she saw around her on this stone. In fact, they had agreed with the red-haired woman at the very beginning that the doctor's suffering would not be in vain. Syrinx hoped that with the help of the recording device, she could prove that Isla was to blame for everything. And now the girl only had to get safely to the previously prepared carriage and drive away as quickly as possible. When they went outside, the heroine suddenly turned to Jekyll because one important question arose in her head. The guy immediately looked at the lady because this was the first time she decided to ask him something on her own. But in fact, Miss was only interested in what the villain had been carrying around with him for quite a long time. She pointed to the pouch, which was neatly tied to Westfergo's belt, making it almost invisible. Imagine the heroine's surprise when the guy suddenly pulled out a receipt from his pocket with the highest bid at the auction. Moreover, this price turned out to be the best in the history of trade. So Jekyll happily reported that he had kept his promise. The heroine shuddered nervously when she realized that now the villain would probably ask her for some kind of favor in return. And Westfergo, with a wicked smile on his face, actually told the lady that it was now her turn to keep the promise she had made to him. At the same time, Jekyll smiled so sweetly that one might have thought that he had only asked Miss for a little money. Syrinx looked at her ally in confusion, since she couldn't understand at all what he was thinking about now. Although she knew how to guess such things, the heroine was very surprised that Westfergo not only fulfilled her request, but also asked her to praise him, which he had never done before. Setting the highest price was not at all necessary, but the lady wanted to achieve this only for herself. She wanted to see how much chaos the auction would create, so that she could later remember it with a sly smile. The girl rarely felt like a puppeteer, but now she liked the idea that all the puppets were about to die. Here Jekyll took the lady's hand, which attracted her attention, and said that he should definitely be sweetly praised for his good work. He gently pressed the girl's hand to his cheek and said that if he was satisfied, he might want to help next time. But the lady reminded that she did almost all the hard work, while the villain simply carried her to the exit at the end. However, the young man believed that he had also provided sufficient assistance in the process of implementing their plan, and therefore wanted to be rewarded. Then the heroine decided to play a little with Westfurgo's emotions and quickly approached him, asking what exactly he wanted. But Syrinx didn't expect the villain to suddenly ask whether she would really do everything he asked her to do now. Before the heroine could even say a word in response, Jackal quickly put his arm around her waist and pulled her towards him, taking advantage of the moment. After which, he asked the doctor for permission to sleep in her house every night, as he wanted to see her emotions in his dreams. Miss was absolutely sure that she had put shackles on this guy, but now he was acting as if she was the one who was tied up. And the girl wasn't sure that she liked this state of affairs, because she was less and less able to resist the villain. So the heroine got very angry, and pulling her hand away, declared that she was not going to praise the assistant, even if he deserved it. Jackal only smirked in response, as he was sure that they would return to this discussion upon returning to safety. But Syrinx suddenly informed her that Westfurgo did not have to follow her at all, because he also had his own house somewhere in the city. However, the guy with a slight smile on his lips reminded that he still felt bad, although he tried not to show it to anyone. Only now did the girl notice that the guy's skin tone was paler than it should have been, and his voice was constantly hoarse from tension. So, although the heroine didn't want this at all, she had to take the villain with her to help him. So, as they passed Westfurgo, the lady seized him by the arm and asked him to hurry up if he did not want to be left outside the carriage. Syrinx tried not to look at Jackal, as she felt embarrassed by the state she had brought him to. The young man smiled happily and did not argue with the miss in anything, because he was already satisfied with the fact that they were returning to her house. As they walked to the carriage, which was well hidden near the bridge itself, they did not meet anyone else, which made the girl happy. Meanwhile, the people around were still in a panic, because the Imperial Guards had burst into the auction and organized a raid. Some knights ran around and tried to find a doctor, since in this chaos someone managed to get injured, although not seriously. But Syrinx walked with her head held high and didn't pay attention to anything around her, since it didn't concern her now. When suddenly she noticed something that made the lady stop abruptly in her tracks and start looking around in fear. Jackal didn't expect Miss to break so suddenly, so he almost crashed into her, but he also managed to freeze in time. The whole point was that the heroine noticed an impassable wall of knights who stood at the very bottom. Each of them bore the symbol of a lily, signifying their submission to the temple, something Syrinx knew all too well, though she would rather forget. It was precisely because of the flood of memories of the past that the girl now froze in place, breathing heavily from fear. She recognized from afar the tall and slender silhouette of one of the aristocrats who commanded the knights. Miss unconsciously associated this man with the pain and despair she had experienced during the loss of her family. And her ex-fiancé was to blame for all this, since it was he who betrayed her family in order to gain status. Therefore, the heroine's eyes twitched nervously when, for the first time in a long time, she saw her main opponent in front of her. And Asir Prasetti himself did not even suspect that his lost bride was literally a few meters away from him. Syrinx tried not to get close to the guy, since he could easily recognize her even in her disguise. However, the girl's fists trembled treacherously, betraying her desire to take revenge on this man at the first opportunity. Westfurgo noticed that something was wrong with the lady, so he came closer and asked if there was anything he could do to help her. Jackal was genuinely excited, including because he would need treatment from the confused miss more than once. Syrinx came to her senses and turned to face her ally, though she still couldn't quite catch her breath. The lady reminded herself that the church helpers were everywhere, so her meeting with her ex-fiancé was quite logical. So the fact that the boy was sent to a place where the laws of the church were violated should not have surprised the girl. She noticed that Donnaise turned in her direction and hurried to hide from his sight, as she did not want to be seen. The villain correctly recognized the miss's desire, so he carefully put his arm around her shoulder and led her towards the prepared carriage. The heroine thought with relief that in her endless attempts to escape, she had learned to survive perfectly. For this reason, Syrinx was able to simply walk past her opponent without him even noticing her. When they approached the carriage, they were both surprised at how expensively it was furnished, although this was not agreed upon, but the heroine informed Jackal that it could not be otherwise, because she had borrowed a carriage from the richest aristocrat in the area. However, the magic lanterns that were attached to light the way impressed even Miss, who liked such improvements. The girl jokingly asked if Westfergo really didn't want to stay with Dulcines, but the guy replied that he liked the healer better. Syrinx was once again grateful that she was able to find the real crown, because otherwise she would have been in a very bad way. The assistant at the carriage wanted to help the girl get inside, but the villain abruptly said that he would do it himself, after which he smiled gallantly and offered the doctor his hand to help him climb into the luxurious carriage without any problems. To keep the servant from getting confused, the miss let him go and accepted Jekyll's help, since she herself was pleased that he was behaving well. The girl tried her best to act as if she wasn't tired, and already in the carriage, she realized how wrong she was. The lady's head began to spin again, and the miss barely stayed on her feet, regretting that she could not provide herself with first aid at that moment. But Jekyll caught the girl in time and did not give her the opportunity to fall, because he did not want anything to happen to her. The miss asked why the guy pressed her so close, and he stated that it was a normal safety measure just in case. Meanwhile, the carriage set off, for it had instructions to bring the clients as quickly as possible to their home, where they would rest. The coachman heard some strange sounds from the passenger compartment, but did not pay attention to them, since they did not concern him. And in the cart itself, Westfergo was squeezing the healer closer and closer, who was against this, but she did not have the strength to fight him back. Therefore, Syrinx showed as much as possible how displeased she was, but did not break free from the villain's hands so as not to harm herself. Eventually, the lady became so tired that she decided to use Jekyll's body as a pleasant pillow. Westfergo had not expected Miss to accept his terms so quickly, but he was pleased that she had finally stopped resisting. To make it more comfortable for the girl to sleep, the young man fixed her hair, although she almost immediately asked him to stop doing this. But the heroine herself did not expect that the guy's actions would ultimately make her smile, although he did nothing of the sort. When Jekyll looked at Syrinx in surprise, she explained that his hands were warm, which was why she felt good. In response, the villain tenderly pressed the lady's hand to his cheek and promised that he would definitely warm her all over if only she asked. Miss immediately felt that the guy was hotter than he should have been, since he too was very tired due to their large-scale adventure. Westfergo really did his best to pretend that he was fine, even though he was only managing because of his stamina. Then the girl remembered that she had seen traces of blood on the villain's clothes, so she asked who he had managed to fight with while she was gone. Jekyll honestly admitted that he accidentally encountered the knights when he was trying to find his way to the missing heroine. Syrinx guessed that the fight was probably started by bandits to allow Isla to escape from the mansion without any problems. And Westfergo said that he was attacked by both robbers and knights, because none of them knew whose side he was on. The girl laughed cheerfully, as she realized that the villain's outfit, which did not belong to any of the factions, was to blame for everything. But the lady did not expect that Jekyll would then report that he had tried to get through to her in order to protect her in case of danger. And the guy himself smiled calmly and confidently, because he was absolutely not lying at that moment, because he liked the doctor. Westfergo said that during his search, he met a hired killer who told him where to look for the girl. Since he saw that the lady needed to rest, he suggested that they end all discussions of their event for now. The heroine was really so tired that she leaned her head against the guy's shoulder and almost immediately fell fast asleep. A few hours later, the coachman dropped them off at a place that was not far from the miss's house and gave the girl a teleportation scroll. In return, the heroine asked the butler to give Rintella the item that she had managed to pull out of the storage with such difficulty. It was that very crown. But Syrinx, just in case, did not tell the servant about it, fearing unnecessary rumors. The miss took off her mask and smiled happily, asking the assistant to tell Dulcines that she had fulfilled her promise. As soon as the carriage left, the heroine turned to the guy, activating the scroll, and suggested that he return home to heal him. Jekyll didn't mind, so literally a few seconds later, the teleportation was successful, and they disappeared from this street. Unexpectedly for herself, the heroine felt that it was very cold around her, and after a few seconds, she realized that she had fallen asleep. Suddenly, opening her eyes, Miss saw a half-naked Jekyll in front of her, who was demanding that she take off her shoes. The lady realized that she had passed out immediately after the teleportation, which is why Westfergo had been doing something incomprehensible near her the whole time. So Miss turned on the mischief and said that if the guy really needed it, he could have taken off his shoes himself. The villain rose to his feet, displeased, and Syrinx smelled the faintest hint of her soap on him, which meant he had managed to wash himself. And indeed, the guy began to force the doctor to go and wash himself, to which the girl reacted negatively due to fatigue. Instead, Miss touched the stone she had left behind to protect herself from Heimdoll, and remembered that it would soon be dawn. So she activated the magic and used it to literally bring herself back to full order in a second. Westfurgo chuckled at the sight of the girl using her abilities, and sat down on a chair to let her heal his wounds. Although on the outside it seemed like the guy was completely fine, in reality, he was still in pain due to physical fatigue. The heroine extended her hand to Jackal to touch him for healing, and regretfully warned that it would burn. In response, the villain gently touched the lady's hand and said that he didn't care about it as long as she agreed to heal him. He squeezed the girl's hand tightly and added with a smile that he liked everything tender, like her lips, which constantly beckoned to him. But the heroine broke this romantic atmosphere because she was not going to comment on the guy's compliments. As soon as Syrinx began the treatment, the light began to envelop Westfurgo's entire body, as he had many hidden wounds. The girl was surprised by this, but she completed her task, which she announced to Jackal a few minutes later. But the guy didn't want to let her go so easily, and asked if there wouldn't be some continuation, since they wanted to talk. The heroine was puzzled, because the young man mentioned a party, and she had no idea what he meant. Here the girl remembered that she had heard something similar in her half-sleep in the carriage, but had not attached any importance to it at that moment. So she confidently announced that she was not going to approve of the villain's stupid desires, no matter how hard he begged her. To this, Jackal reminded them that they had had a hard time achieving the lady's goal that night, and that was quite worth celebrating. The heroine sighed heavily, but still agreed to at least set the table, which they did together in less than half an hour. Syrinx was quite boastful that she had the best food and drink, thanks to the supplies of the friendly Andrew. Ever since Miss became friends with her neighbor, she had no problems with food, so she felt great. Westfurgo reluctantly agreed that it was better to live as a girl than to have no good food at all in the house, after which he smiled charmingly and asked if he could steal the doctor for a short time, as this would be his wish in exchange for the contract. The villain was surprised when, instead of answering, Syrinx suddenly reached for his glass, and at the same time extended her own. While Jackal watched the miss in confusion, she took the guy's glass for herself, since she had already drunk her own wine. Only after this, with a sly smile, did the heroine declare that she was not the kind of person who could be kidnapped so easily. Westfurgo sighed in response, although he had not originally expected that it would be easy for him to come to an agreement with the stubborn doctor. Pouring more wine into the glass, the lady said that today was indeed a good day, so she would do her ally a favor. Syrinx allowed the villain to ask her any question, but immediately warned that he might not answer it entirely honestly. The blonde's face darkened noticeably, since he didn't like this proposal, but he couldn't help but agree. The guy noticed that the girl quickly became drunk, but she personally did not comment on his assumption about her condition. When Jackal asked her what her main goal was, the heroine wondered what she could tell him so that it would seem true. A few minutes later, she carefully placed the glass on the table and said that she was looking for a special thing, and that was why she was working a lot. Westfurgo was trying hard to get as much information as he could, while the lady was trying to give him partial information. Therefore, the girl confirmed the fact that almost all of her actions were thought out in advance, because there was a specific plan. Several years ago, Miss had the chance to meet a wounded assassin, whom she easily cured, thanks to her abilities. Since the heroine recognized the woman's identity at first sight, she began to spread various rumors through her. She talked about herself as a healer, but she could not even imagine that as a result, she would earn the trust of influential people. Since Syrinx had read the entire novel in her world, she could control the appearance of the right people. So, until now, all of Miss's plans have been fulfilled perfectly, because she has acquired connections and abilities. Reaching for a glass again, the girl admitted that she had also made some extremely dangerous enemies, with whom she could not yet deal. Suddenly, Jackal asked if the lady had ever thought of getting a dog to protect her from potential dangers. He then admitted that he meant himself, because he could soon be mercilessly kicked out of the house. But Syrinx didn't believe the guy's blatant lie, to which he smiled sweetly, because he really had just made up this story. Then suddenly, Westfurgo himself admitted that he was actually the guard of this area, something that no one could tell. The heroine was surprised when she heard that the guy revealed himself while helping with the task, because she disguised him, and Jackal said that he had exceeded his authority during the auction, which is why he let the people around him know where he had been. At the end of his story, the villain smiled and said that he was now in exile, so he needed at least temporary support. The heroine said that this could not even be discussed, because she still could not completely trust this dangerous man. But then Westfergo grabbed her glass and asked her point blank if she would let him spend the night with her. He licked his lips slyly and promised that he would not only protect the house well, but also do any other things. At this moment, Miss tried with all her might to pull her hand out of the villain's tenacious grip, because she was not pleased with such contact. She finally succeeded, and Syrinx screamed menacingly at the boy to stop talking nonsense due to the effects of alcohol. Therefore, when the young man then proposed that they become cohabitants, the lady was not at all surprised and again refused. Then Jackal sadly said that the doctor had the right not to help him because he helped her of his own free will. Syrinx guessed that the guy wasn't lying at all, but she didn't know for sure whether he wanted to destroy Isla or whether he had already managed to prepare something else. Miss remembered that soon Jackal would have to gather a whole army, which he would lead against Blackwalk. Westfergo did not deny this and offered the lady cooperation, since they could successfully help each other. The girl guessed that the second part of the novel had already begun, because the villain had somehow managed to gather all the necessary like-minded people. And for some reason, the lady still felt that the guy was something like her soulmate, because they were similar. So Syrinx couldn't just drive Westfergo away so easily, even though she knew it was dangerous to stay near him. But what surprised the heroine most was that Jackal suddenly said that he would need her, even if Isla didn't kick him out. Touching his chest with his hand, the guy said that he would like to study his ability to recover together with the girl. Syrinx flinched in fear when he said this, but was even more frightened when the young man then, for some reason, broke the glass. Westfergo stated that he knew that the doctor's treatment was incomplete, since it only covered very deep wounds. The girl tensed up when Jackal told her about this, but calmly asked what he meant and why he was talking about healing it all. In response, Westfergo smiled wickedly, for he had already formed in his mind an unpleasant plan that he was about to carry out. Without thinking twice, the young man extended his left hand forward and with a quick movement brought the sharp edges of the glass to the skin to cut it. The heroine realized too late what exactly had happened, so she did not have time to stop the villain from making this move. Seeing the blood gushing from the wound, the lady involuntarily turned away because she found this sight unpleasant. And Jackal himself calmly reported that for some reason, such minor wounds quickly healed on their own. Syrinx remembered that the wounds the boy had when they first met, for some reason, did not even begin to heal. To this, the guy explained that at that time, he was wounded too badly for his regeneration to be able to activate. The heroine knew that Heimdoll's healing ability developed gradually and was very dangerous in the plot. All people who illegally possessed abilities were persecuted by the church, and Westfergo was no exception. Miss only now realized that she was now an accomplice of the villain, who had specially told her about his secret. And since Jackal himself was absolutely calm, the lady realized that he was not at all afraid of being discovered by the church. The villain calmly listened to Miss's proposal to go and surrender to the church, which would definitely appreciate his incredible abilities. But in response, he stood up and confidently announced that he wanted to live in the girl's house, which once again greatly surprised her. To prevent the doctor from refusing him, Westfergo deliberately fell right on top of her and pinned her to the sofa with his whole body. Feeling the guy's incredible heat, the Miss guessed that his temperature had risen again, although she tried to treat him. But even in such a situation, the heroine was not going to give up so easily, so she still tried to push Jackal off of herself. This only resulted in him looming over her even more and demanding praise for a job well done recently. Pressing himself against the doctor's chest, the villain, with a blissful smile, admitted that he had thought more than once about how charming she was. He asked jokingly if the reason Miss seemed so dazzling to him was because she sold precious stones. In the end, the girl got tired of listening to this nonsense, so she gave in to the villain and allowed him to spend the night in her house this time. But Jackal did not let the lady go just like that, and whispered in her ear that he would like to somehow seal their cooperation agreement. In response, Syrinx wearily explained that her interactions with people were based almost entirely on trust. But Westfergo didn't believe it, so the lady eventually agreed to seal the treaty just to get him off her back. Imagine the heroine's surprise when the villain suddenly pulled her towards him and confidently kissed her on the lips. He literally tore himself away from Miss for a few seconds and said that they had thus cemented their union, and then returned to the kiss again. However, Syrinx was absolutely not prepared for such a turn of events, since the young man had not discussed this point with her, so she couldn't take it anymore and activated the magic stone, which she hit Westfergo with so hard that the noise could be heard even outside the house. As a result of this blow, Jackal flew back several meters, because he did not even have time to defend himself from it. But the heroine did not sympathize with the guy at all at that moment, because she believed that he had crossed all boundaries. So she left him in such an uncomfortable position, without even intending to treat him for the damage he had just caused. In the morning, the healer briefly told Hyde what she had done the previous night, and the boy asked excitedly if there was anything else he should know. However, the lady was not yet ready to tell him about the recent kiss, which was still fresh in her memory. Eventually, Westfergo couldn't take it anymore, and decided to try to find out the whole truth from Syrinx, who was clearly acting strangely. What bothered him most was that for some reason the girl now preferred to keep a respectful distance, and at the moment, Miss could only afford to watch the blonde's actions from the side. Since she was afraid of him, the last thing the heroine wanted to admit was that during the kiss, she once again felt an incomprehensible kinship with the villain. So Miss was still trying in vain to put her thoughts and feelings in order, since she did not want to become attached to Jackal. Eventually, the girl approached Hyde and admitted that she was thinking about what they would do together next. Westfergo froze in confusion after such a question, because he had never even thought about something like this before. And Syrinx suddenly asked whether Heimdoll would return to his teacher Isla, who was probably looking for him everywhere. Sighing, the blonde turned away and embarrassedly concluded that his second personality had clearly told the lady everything, after which he shifted uncomfortably in place and asked if the Night One had really pleased Miss Moore, which greatly surprised her. And Hyde suddenly, confidently, declared that he was much better than Jackal, so the girl should not pay attention to him. Syrinx noticed how sincere Westfergo was. Although from the outside, he might have seemed pathetic to someone, but she did not admit that she liked the daytime Heimdoll much more, because he was more obedient and pleasant. The young man himself got so carried away that he promised to try to be as evil as Jackal, just to please the doctor. To prevent the guy from accidentally saying even more nonsense, Syrinx approached him and gestured for him to be quiet. She admitted that she has no feelings for people she has only recently met, and Westfergo is no exception. The young man was noticeably upset by this, although he agreed that most often people take a long time to get used to each other. Miss paused to think as Hyde concluded that she was being judicious about all the social connections around her. But what surprised the girl most was that the guy then said that he had accidentally misled her with his words. He said that he was ready to take responsibility for anything, and Syrinx immediately remembered the night kiss with Jackal, so she loudly declared that she did not demand anything from the guy, because she was embarrassed by such memories of the villain. Here Hyde bowed low to the healer and asked for forgiveness for the fact that his second personality had drawn her into the showdown with Isla, but the heroine almost immediately told him that there was no need to apologize for anything, since she had already supported the guy in everything. The girl thought that any information from Heimdoll would be useful to her, so she maintained good relations with him. The heroine admitted that many people come to her with the intention of taking advantage of her, so she did not consider it important. But Hyde sadly said that he could not allow such an attitude towards the lady, since he sincerely respected her. Miss once again realized that this side of the guy was to her taste, which made her embarrassed, and suggested changing the subject. But Westfergo reported with alarm that Isla might well be planning to harm the healer, since she had interfered with his plans, but Syrinx didn't want to think about that right now, so she gently took her ally's hand to calm him down. She invited him to live in her house for a while, so as not to accidentally fall into the hands of his formidable former mentor. Hyde was greatly surprised that the lady herself had shown initiative and incredible kindness towards him. But what surprised the guy most was that Miss pulled him along with her and said that she would like to finish the treatment that she had started at night. At the same time, the girl smiled cheerfully and promised that she would not detain the assistant for long so that he could complete his business. She took out a first aid kit with magic stones and warned the guy that a little later he would have to pay her back for everything. Here the lady remembered Jackal's words, so she asked Hyde whether he really had useful accomplices. Westfergo did not deny this, but immediately said that they were not personally close to him, since they communicated mainly with the Night One. After which, the guy suddenly asked if there was anything in the girl's life that he was obliged to know about. The heroine immediately noticed that the blonde had deliberately changed the unpleasant topic of conversation, so she decided to tease him a little. And Hyde was very shocked when Syrinx directly said that his night version brazenly stole a kiss from her. He immediately grabbed the girl by the shoulders and asked why she let Jackal get away with this situation so easily, because it was serious. The lady said with a smile that she tried several times to cool the guy's ardor with the help of magic stones, but it did not give any result. The young man did not know what else to advise the doctor in such a situation, although he did not want her to fall under the influence of his evil version again. The heroine explained that at that moment, she was too tired to solve this kind of problem. Then suddenly, she saw with horror that Hyde had pointed a knife at himself because he had decided that he was no longer worthy of living. The girl immediately jumped up to her ally and began to try to take away the weapon because she did not want to let him lose his life. But good Westfergo was so upset that his double had stolen the Mrs. Kiss that he didn't even listen to her words. It was only a few minutes later that Syrinx managed to finally calm the boy down and make him sit in front of her. She explained that this was the only way Jackal had figured out how to cement the alliance between them, and she had no way of thinking of anything else. The lady was still uncomfortable with the fact that Hyde considered the Nightman's actions incredibly insidious, although he could do nothing to change it. Suddenly, the young man heard that the miss began to reflect on the fact that there were two people in his body, not one. Westfergo jumped in embarrassment when the girl said that it would be quite logical if they sealed the deal with him too, and the heroine said with a smile that there was nothing wrong with that, because she was just trying to be fair to both of them. Hyde remembered that the lady had always liked honest people, so she would like to live up to her own ideas. Syrinx laughed cheerfully when the blonde sheepishly stated that he was actually a good person, since she didn't even argue. And the guy himself only became more embarrassed by what was happening, since he did not know what he should do next. In the end, the healer ended their conversation by saying that the young man could stay in her house until Isla stopped looking for him. So the lady said that if the guy felt sorry for not consummating their union, it could be fixed at any time. Suddenly, Westfergo became very embarrassed and loudly asked the lady not to speak such important words so carelessly. He abruptly approached the girl and warned her that nothing like that should have been said to his night version. Hyde grabbed Mrs. Hand and, with tears in his eyes, asked her to promise that she would be more careful in future when dealing with his body. The heroine had no choice but to nod in agreement to the blonde, since she didn't want to worry him any further. Having calmed down a little, Westfergo, much more calmly, said that he was still in debt to the doctor and would definitely repay it. Syrinx suddenly realized that although she was collaborating with one person, she liked this side more. And Hyde himself at that moment thought sadly about how much harm he had caused Syrinx with his split personality. Suddenly, they both heard someone knocking loudly on the door of Mrs. House, and the ally volunteered to meet the guest himself. But the lady said that this was not necessary, and asked whether Hyde had been trying to subtly protect her from Jackal's behavior with his words. Westfergo turned away sheepishly and admitted that he had indeed been worried about it and wanted to protect the healer. Syrinx wanted to continue interrogating the blonde, but at that moment, the knock on the door was repeated once more, so she had to stop. The doctor could not stand it any longer and loudly threw open the doors, shouting that if they broke, she would make her guest pay. But upon discovering that a red-haired guard had come to see her, the lady tried to calm down, throwing her hand off her shoulder during the greeting. It was Sidna Crosstail, who was the deputy captain of the Imperial Night Squad. As she was skilled in many things, the heroine noticed that the woman was not in good shape and therefore asked what she needed, to which she said that the miss had taken a long time to open the door. But Syrinx defended herself by saying that she had a certain order of entry, which she had already told Madame about once. Sidna actually remembered something like that, so she laughingly admitted that she had completely forgotten about this nuance. The lady angrily reminded him that she was very sensitive to sounds, and Crosstail apologized for being so active. Here the girl noticed that a small child was hiding behind the knight's leg, so she addressed him affectionately. It turned out to be the little boy who had recently saved the doctor by bringing her information, and now he timidly came out to meet her because he was shy. Since the knight was worried that they might be seen, she suggested that they quickly go into the house and literally pushed the miss there. Suddenly, she noticed that Syrinx was not alone, as Hyde was in the room, not knowing what to do. Sidna asked with a grin if the healer had opened a clinic, but the girl said that she had no intention of being discovered. While they argued about this among themselves, Westfergo still stood in place, because he was afraid to interrupt the dialogue. As soon as Crosstail suggested that the blonde man was the lady's lover, he coughed nervously due to the embarrassment that washed over him. Seeing his reaction, the knight only began to pester the heroine even more, to which she asked him to be more restrained in the presence of the child. Hyde finally decided to ask who the red-haired woman was, and the lady explained that they were simply helping each other well, after which she pointed to the boy and said that this was the same child who warned her about the theft of the medallion. Crosstail intervened in the conversation and said that she had taken the baby in for a while, since it was safest with her. Syrinx remembered that she had never met the child, so she asked him to state his name, but the boy said nothing. Imagine the heroine's surprise when Sidna reported that the child hardly spoke at all, so he had no name. Even Westfergo felt awkward that the complete stranger still didn't have a proper nickname. Miss was not going to tolerate this attitude, so she asked if she could name the child herself, and his eyes lit up with joy. Then, the girl took a magic stone out of her pocket and said that it was called Topaz, and that was what she would name the boy. Everyone present was very surprised when the little boy suddenly said that he would like to be Paz, because he liked this option. Sidna happily patted him on the head and congratulated him on his newly acquired name, not envying him for not communicating with her. The doctor invited her guests to have tea with her, but the knight refused, explaining that they would soon have to go. The woman smiled contentedly and said that she wanted to let you know that the lady had done a good job at the auction. Syrinx smiled back, because she was glad that her plan had worked out perfectly, and it hadn't all been for nothing in the end. But the knight warned her friend that they had not yet caught the main culprits, so the danger still remained. The heroine asked not to think about it for now, when suddenly she noticed that the boy himself headed towards Hyde, who was sitting silently. Westfergo didn't expect the child to pay attention to him, but he didn't mind playing with him a little. Syrinx barely held back her laughter when Paz quietly asked the blonde if he was as good as the lady who had healed him. Sidna then told her that the first district was now cleaner, and Miss guessed that this whole situation would only play into Rentella's hands. Having laid out all this information to her ally, Crosstail relaxed and thought about what else useful she could tell her. Syrinx was very surprised when the knight suddenly told her that people had been disappearing in many areas lately. She asked Sidna, confused, to tell her more about these incidents, as she had never heard anything like this before. The knight admitted that most people, for some reason, voluntarily leave for other places, which was also strange. Crosstail said that she had been closely monitoring these events, so she would speak up if anything similar happened again. The lady asked if it was certain that this was not a kidnapping, and Sidna explained that she had only found evidence of voluntary departure. However, she was suspicious of the new religious group, and Miss realized that this was what her deputy's intuition was telling her. In their disadvantaged areas, such groups often appeared and then disappeared again, since religion did not always remain. So, earlier on one of the streets, there lived dark magicians who worshipped only evil, but even they did not last long. Crosstail admitted that from the outside, the new religion looked like charity, so there was nothing she could do. The only thing that bothered the woman was the fact that after the rituals of this group, people of completely different statuses disappeared every time. Madame understood that she could not sound the alarm ahead of time, so she waited until the knights of the church began to fuss over this issue. The only thing that angered Sidna was that those guys might eventually force her to deal with this matter, but only after their poor work. Just in case, Crosstail advised Syrinx to be careful, but she reminded her that no one had found her yet. Then Sidna began to try to beg the lady for one treatment, but the girl insisted that it would not be free for her friend. Since Madame was an energetic person from birth, she was quickly wounded in the service, which led her to heroin. But this situation did not upset the woman at all, because she was able to find such a wonderful and smart friend for herself. Here, the heroine suddenly noticed that Sidna clearly wanted something from her, so she asked her to tell her what the matter was. And the woman admitted that she had a proposal for the girl, which concerned the boy who had previously studied to be a murderer. In fact, Crosstail wanted to take the child in for a short time, as she wanted to train him in knighthood in the future. She noticed that Paz definitely had a talent for weapons, even though he had previously trained as an assassin. The lady said that Sidna should ask the child about it, and the woman immediately called him, surprising the miss with her speed. The lady was a little hesitant about whether it was worthwhile to propose her idea to the little boy, but she still wanted to teach him properly, and Paz clearly felt confused because he did not know what to say in response to such a proposal from the knight. Syrinx approached him and advised him to think carefully before making such an important decision in his life. Sidna reminded that all the members of the patrol had already fallen in love with the boy, and that it would still be too dangerous for him to live in this house. Crosstail again hinted that the healer needed time for his lover, which made Hyde blush deeply once again. Syrinx began to object to such a relationship with Westfergo, but Sidna did not listen to any of her arguments at all. Suddenly, Paz came closer to the blonde and asked what the older brother, who would remain here, would do all this time. The heroine asked in surprise how Westfergo managed to establish contact with the child so quickly, to which he only smiled. Hyde had always been able to make friends with children very quickly, and today's boy was no exception. He thought of something funny, so he leaned over to Paz and began to whisper something very quietly in his ear so that the girls wouldn't hear. The child's face showed how interested he was in this conversation and did not want to tell his sisters. At this point, Sidna laughed at Syrinx, to whom the baby clearly showed less sympathy than to the blonde. Imagine the girl's surprise when Paz suddenly confidently announced that he would go with Crosstail to the knights. The boy's eyes sparkled so brightly with joy that it was clear that he would not change his decision. The woman was delighted that Hyde had managed to persuade the child to accept her proposal so quickly and easily. The lady was initially upset by this, but then she heard that Paz wanted to help her in the future, so he would go to study. But the girl did not impose such obligations on the boy, so she said that they would agree on everything in the future. And Paz promised that he would definitely become a good swordsman, for which the heroine affectionately patted him on the head. Miss was happy because this boy would now have a decent home and education, which she really wanted for him. So the girl stroked the baby's cheek again and said that he could turn to her for help at any moment. Syrinx hoped that everything would be fine with Paz, and that he wouldn't have to run to her to find help with various issues. Before leaving, Sidna again reminded the lady about her lover. Although all this time, the healer stubbornly denied this fact, the heroine became very angry because of her friend's violent behavior, since she always behaved exactly the same way. But the girl was more interested in what Hyde had said to Paz, so she approached the guy and asked about it. Miss recalled that it was after some words from Westfergo that the child became so keen on the idea of going to train as a knight. And Syrinx still couldn't even imagine what had happened between the guy and the boy in those few seconds. The lady couldn't even imagine what would have happened if the blonde hadn't found an approach to the children, and they had made him cry. Hyde thought for a moment, and then admitted that he had told the boy that he wanted to be alone with the girl for as long as possible. But the heroine did not believe that everything was so simple, which is why the guy became noticeably embarrassed and blushed, because she turned out to be right. The young man shrank back and admitted that he had told Paz something else, but he would not tell the lady about it under any circumstances. But Syrinx wasn't going to give up so easily, because curiosity was much stronger in her than anything else. Then Westfergo, with a blush on his cheeks, told how he had warned the boy of the danger, and that they could be attacked at any moment, after which he stated that only he could protect the girl, so Pazu needed to study well in order to help in the future too. The heroine was very surprised by Hyde's words, but did not say anything to him, since he had changed her life so much. Now, the girl did not need to use magic stones to clean the entire house, which she did not like to do, since now everything was in perfect order under Hyde, who himself liked such simple work in Mrs. House. And if before Syrinx would only order food from Andrew, because her preparations always ended in horror, then now this has changed. It turned out that Westfergo had found a beautiful apron somewhere and had taken up cooking because he was good at it. What confused the girl most was that she had never had such an apron before, and Hyde admitted that he had borrowed it from Andrew. The doctor was not at all surprised that her neighbor had given the blonde the color pink, since he often liked to laugh. She only said that she noticed how well the boys got along, although Westfergo himself hadn't paid attention to it before. Suddenly, Miss warned Hyde that Andrew would probably ask him for money for this apron later, so the young man should be more careful. However, the Miss did not notice that the guy was very upset by her statement, since he continued to smile sweetly in response. In fact, Hyde already completely trusted Andrew, so he could not believe that the man could treat him so meanly. Here, the lady reminded that Westfergo would not be able to cook anything, since there were no spices, but the guy said that he easily found them. The girl was noticeably surprised that she had food, and the young man was silent for a bit to gather his courage before his next sentence. He called out to the healer, and Syrinx turned to him, curious to see what else the Good Day version could tell her. Imagine the lady's surprise when the young man reported that in exchange for interest in work, she had no interest in her personal life. The heroine herself had previously thought about how indifferent she was to living in this world, so she was not at all offended. She said that sometimes she became so immersed in her work that she ate only to avoid dying of exhaustion and fatigue. Westfergo anxiously informed Miss that she needed to eat healthier, to which she replied that he was now there for that purpose. Syrinx then added that she didn't even want to focus on household chores, because it felt like a waste of time. Hyde said that this could only mean that the girl was capable of leaving this life at any moment without any regrets. Syrinx didn't want to discuss the matter, so she simply asked the boy to cook her anything, since it didn't matter what she ate. Westfergo had a very different attitude to food, but he did not impose it, only said that he would make meringue cookies. And then the guy suddenly added that if these cookies could keep the lady by his side for even a little while, then he was ready to bake them for eternity. The lady turned around in surprise and looked at her ally, and he admitted that he regretted that he had spent too little time with her. The girl understood all of Hyde's emotions perfectly, so she turned away sadly, because she had nothing to say to him. And the blonde suddenly declared that if preparing food was worth the time spent, then he would not mind continuing to put in the effort. The heroine did not talk to the assistant anymore, since she still had a lot of work to do, so they split up. And a few hours later, Hyde, with a joyful smile on his face, told the girl that he and Andrew had even made cookies for the guests. The miss asked if the guy really enjoyed cooking so much, and he answered with a dazzling shine in his eyes. Then the healer rose from her seat and said that, despite his efforts in cooking, Westfergo was still rather clumsy. With these words, the heroine smiled and removed the crumbs of flour from the guy's shoulders, which he accidentally got dirty with when making cookies. The girl was even able to find an egg white on the guy's clothes, which smelled delicious, so she paid more attention to him. Miss couldn't resist and decided to try the product in this form, although it wasn't always possible to do this before it was fully cooked. Imagine the doctor's surprise when Hyde realized what she was about to do and grabbed her hands to stop her. At this, Westfergo blushed deeply, as if he himself understood that he was doing something wrong, but could not stop. The heroine noticed that the blonde simply wiped his finger on her clothes, so she thanked him with a sigh, purely out of politeness. But the strangeness of the situation did not end there, as Westfergo blushed even more, having accidentally rubbed the lady's finger in the wrong place. As a result, due to the strain, the buttons on his shirt flew in different directions, revealing a view of his beautiful pectoral muscles. Syrinx had already seen the blonde man half naked, but that was with Jackal, so now the lady experienced different emotions. She smiled in confusion and closed her eyes, as she noticed that the guy had blushed even on his chest due to his incredible embarrassment. A little later, the lady carefully examined the cookies that her assistant had so carefully prepared for her recently. Since the girl didn't have such food at all in her sad childhood, she initially treated it with caution. But in the end, Miss couldn't help but admit that good Westfergo was good at cooking, so he could be trusted in such matters. Suddenly, Jackal brazenly entered the heroine's room without knocking, since it was already night and the guy's personalities had swapped places. He stated that he actually knocked before entering, but the lady was so deep in thought that she didn't hear it. Here, Syrinx noticed that the villain had brought a box of drinks, and he said that it was a transfer from a friendly neighbor. The heroine heard that Andrew wanted to thank her for something, but she didn't think that his thanks would be so generous. Here, Jackal noticed the cookies prepared by Hyde and asked if the girl really liked sweets so much. But the lady admitted that she did not eat too much, although she really enjoyed the taste. But work was more important. Then the girl remembered that she needed to take something from the secret part of the house, so she asked permission to enter the young man's room. Westfergo reminded her that it was actually a physician's house, to which she replied that she had given him one of the rooms, which was why she had asked permission. The heroine was so focused on her work that she didn't even immediately notice how the villain's hand reached for her wrist. And the guy suddenly came closer and asked what else Syrinx liked, besides the sweets that she already had. Since the miss could not answer right away, Jackal smiled and asked to add him to the list of the girl's favorites. Syrinx did not appreciate such further impudence on the part of the villain, who was too confidently conquering her personal space, so she pushed his face away and reminded him that the guy still had laundry to hang out, not distract her. Wes Virgo clicked his tongue in displeasure, but nevertheless obeyed and left with the basket as he was working off his stay in the house. And the lady watched him go with an irritated look, since each time she could not come to her senses for a long time after talking with the villain. While she had the chance, she quickly headed to Jackal's room, although she did not remember where she had put her thing. During her search, the girl accidentally touched a table, causing something that she could not immediately recognize to fall off it. It was only a few minutes later, when Miss picked up the object, that she discovered that it was the notebook she had given to Heimdoll. Imagine the heroine's surprise when she discovered correspondence between Hyde and Jackal on different pages of the notebook. But what struck the girl most was that the daytime one, for some reason, asked the nighttime one to contact a person named Beth. But the next inscription was from the evil Wes Virgo about the cookies being poisoned, which made Syrinx laugh heartily. But the girl didn't notice at all that Jackal was over her shoulder at that moment and asked what she was doing. Before the doctor had time to hide the notebook, the villain abruptly took it away to reread it himself. The lady had no idea what would happen now, because she had taken someone else's thing without permission, which was not advisable. The guy got noticeably angry and asked why the miss laughed, and she couldn't even look him in the eyes out of shame. Eventually, Syrinx rose from the floor and openly asked Jackal for forgiveness, admitting that she had been wrong. Suddenly, he put his hand firmly on the girl's shoulder and hoped that she was not laughing as merrily in front of his daytime double. The villain suddenly admitted that he could not bear the thought that Hyde had seen those expressions on Mrs. Face that were inaccessible to him. So the guy leaned his forehead against the girl's head and said that inside he was boiling with anger towards his other self. Wes Virgo said that Syrinx carefully guards her peace every night and does not even meet with colleagues and friends because of this. Jackal squeezed the lady's hand tightly and said that for this reason, he would not allow her to be distracted by the good Heimdoll. The heroine watched the villain's emotions in complete shock, because she couldn't even imagine that he would be so sensitive. And the guy whispered sadly that he was trying very hard to please the doctor, but for some reason, she was rejecting his feelings. Syrinx was angered by this accusation of insensitivity, so she demanded that the villain stop talking nonsense. Then Wes Virgo suddenly reminded him that Hyde's shirt was somehow torn, so it was time for him to tear his clothes too. Jackal was worried that the lady might do something to his good double that she had not yet done to him, but the heroine was so angry at the villain, who was behaving badly, that she activated the magic stone and knocked him out. At that moment, a man was running through a dark and dangerous area who was afraid to be in this place, even though he grew up here. This was a girl who was carrying out a task for her master, and therefore was forced to risk her life. Suddenly, she heard a woman scream in the night, and then a stranger ran up to her, claiming that someone was following her. The girl complained that she was very scared, but in the end, they both were unable to find anyone in the dark. So the assistant said that the lady was just imagining things, but it was still better to get home quickly to avoid getting into trouble. Miss nodded in agreement and ran away, as she really wanted to get to a safe place as quickly as possible. And the maid pulled her hood over her face, and again thought about the easiest way for her to get to Syrinx's house. Suddenly, she heard some sound, but she never saw the girl's blood spilling on the pavement, so she just left. The next morning, the heroine visited Rintella, who greeted her very well, since the lady kept her promise. The girl herself behaved as if she had no other choice but to obediently help her adult friend. After the auction, it turned out that too many aristocrats had bought the fakes, so no one could just leave this story alone. The entire high society wanted to destroy Ila's case, despite the fact that he himself had still not been caught. And Dulcines personally was only happy with everything that was happening because it significantly improved her personal financial affairs. Syrinx was surprised when Madame admitted that not all of her allies kept their promises. So the woman said that she loved money so much only because it was always reliable and constant. The girl listened to Rintella's reasoning with confusion, since she had never asked about her point of view before. But she fully supported Dulcines in all her endeavors, because she understood that Madame would help her in the same way. Here the aristocrat smiled and said that her famous friend had recently gone to the auction house. This information greatly surprised the heroine, since she believed that the nobility would no longer want to get involved with trade. And Rintella herself was interested in why that aristocrat now so strongly wanted to get a place at the auction. The lady reminded that the woman's husband was a very cunning and greedy man, so for the madam, such behavior was logical. What worried Miss most was that recently the disagreements between the Emperor's two sons had intensified. Among them, the heroine liked the first one the least, since throughout the novel he was a terrible womanizer. But Rintel was angry that the knights were now scattered throughout her district due to the recent commotion with missing people. Syrinx said sadly that the aristocrat had not had an easy time of it lately, because she truly sympathized. The heroine of the novel remembered that only some areas were closely connected with the church, which made their life much easier. Once the lady even happened to see with her own eyes how Isla's servants were bribing the church's assistants. So Miss was now afraid to trust all people who were at least somehow on the side of religion and defended her. Therefore, the girl honestly admitted that she was ready to support Rintella in everything, if only everything was okay with them. Dulcines herself was proud of their cooperation, since the lady was capable of much more than all her other assistants. Syrinx was pleased to hear praise from Madame, although she pretended to be too embarrassed by it. The woman also promised that she would not try to reveal the doctor's secrets, no matter what the miss hid from her. The heroine was greatly surprised when Madame then said that she had not seen Heimdoll anywhere, who usually followed the lady on her heels. The girl said that this time the guy obediently remained waiting outside the door, because she wanted to talk privately. Nodding in agreement, Madame said that she would like Miss to assess something important to her with her jeweler's eye. The heroine agreed, but did not expect that the madam would later say that she could not bring this precious thing here. Rintella laughed when Syrinx said she didn't think even Dulcines could do anything. Hearing that they would have to go to the 3rd district, the heroine became wary, as she had heard from Sidna that it was not safe there. But she completely ignored all the knight's warnings and agreed to go with the rich aristocrat. Dulcines nodded contentedly and promised that in a few days she would send her man to the doctor so that the journey would be safer. But in the end, the heroine completely forgot about her promise to the aristocrat, since upon returning home, she worked non-stop. The girl was happy that she earned good money, but because of this, she was incredibly tired and could not change it. She continued to greet her clients with a smile, as their number increased since the auction had temporarily suspended its activities. Meanwhile, Syrinx also thought that Isla was probably planning some kind of revenge, so she tried to be more careful. But the fact of Heimdoll's presence in her house only exhausted the lady even more, because she also had to keep an eye on his evil personality. All this time, the guy categorically refused to leave the house, and Hyde stated that he simply did not need to go anywhere. But Jackal confidently said that he could not leave the girl completely unprotected, so he would not go outside. While the lady was still interested in the question of what kind of friends Westfergo had, he did not want to tell anything about them. Here she saw in front of her the worried face of a blond man who asked if everything was okay with the doctor. Miss immediately got up from the sofa and said with a smile that she was just a little tired, so she decided to lie down. Suddenly, they both heard another ring at the door, and Syrinx was glad that she had another client. She immediately recognized that this guest had used a special bell, which meant that they were well acquainted. This man visited the lady very rarely, because he was busy with his own affairs, but he helped her from time to time. Syrinx boldly opened the door for the visitor, as the client never entered her house without permission. As the girl had expected, a messenger appeared before her, who again brought the doctor important and hard-won information. The heroine accepted the message and warmly thanked the man, as she understood how dangerous it was for him to do this. Immediately after this, the messenger disappeared in front of the girl, as if he had never been there, since he had a good command of magic. Westfergo noticed this and asked anxiously who this man was who used his power so freely. Syrinx smiled happily in response, and told her that a dark magician had come to her and brought information about Eva's magic stone. The lady had been trying to find this stone in this world for a very long time, since it could fulfill absolutely any wish. It was created centuries ago through a combination of magic and alchemy, giving Eve the ability to do almost anything. But Miss had a special reason for getting this stone, which few of the residents knew about. The thing is, only a skilled jeweler could fully utilize Eve's power, otherwise it wouldn't work. Since the girl herself could not find anything, she asked for help from a powerful magician from the nearest area. Imagine the heroine's surprise when the letter contained instructions to come to the 3rd district, which was quite dangerous. What bothered the lady the most was that she had heard about this place from Rintella, and Sidna had also warned her about it. Syrinx could only hope that her ominous premonition about this territory would not come true in the end. So she hid her anxious emotions and told her assistant that she would soon be heading to the 3rd district. Suddenly, the doorbell rang again, and this time, Hyde himself volunteered to open the door for the new guest. Since the miss had a letter in her hands, Westfergo tried to do all the housework as best he could, and sometimes met the doctor's clients if she was busy. But this time, the guy overdid it with emotions, so he appeared before the guest with furiously burning eyes. This scared the girl who came to visit so much that she immediately attacked the blonde man, screaming in fear. Hyde managed to defend himself from the attack, as the client deftly ran past him into the house, calling for Syrinx to help her. It was the maid of one of the lady's aristocratic acquaintances, who complained that she was very frightened at the sight of Westfergo. Her name was Bonita, and she couldn't really explain the reason for her appearance, since she was still breathing heavily from fear. Only after a few minutes, the maid was able to calm down. Also because Hyde began to peacefully pour tea. And the assistant admitted to Miss that at first she thought she had come to the wrong house, because she didn't expect to see some guy on the doorstep. The doctor immediately told the girl instructively that her fear did not mean that she could attack the offender with a dagger. Bonita apologized, then asked if the unknown young man was a lover, causing Hyde to flinch. Syrinx sighed and asked why the maid hadn't even considered the possibility that she might have an ordinary guest in the house, to which the assistant objected that an ordinary guest would not hold a rag in his hands and pour tea into mugs at the same time. Only now did the heroine realize that Westfergo was constantly cleaning while she was working, instead of resting. Hearing that the household was entirely on the blonde, Bonita once again decided that he was a lover, but the lady rejected this. In the end, the miss forced the guy to just sit and rest, taking away all his cleaning supplies, which made the young man sad. Only after this did the heroine explain that Hyde was her temporary cohabitant, since he had nowhere else to go for now. But the maid refused to believe that there was nothing between the doctor and her assistant, no matter how much the lady tried to convince her. In the end, the girl herself finished all the jokes and moved on to the unexpected reason for her appearance in this house. She looked at Westfergo uncertainly, not knowing if she could speak in his presence, and the healer immediately gave her permission. Bonita then revealed that her mistress had sent a personal message to the doctor who had once saved her life. The lady immediately understood who was being talked about, because she had once helped the only daughter of the Duke of Cheben, who had gotten into trouble. But the most surprising thing for the girl was that this lady turned out to be the cousin of the first prince, who refused to help her. Because of this unpleasant relationship, the heroine tried not to get involved with Cheben once again, so that the emperor's first son would not hear anything about her. So this time, Syrinx immediately refused the invitation to tea because she was afraid that her identity would become known. Bonita sighed as she thought that if it had been another person, her mistress would have certainly been angry with her for yet another refusal. The maid was surprised that Madame Cheben, instead of being angry, still stubbornly sent these invitations along with her. However, she did not argue with the doctor and promised to pass everything on as is, when suddenly the miss offered her something to eat before leaving. The girl was really tired from her long journey, so she responded happily to such a small opportunity to rest. Hearing that the guest would stay for a while and eat, Hyde immediately reached into his pocket for his pink apron. Syrinx tried to take the outfit away from the guy, but he insisted that he wanted to set the table in it. Bonita watched their little squabble with joy, and again began to doubt whether they were in a loving relationship. In the end, the lady did allow Westfergo to cook in an apron, also because Andrew unexpectedly showed up for tea. As a result, there was such a great commotion in the house that Miss no longer had time to sort out Hyde's appearance. However, soon the whole company sat down peacefully at the table, and for the first time in a long time, Syrinx simply relaxed with her friends. Bonita even promised that she could help the doctor with the 3rd district, since she was born and lived there for a long time. The girl was not against accepting such help, because she knew that even with a map of the area, it would be difficult for her to navigate. Since the maid stayed overnight with the doctor, she witnessed the changes in Westfergo's character, but did not comment on it. The heroine lived peacefully for a few more days, until Rintella's assistant came to her at night with sad news. He reported that one of the unpleasant people for Dulcines had disappeared, which greatly surprised Syrinx, who knew about her meticulousness. The girl's task was to visit the debtor and evaluate the quality of the jewelry with which he would pay off the debt. But the lady didn't expect that this man would suddenly disappear, although an aristocrat never let such people go. The assistant said that the debtor was being closely followed, and before leaving, he said that he was just going for a walk in paradise. Even at that moment, these words alerted Rintella's assistants, but they did not have time to stop the missing man. Syrinx immediately asked if the debtor was drunk, to which the servant confidently shook his head. He also denied the fact of suicide, because the man signed a contract with Rintella prohibiting him from doing so. The doctor was surprised when the assistant reported that Dulcines had asked her to postpone this assignment for a while. He explained that they planned to find a person and deliver the jewel personally, so they would contact the miss a little later. When the guy left, Syrinx thought with alarm that she had more problems to solve. But at that moment, the heroine had no idea that soon the same servant would bring her the news that Bonita had not returned to her mistress. The assistant himself was sure that something had happened to the maid, because she had never disappeared anywhere out of stupidity. The lady became very tense when the guy added that the assistant had simply disappeared, as this was no longer normal. Since the heroine needed time to think, she asked the servant to discuss everything with her after the investigation. She asked the guy to tell the lady that he would take care of the search himself, since she should have finished faster. The assistant did not dare to argue with the doctor, so he obediently nodded and promised to do everything the miss said. The heroine knew that according to history, Bonita did not just become Mrs. Chiben's personal servant for nothing, since she helped her a lot. Suddenly, Jackal approached the heroine and asked if everything was okay with her. Since the girl looked worried for some reason, Syrinx didn't lose her composure and scolded the guy, since she had already told him many times not to appear near her so suddenly. When the villain said that he had heard the lady's conversation with that assistant, she shuddered in fear, as she had not expected this. Westfergo smiled at the sight of the miss, for he guessed that she did not think that he knew about the maid. In fact, the blonde had managed to communicate with the girl more closely than the doctor thought, also because she herself was sticking to him. The heroine only now realized that she should have kept a better eye on the drunk Bonita, since she herself had blabbed everything. Nevertheless, the guy praised the maid, because she did not say a word about her mistress, although she talked a lot. Syrinx herself knew that the maid was good at keeping secrets, which only made her even more worried about her disappearance. Here, the villain noticed that the heroine had resolutely begun to get ready, although before that, she had planned to just work all night. But the doctor explained that she couldn't leave the situation with her friend, so she would go to the 3rd district right now. Then Jackal quickly gathered himself together with the girl and reminded her that he was her assistant, so he would not have sent her alone. The heroine did not expect Westfergo to call himself that, because they only talked about it with his daytime version, and she was still convinced that both of Heimdoll's personalities could not share memories of the deeds. But Jackal explained with a smile that Hyde himself told him about this nuance, so he was aware of these events. The lady asked the villain to tell her more, and he approached her and angrily asked why his second personality began to communicate with her more. Syrinx guessed that in a little while the guy would kiss her again, which made her blush deeply, although she was against it. So the heroine confidently pushed Jackal away from her and reminded him that he had promised to behave well in her presence. The doctor screamed loudly that she allowed the guy to stay in her house only because he had not bothered her in any way all this time. But as soon as Miss mentioned the daytime version, Westfergo asked her to shut up, otherwise he would break his arm. In the end, the heroine obediently changed the subject and took out an envelope and explained that it contained the necessary map of the 3rd district. Then she set fire to the letter, which greatly surprised the guy, although the girl herself was completely sure that she was doing everything right. Imagine Jackal's surprise when he saw that after the fire, the letter had completely manifested itself, since there was magic on it. Syrinx confidently stomped on the remains of the letter, activating the spell, and asked the villain to try to keep up with her. As a result, the two of them were teleported straight to a house that was located almost in the center of the 3rd district in the next moment. Westfergo looked around, and it seemed to him that they were in some kind of mad magician's laboratory. The heroine calmly explained that everything was in perfect order, since they teleported to her friend's house. First of all, the healer needed to find the magician in his own house, and soon she noticed how one door slowly opened. The lady mage, with her familiar on her shoulder, looked with displeasure into the room where her guests had teleported, and the girl immediately asked in a panic why Syrinx had not come alone, so the lady had to explain the guy's presence. The healer expected the sorceress to react so fearfully, but hoped that she would be able to come to an agreement. She explained that Jackal posed no danger, but Titus refused to believe it until the very end. The girl stated that all the people around her were dangerous, as they brought destruction to the world, although she herself was engaged in black magic. When Miss reminded her of this, the sorceress loudly announced that she was simply crazy, so she was allowed to. Titis was one of the most powerful mages in the 3rd District who was exiled several years ago due to her disobedience. And right now, she didn't want to open the doors for Syrinx because of Westfergo being there, because she was afraid of him. Jackal didn't make the situation any better, because he made it seem as if they were actually lovers, which Miss didn't like. However, the guy mocked the sorceress until the very end, so he approached the heroine and affectionately called her mistress. This information only made Titus close the door tighter, as she really wanted to drive the stranger away. Only the sorceress's familiar remained calm in this situation, but there was little hope for him. In the end, to clarify the situation a little, the heroine pointed her finger at the blonde and said that he was her precious treasure. Then the lady compared her friend to a cat on the shoulder of a sorceress who often helped her in many things. Hearing that even Rintella dreamed of Jackal, Titus became noticeably thoughtful, since she respected that woman. So in the end, the sorceress agreed to let Westfergo in, but said that he would have to wear a special bracelet. The heroine immediately shook the girl's hand before she changed her mind, since she really needed her help. While they were walking to the dark magician's room, the villain could not resist and began to examine the bracelet on his hand, which the lady did not immediately notice. Just in case, Miss asked him to stop doing this, as she was sincerely worried that something might happen to him. She explained that if this bracelet were to break, the poison inside it would instantly melt even Jackal's bones. Westfergo said that Titus was indeed a powerful mage, and Syrinx reminded him that she had told him this long ago. To keep the girl from relaxing, the blonde whispered in her ear that you never know when you might accidentally become an enemy to someone. Therefore, the boy asked the doctor to warn her if she wanted to fight the sorceress, because he would immediately take off the bracelet. The heroine worriedly informed Westfergo that he could easily get hurt, but the blonde was not worried, since she could heal him. Besides, for some reason, the villain believed that if something happened to him, Syrinx would feel pangs of conscience if he didn't help. The girl wanted to object to the assistant, but then the door behind her slowly opened, and the sorceress called them into the room. She managed to completely prepare the space for herself, so that it would be convenient to communicate with guests she did not expect. Syrinx knew that the sorceress had problems with socialization, so she tried not to rush her anywhere. So she sat down calmly in the chair prepared for her and casually noted that Titus's room was still in disarray. Noticing that Jackal had somehow remained standing, the lady asked him to sit down in the chair, but the guy only grinned in response. Meanwhile, the sorceress sadly muttered under her breath that she had only been distracted from conducting interesting experiments in vain. But what upset her most was the fact that Westfergo couldn't be used for this, so she nervously stroked her familiar. The heroine knew that all dark magicians used big money to lure test subjects for experiments, and subsequently, they carried out terrible experiments on these people, not sparing their bodies at all, because they believed that they were acting for the good. However, Titus was one of the few who refused such methods if there was a risk to a person's life, and many dark magicians followed her after the expulsion of the sorceress, although the girl did not try to convince anyone of her opinion. Syrinx asked how her friend was doing, and Titis immediately began to complain that she was being followed. The heroine herself noticed that the Imperial Knights had become more active lately, so she sympathized with her friend. But the sorceress wasn't going to just sit and complain about her fate, so instead, she activated the prepared spell. The healer noticed that it was as if a damp wind had passed through the entire room, although she could not see anything with her eyes. Looking back, the lady discovered that Heimdoll was now behind some invisible wall and had not heard her at all. Titis explained that she had deliberately created a magical barrier that blocked out sounds in order to speak with the miss in private. Syrinx did not say anything against it, and immediately asked if the sorceress had been able to find for her the stone called Eva. The girl immediately became clearly nervous, although she had indeed finally discovered the location of this rare treasure. Imagine the heroine's surprise when Titus said that the stone was now in a new religious organization. According to rumors, this group worshipped the goddess Asina, who was responsible for life and healing, until she disappeared somewhere. Meanwhile, people continued to worship her, although there had been no mention of this deity for quite a long time. However, among this religious organization, there were strict rules for the worship of Asina, and her teachings were highly revered. For this reason, many believers in other concepts despised these people, who acted in a way that was extremely unpleasant for them. Titus said the cult started out as a small charity, but quickly spread its influence. The heroine listened to the sorceress very carefully, because she could not afford to miss Eve's stone. And the girl said that the hired killer was only able to restore order in one area, and that was because she lived there. During the conversation, Titus was still too worried, so she kept petting her familiar on her lap. She reported that meetings in this sect were held twice a week and lasted until midnight, and then people were taken away somewhere. Syrinx immediately assumed that the group might be secretly engaged in trade between commoners and aristocrats, and the sorceress added that people who visited the group and returned back say that they were able to see paradise. The lady shuddered and thought about how self-confident the believers were, since they stole people, even those of high status. The aristocrats immediately became concerned when the disappearances of their people became more frequent. In the end, Miss couldn't stand it any longer and told him that her friend had also recently disappeared, and she was now very worried about her. The healer really couldn't even guess when exactly the kind and faithful Bonita, who had just recently been visiting her, had been kidnapped. But now the lady was absolutely sure that the disappearances of people were somehow connected with the new religious organization. However, Titus was unable to confirm this information, as her familiar was unable to discover anything more detailed. Then the heroine asked when the next meeting would be, since she decided to go there in person. She even allowed herself to smile wryly, since she had been looking for the Evestone for so many years, so she simply could not miss such an opportunity. The sorceress nevertheless warned the healer that she should be more careful, because even strong people also disappeared. The girl was also worried that if Syrinx was revealed, they might lose all the clues about the stone, which was already difficult to find. In response, the heroine laughed cheerfully and reminded that she was capable of a lot, so her friend shouldn't worry. The whole point was that even during the first treatment, Titus accidentally became the first person to learn about the lady's powers. At that moment, Syrinx didn't even think about the fact that someone could expose her, so she was surprised when the sorceress promised not to do it. But for the wounded Titis, it was important to take this vow of silence, since she had not received help from anyone before. The heroine understood this, so she smiled happily at the girl, as she had acquired a very good ally for life. But just now, Miss jumped up from her chair and said that she would like to go to the meeting today, when suddenly the cat jumped after her. The animal demanded affection, so the Miss could not resist and tenderly stroked the familiar. At this, Syrinx smiled sincerely and noted that the cat was still just as cute, which she really liked. Imagine the girl's surprise when her hand was suddenly intercepted by Jackal, who also wanted to get attention for himself. And Westfergo affectionately pressed the lady's hand to his face and asked her to praise him, since he had become jealous of the cat. But the girl didn't even talk to the villain, so she lightly hit him in the face to make him leave her alone for a while. At this point, Miss said goodbye to the sorceress, as she was in a hurry to get to a meeting of the religious group, as she was interested. But after watching them, Titus suddenly decided that she wanted to say something else, so she used teleportation, leaving behind smoke. She appeared right in front of the surprised Syrinx and Jackal, blocking their path so they couldn't leave without talking. After which, the girl gently stroked the lady's head and asked her to tell her if she needed any help. The heroine bowed gratefully to her friend in return, since her behavior caused a sincere smile from the Miss. Here, the familiar on Titus's shoulder meowed loudly, and the sorceress remembered that she really had not managed to tell her friend everything. Syrinx hadn't expected at all that Isla, who had been on the run until now, was present at one of the sect's meetings. Finally, to calm down a little while they walked to the group, Miss threw a few coins into the water of the fountain. She remembered that you could make a wish, but she didn't believe that it could actually come true. The heroine had already managed to change the appearance of both herself and her assistant, and was glad that she had succeeded in everything. Jackal found it difficult to call Miss by a slightly different name now, but he did not mind hiding in this way. The only thing that bothered the healer was that there were too many people around, although she could have been glad that she could get lost in the crowd. Then a stranger approached the boy and girl and asked if it was their first time in these places, since it looked like this. Syrinx didn't want to interact with anyone once again, so she hid behind Westfergo's back, just so that they wouldn't talk to her. The villain smirked at the Miss's reaction, and then angrily asked the man in the priest's robe who he was. And the stranger pointed to the crowd and explained that there was no need to fear them, since they were simply conveying the words of the great goddess. Already during the conversation, the heroine cautiously looked out from behind the assistant's shoulder as she guessed that a person from the sect was talking to them. And indeed, the man began to talk about Asina and invited the boy and girl with him to listen to their humble teaching. Hearing the name of the group, the lady pretended that she had heard about it for the first time, so she became interested and stepped forward. What confused Syrinx most was that the fake robes of the organization members looked quite realistic to everyone else. The man noticed that his statements did not make the desired impression on the new guests, so he tried to attract them again. The heroine said that they were not from this area at all, so they knew little about religious organizations here. The priest bowed to the strangers and said that his brothers had indeed not managed to reach all parts of the city, but that this could be fixed. After which, with an empty smile on his face, he invited the boy and girl to listen to the teachings of his group, as he was proud of them. But the lady pretended that they already had business today, since she was interested to know how the man would react. She turned to Jackal with questions about what to do next, and he played the role of a man in love with her perfectly. Westfergo said tenderly that they would do as his beloved wished, because he personally was in no real hurry. The healer felt awkward because the villain was trying to be kind, since his aura could still be felt, but she hid her emotions. Imagine the surprise of the miss when the priest suddenly said that those who listen to their speeches to the end will definitely receive a coin. She noted that gold money was rarely given to commoners, to which the priest replied that they had plenty of funds. But he immediately warned with a smile that they would receive the coin that would correspond to their passionate faith. The heroine pretended to be impressed by such logical behavior, although in fact, she realized that these people were taking bribes. Since the boy and girl agreed to go to the organization, the man gave them tickets with specific numbers. He bowed politely and explained that there would be another welcoming event at the end, for which these pieces of paper were needed. Syrinx nodded, and with Jackal went to the rest of the group to listen to the sermon, which was attended by joyful people. However, the lady herself sincerely did not understand why everyone around was so interested in this organization, even though there were disappearances. Moreover, she could hardly make out the words of the priests, as they seemed to be reciting a prayer. After a few minutes, Miss noticed that guards had gathered around them, clearly working for the group and confusing the people. Syrinx initially assumed that she would not be able to simply get out of this place. It was not for nothing that many people had disappeared there. And with the appearance of the security, it became clear that they would not allow anyone to leave until the meeting was finally finished. The healer saw how strong the atmosphere of brainwashing had gathered around her, and was glad that it had no effect on her. Suddenly, Westfergo turned to the girl kindly and asked if she was tired, as he noticed his companion's nervous state. At the same time, the guy leaned towards the lady and discreetly whispered that she should be careful, as there were more and more security around. He straightened up again, and with a gentle smile, promised that he would not do anything bad, but would only protect the doctor. But the heroine didn't really like the villain's words that she had weak stamina, because the lady considered herself strong. However, she understood that now was not the time for arguments, so she obediently leaned against her companion's shoulder. This made Jackal unable to bear it, and he began to giggle strangely, so that after a few seconds, Syrinx asked him to stop. Then one of the priests announced that their goddess had prepared a special rare gift for the lucky one in the crowd. But Syrinx herself was already glad that this long and boring lecture from the organization was finally over. However, the man on stage suddenly joyfully announced that the special box had already arrived, and the gift was waiting for its new owner. The heroine shuddered in fear when one of the commoners began to actively try to wake up his friend because of this. The priest explained that this box contained the numbers of all those present, and now they would draw only one. After waiting a little to create intrigue, the man then pulled out a piece of paper with the number 32 written on it. The doctor noticed almost immediately that one of the men near her began to shake joyfully, since this number belonged to him. He could not stand it, and shouted loudly that the goddess had somehow miraculously chosen him, which had happened extremely rarely in his life. The girl heard some people in the crowd sadly agree to come next time since they didn't win. Meanwhile, the winner was invited onto the stage, and in front of everyone was handed a huge bag, which he could not believe. With his hands shaking violently, the man pulled out a small handful of gold coins from the bag, and there were many more inside. As a result, he cautiously walked away with the guards, as he was now afraid of being robbed since he had money. Unlike everyone else, Miss guessed that this was how people were kidnapped, because it was unlikely that the person would be seen again. But it didn't end there, because the priests announced that they were going to hold another lottery in their temple, and Syrinx had no choice but to follow the crowd, so as not to accidentally attract unnecessary attention. At the same time, the heroine tried to discreetly pull out a small ball from the folds of her dress, which was a tracking device. Without thinking twice, she threw it into the grass as quickly and quietly as possible, since that was the only way to activate it, and the magic ball barely visibly sparkled, reflecting the light falling on it, and then became completely invisible. Westfergo was the only one who noticed the lady's actions, but she did not explain anything to him and only lied that she saw a fly. To distract the guy from his suspicious thoughts, the girl took him by the hand and pulled him along with her so that they wouldn't fall behind. However, while no one was looking, Miss used signs to explain to the villain that she had decided to follow the winning man. Jackal immediately guessed what exactly the doctor's plan was, and was not averse to doing anything to help her. So Westfergo kissed the lady's hand tenderly and informed her that for some reason she was too cold, so he would not let go. The heroine herself did not expect that she would be so pleased by the touch of the guy who usually joked more about her. Several dozen minutes later, their group was led in the darkness to a rather gloomy building of a religious organization, and Miss immediately noticed with surprise that for some reason there was much less security inside the building. Looking around carefully, the heroine realized that they were in an old and abandoned opera house. Suddenly, the lady heard that she had to show the priest a sign if she had ever been present at a hearing. She paused in her tracks as she remembered what else Titus had said about the divisions present in the group. Some of the common people began to doubt whether it was worth going further, but most reminded them that money could be obtained. The priests calmly waited until the people were divided into those who had already come and those who were coming for the first time. There was a slight commotion in the crowd when one of the men began to claim that he had a sign but had lost it. Until the very last moment, while he was being led away, the commoner kept shouting that he had been set up in front of this meeting. Jackal watched the man in surprise, but could not yet detect anything suspicious around him. It was only after a few minutes that the boy and girl managed to carefully hide and make their way through the building. The heroine peered closely into the corridor, trying to understand whether all the people had really left. Suddenly, Westfergo whispered in her ear that they were alone in the room, and Syrinx jumped away from him in fear and embarrassment. Having jumped a little, the lady suggested following those people who had a special sign from somewhere. The guy reminded him that they didn't have one, to which the miss showed him a card that she had stolen from a poor commoner in the crowd. The villain couldn't help but notice that Syrinx was good at pickpocketing, but she didn't focus on it. Since the girl had several of these cards, she handed the second one to the assistant in case he was caught. Jackal asked with a smile if they were going to secretly try to infiltrate the religious group, but the heroine shook her head and said that she planned to move through huge ventilation pipes. Westfergo noted with surprise that the healer now looked like a person who had already performed a similar operation. He was surprised that the lady, for some reason, did not make a joke in response, but instead silently lit the magic stones. Having fully prepared for their journey, the miss turned to the assistant and asked one last time if he would go with her. As Syrinx was already gradually starting to rise into the air due to magic, the villain grabbed her hand while continuing to smile stupidly. Literally, after a few minutes of crawling through the ventilation, they were able to hear the necessary voices of people somewhere below. The heroine stopped right above the place where the priest was giving another speech to the common people with signs. What surprised Miss most was that he constantly mentioned some kind of heavenly world about which she could not find any information. Unexpectedly, Jackal explained to the doctor that what was meant here was paradise only for certain people who follow all the instructions. The girl guessed that in this case they were talking about a fake paradise, which for many was an illusion. And Westfergo decided with malice that instead of such a false bright place, he would rather choose hell for himself. Syrinx listened to her assistant with confusion, although subconsciously she completely agreed with his words. Not wanting to return to this conversation any further, Miss again began to listen attentively to what was happening below. And at that moment, she noticed that a man began to slowly approach the priests from behind during their conversation, and the representative of the religion himself demonstrated to the crowd a magic stone that could endow anyone with incredible power. He pointed to the unknown man in the cloak and said that this guy had already managed to undergo the necessary transformation. Wanting to prove that the stone really could do anything, The old man extended it closer to the people and activated one of its abilities. As a result, a small projection of a commoner who had come onto the stage appeared on his palm, coming from the stone. People stirred excitedly when they heard that this guy was just an ordinary person just a month ago. Immediately after these words, the unknown man threw off his cloak and showed the crowd his incredibly pumped-up body. The heroine was horrified at the sight of this picture because she knew that under normal conditions, this could not be achieved in a month. Meanwhile, the people in the hall seemed completely unaware of how incredible and dangerous such a transformation was. The priest was pleased with the impression made and asked the common people to pray with him. During this process, another guy in a robe came onto the stage, carefully and tenderly carrying a box in his hands. The old man clapped his hands joyfully and told those present that this was a sign of mercy, after which he carefully opened the lid of the box and showed everyone a beautiful magic stone. At the sight of him, Syrinx could not help but smile triumphantly, for this was the very Eva she had been looking for a long time. The lady decided to get closer to the stone, so she crawled further along the passage, which gradually narrowed. While they were moving, Miss could not understand why the priest repeated this service several times in a row, but Jackal said that these were not prayers at all, but real brainwashing, which is why it lasted so long. The heroine only sighed in response, since she completely agreed with the assistant and could do nothing about the organization. At this point, people downstairs were asked to take numbers out of a special box in order to once again divide them into groups. The common people stood frozen in anticipation, as each one hoped that his own dreams would come true. At the end of his speech, the priest loudly announced that if people believed in the goddess, she would definitely bless them. The heroine heard all this while crawling through the ventilation after the servant, who was carrying the box with Eve to another room for safety. The priest himself walked extremely slowly and carefully with this object in his hands, because he was afraid of damaging it. Meanwhile, Westfergo continued to reflect on how harmful the services of the monks in this place were. He hardly even paid attention to the fact that Miss diligently ignored his words, as she was worried. She finally stopped in the middle of the ventilation and looked into its dark depths, feeling fear gradually creeping up on her. She admitted that she felt terrified by the alternation of coercion and control in this place. This whole situation reminded the girl of her life in the past, when there was not a single window with light in the room. The lady knocked and scraped the door with her wounded fingers many times, begging to be let out. But it was all useless. What Syrinx feared most was that the Count might keep the kind and beautiful Freya in such a terrible place, as he was cruel. However, now was not the time to remember all this, so the heroine shook her head to leave the bad thoughts behind. The girl was afraid that Jackal might have heard the words she had just said, but the guy looked calm. The lady flinched when the villain asked if her tracking magic was okay, and then nodded affirmatively in response. She explained that even if there was a magic jammer in the temple, her abilities were not affected by these clever devices. This is one of the reasons why many independent magicians were persecuted by the church, which wanted to monopolize their powers. And the heroine carefully hid her skills, because she knew that there were practically no healers like her in this world. So Syrinx sighed sadly, because she couldn't protect her rights in any way, so she just hid all the time. Westfergo said that if the miss had gone to church, she would have had a good life. But the girl said she did not want to. The villain openly laughed at the fact that the jeweler did not try to increase her wealth in such a simple way. But Syrinx said that she loved money, but did not want to sacrifice her freedom, to which the guy said that he could help her with earnings. He confidently stated that he was strong enough for this, so he could take responsibility for the lady's life. But the heroine got angry and said that she would never want to live with such a person, so it was time for him to stop talking nonsense. Suddenly, Mrs. Magic Stone began to glow brighter, and she turned around to look at it in confusion, as she had not expected this. Westfergo immediately asked what had happened, and Syrinx reluctantly explained that the group they had been following had somehow become separated. The girl had not foreseen this turn of events at all, so now she did not know where exactly the priest went with the box. Miss was afraid that she might accidentally choose the wrong path and continue to follow commoners who did not interest her. Jackal, too, had no idea which side to watch now, so he relied entirely on the doctor's decision. So, for the first time in her life, the heroine relied on luck and randomly chose a person they would follow. At this moment, one of the aristocrats was already impatiently awaiting a new group of people who were about to be brought to him. The crowd stood in confusion before the unfamiliar man, even though he greeted them with a joyful smile. And the religious devotee himself promised that the mercy of his goddess would certainly touch those who join the ranks of the organization. At that moment, the heroine and her assistant just managed to reach the necessary grate in the ventilation, which pointed downwards. The man had no idea that he was being watched, so he calmly told his new listeners about the delights of Asina's religion. Syrinx was even able to see everything that was happening through the bars quite well, but she still tried to behave as quietly as possible. Miss was very lucky, because she managed to notice that the guy with the box literally went into the next room. Suddenly, the girl saw that all the commoners in the room suddenly fell to the floor at once, although nothing foreshadowed this. Westfergo immediately remembered that not long ago, people were given some kind of injections, saying that this would strengthen their connection with the goddess. And at that moment, the priest casually kicked one of the men on the floor with his boot, because he was tired of his work. The assistant who approached him reminded him that it would be a good idea to start sorting, and the gentleman agreed with this. The servant remembered very well that they only sent back those who did not meet the requirements, so he watched carefully. He took a magic stone out of his pocket, which greatly surprised Miss, because she had never seen anyone else use them before. The girl guessed that this religious organization also had its own skilled jeweler, which was quite dangerous for her. The guy meanwhile studied all the people and said that only one of them was suitable, so he could take him to the basement. But the aristocrat said that they had changed their location slightly, so there was no need to move the man for now. The heroine shuddered in fear when she realized that many more of the same commoners were locked in the basement of the room. At this point, the assistant turned around and called the guards into the room, as they had to move the unnecessary people. The guys knew their job very well and were happy to do it, since they received good money for it, so they didn't regret anything. At the same time, the jeweler laughingly told the gentleman that when these people wake up, they will come to them again to take part in the lottery. Suddenly, absolutely everyone in the room froze in alarm, as a cautious knock was suddenly heard at the door. It turned out that the same guy named James, who had previously shown on stage, had come to join his brothers. Yet, despite all his strength, he looked incredibly scared, as he knew that he was not respected in this place. The aristocrat ignored the boy's emotions and simply pointed at the man who would soon become stronger as well. But when James asked if this man would also become a monster, the gentleman's face changed dramatically in a second. Without thinking twice, he grabbed his cane and hit the brainless guy hard in the face, since he forbade him to say such words. Capillary blood immediately dripped from the object onto the floor, since the damage turned out to be only superficial. The jeweler said with a grin that this man was simply not worthy of his strength, which is why he thought so stupidly and was so afraid. The aristocrat sighed heavily and said that today their leader would come to look at the results of the work done. This information noticeably embarrassed even the self-confident assistant, since he did not really like such meetings with the owner. The heroine froze in complete shock when she heard that these people for some reason mentioned Marquise Rudsilta in their conversation. The girl still could not understand what exactly was happening here, when suddenly she felt that Jackal gently took her hand. He gently asked the girl to calm down, as he noticed how nervous she was becoming about everything that was happening. Syrinx herself understood that she should not make any noise under any circumstances, otherwise the priests below would immediately hear them. But she still couldn't believe that a man like the Marquis could get involved with criminals. The aristocrat meanwhile stated that he was confident that he would soon hear good news from intelligence. The jeweler was not so optimistic, but still did not argue with his superior, since his life was dear to him. Here the gentleman remembered that they had never opened the door to the basement, and the assistant admitted that he had managed to forget it, after which he obediently stood in front of the wall, which seemed solid and blank, to cast the necessary spell. The guy was extremely skilled at this type of magic, as he had been training for quite a long time, which is why he was accepted into this organization. The heroine could not believe her eyes when she saw how skillfully this man cast spells stronger than her. But what scared the girl most was the view of the dungeon, in which there was not a single person without bruises and scratches. The doctor almost felt sick from the smell that wafted in their direction when the passage to the basement with the prisoners opened. Meanwhile, the guys picked up poor James and reminded him that it was time to continue experimenting on him. While the strong man was almost in tears from his reluctance to enter the basement, the priests tried to please him with a blessing from the goddess. Immediately after they left, the doors slammed shut, and the room became so quiet, It was as if nothing had happened at all. But Syrinx couldn't get the horrors that were happening in the basement out of her head, and which almost no one knew about. She remembered that even James smelled of the smog that had permeated him from spending so much time in the dungeon. Only now did the lady realize that there were half-monsters in front of her, when she suddenly felt Jackal squeeze her hand tightly. Imagine the Mrs. Surprise when she noticed that there was clearly something wrong with the guy, although she did not immediately discover it. The villain's eyes narrowed like those of a real beast, and he himself began to breathe heavily, since he could not come to his senses after what he had seen. The healer involuntarily winced when the guy once again squeezed her wrist too hard, since he did not hear her requests. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and tried to pull her hand away, calling her ally by name, just so he would finally come to his senses. But Westfergo had experienced such strong emotions that he still had not heard the lady, which is why she even managed to be afraid of him. But Miss was much more surprised when Jackal raised his head and she could fully see his eyes. To begin with, the heroine decided to calm the assistant down because she was afraid that something bad could happen to them because of him. But the guy suddenly squeezed the doctor's hand even tighter and asked if she knew what was really happening to him now. The girl, in a panic, lied that she had no idea because she didn't want Westfergo to start suspecting her of anything. But the heroine hasn't yet managed to figure out how to hide the fact that she knew about the half-monsters because she read the plot. Imagine the girl's surprise when the guy himself told her that the man was a real half-monster. He grinned evilly because he himself could not believe what was happening, because he understood what all these people were doing. So the guy honestly admitted to the lady that there was a monster factory here, which was a huge rarity. The girl couldn't answer him, because she herself understood how sad this situation was for both of them. Suddenly, Westfergo came to his senses and asked the lady for forgiveness for showing her such unnecessary emotions. Since their primary objective was to steal the Eve Stone, the allies moved to a location above the desired room. The heroine deliberately activated the scouting stone, and it quickly turned red, indicating an attack. Jackal didn't know what the doctor was doing, but he stayed behind her and didn't interfere with her doing anything for now. As a result, Syrinx felt awkward because the villain silently followed her and for the first time did not even ask any questions. The girl herself pointed out to the guy the box, which had been lying on the table since the priest carefully placed it there. Although the lady had wanted to get Eva for a long time, she did not know whether stealing her now would be the right decision. Since Miss still had doubts, she asked Jackal to find out what abilities the people around her had. The guy immediately began to scan the space with the help of his developed senses. Since it was not at all difficult for him, he was quickly able to determine that there was only one very strong knight nearby that they would have trouble with. There were also a few other people who deserved the villain's attention, but they did not have time to develop their abilities. The lady was very surprised and tensed when the guy suddenly said that he did not have the feeling that those people were ordinary. Westfergo said that the strength of those knights was greater than human, so that they reminded him more of mercenaries. Miss once again realized that Marquise Rodsilta was somehow involved in this, but now she decided to focus on the spell. It took the heroine a few minutes to discreetly attach a powerful tracking spell to Eva's stone. Jackal asked eagerly when they could go down, for he did not like to be idle, but Syrinx explained to him that today they were only supposed to scout out enemy territory, so there was no need for action. But before the heroine could finish speaking, she felt a vibration with her whole body that shouldn't have been there. She immediately thought that someone or something had blown up, although this should not have happened, so this made Miss nervous. The girl knew that their ventilation was connected to the ceiling system, so it was unlikely that the doors were exploding. Suddenly, Jackal was the first to say that some people unknown to him were right now sawing through the ceiling of this room. Immediately after the guy's words, the lady saw how a tool that could easily dispel even the most complex magic suddenly fell to the floor. After which, dark male figures in cloaks, whom Syrinx saw for the first time in her life, easily jumped onto the floor. These guys, without saying a word, immediately began to rummage around the entire office in search of some documents that were necessary and important to them. Soon, one of them coped with this task, but just in case he ordered his accomplices to collect all the remaining papers. Syrinx was very surprised that the mercenaries did not even look at the possible treasures, but were only looking for some information. Suddenly, Westfergo brazenly pinned the girl to the floor and asked if they really wouldn't do anything to stop these thieves. The heroine sighed heavily, as it seemed strange to her that the villain would interfere with her observation just for this reason. Quickly moving away from the guy, the miss reported that they had not needed to interfere until now. At this point, the mercenaries quietly informed each other that they had collected everything, so they began to gradually return back one by one. Suddenly, the magic dampening device vibrated loudly, warning of impending danger. Almost immediately after this, the cube cracked completely, because its quality was not enough to block all of the enemy's magic. The guy who had just grabbed the rope realized too late that something was wrong, so he didn't know how to react. Suddenly, a loud alarm sounded in the room, informing the priests that a theft had just occurred. The knights immediately burst into the room because they could not allow such chaos on their territory. Among them was also a magician who activated his abilities and began to quickly perform fire magic. The mercenary in the dark cloak grabbed the rope because he realized that he would not be able to stand up to all these people alone. However, before he could rise up, a flame appeared right above his hand, which the enemy had just managed to create. Several more guys who managed to climb up gave all the documents to only one so that he could go down to help. They had no doubts about their decision, although they understood perfectly well that they had put their lives in danger. The priests guessed where the mercenaries came from, so they ordered their assistants to urgently search the top floor. Meanwhile, the guys in dark cloaks prepared for battle, because they wanted to leave here together alive. The head of the knights gave them orders to make sure that not a single item was missing from this room, and they rushed into battle. But the opponents were not afraid, since they had participated in similar battles many times, because the missions did not always go well. While they were fighting below, Syrinx noticed that the magic was not working properly in the room due to some kind of device jamming it. She also recognized the leader of the mercenaries quite quickly, as he fought especially well and confidently against the priests. However, at one point, the man still did not have time to block an all-too unexpected blow from his opponent. Westfergo watched the battle sadly, as he would have liked to join in, but there was no such opportunity. Then the lady suddenly asked how far away the priest's reinforcements were, so he closed his eyes to find out. Jackal was quickly able to determine that several more knights were just a floor below and were climbing up towards them. Imagine the villain's surprise when the girl suddenly suggested that he nevertheless intervene in the fight below. She explained that she recognized the face of the masked man, who was clearly Rintella's right-hand man, carrying out difficult missions. And right now, despite his many years of experience, it was not easy for him, since the priests were surrounding him from all sides. The blonde was only too happy to intervene in the battle, so he immediately reached out to the miss in order to scare her as a joke. Instead, however, he grabbed the bars with his hand and crushed them as if they were not made of metal at all. It was no trouble at all for Jackal to jump down deftly, taking advantage of the fact that no one was expecting his appearance, after which he smiled kindly and extended his hands to Syrinx to help her finally get out of the ventilation. The heroine did not argue with the guy and jumped into his arms, because she understood that without him, it would be more difficult to get down. But she still whispered angrily that Westfergo must have scared her in the ventilation on purpose. But the boy and girl had no time to talk. Since the priests now pointed their guns at them, Jackal asked the physician to stay behind him and smiled wickedly, as he was eager to deal with these enemies. So the guy confidently jumped straight towards the two opponents, who were standing warily to the side, as they did not know his skills. Westfergo was in no hurry to start the fight, because he wanted to study the priests first, so he approached them slowly. Syrinx was surprised to notice that the villain had still not summoned the dagger, as if he wanted to fight without it. And Jackal himself seriously believed that his bare hands would be enough for these people, and that's why he wasn't afraid. Eventually, one of the knights of the church could not stand it and attacked first, as he had orders to kill every stranger in this room. But the blonde man dodged the priest's attack with extreme ease, since for him personally, such a reaction was too slow. For this reason, he then quickly and deftly grabbed the guy's hand, and he was now completely unable to move. Before the priest could understand anything, Jackal hit him right in the stomach, and the enemy didn't even have time to defend himself. So he flew across the room with a loud noise, as Westfergo put almost all his strength into that one blow. At the same time, the villain smiled slyly, since he had managed to take the sword from the knight and was now completely confident in his victory. With literally the next swing, he brutally chopped off the neck of the young priest, not sparing the man at all. The head of the knights, who had almost pinned Rintella's right hand, realized that he needed to concentrate all his strength on the new enemy. Meanwhile, Syrinx ran up to the mercenary and promised that she would help his colleagues who were wounded in the battle. But first, the girl asked to collect the scattered documents as quickly as possible, since they could be useful to her too. A few seconds later, the heroine accidentally found herself right in front of the long-awaited box with Eve's stone inside. But the lady noticed that, despite the commotion around, for some reason this little box had not even moved from its place. She touched it carefully with her hand, as she decided to test her theory in practice. Imagine Syrinx's surprise when, immediately after this, some powerful spell threw her back. But Miss wasn't too upset about this, because she had already attached an invisible tracking spell to the stone. At this moment, Jackal approached the girl and kindly informed her that he had managed to finish the battle with all the priests. The heroine thanked the guy and then asked if he would refuse to carry the wounded man on himself, since he was very strong. Although West Virgo had absolutely no desire to help the mercenaries he did not understand, he could not refuse his beloved. Therefore, after just a few minutes, the entire company was running down the corridor as fast as they could, trying to find an exit as quickly as possible. From time to time, the lady noticed pursuers who did not let them go, and shouted about this to the villain so that he could react. On the way, Miss even had time to look around and could not find an explanation for where these people got the money for a strong barrier. But Syrinx was glad that at least they all managed to escape before the main force of priests could catch up with them. Suddenly, right in front of the lady, a guy appeared who was able to run past Jackal because he was carrying a man. But the heroine immediately activated the magic stone to save herself, as she had prepared for such a turn of events in advance. As a result, the lady's strength was enough to teleport all the allies out of the temple, which left the leader in complete shock. The healer noted with slight displeasure that her disguise had fallen off, but she did not become too upset over such a trifle, after which she smiled at the mercenary and reminded him that she often saw him when she came to see Rentella. In the end, the man promised that he would not ask any questions if the girl agreed to give him all the documents. But the lady did not want to do this, which she directly informed her friend about with a sweet smile, which only surprised him even more. After which she asked why she had to obediently give up what she had also obtained with great difficulty. The head of the mercenaries was noticeably confused, because he believed that the miss worked for his mistress, and therefore was obliged to help. Miss nodded in agreement, but reminded that her duties concerned only the jewelry and had nothing to do with the papers. The man was completely at a loss, since he had nothing to say in response, so he said that he could have handled the mission himself. But Syrinx remembered very well how things were with his team, so she laughed loudly in response. She finally pointed her finger at the mercenaries' colleagues and asked if they would have been able to escape as easily if they hadn't been helped. The girl knew that inside the temple, there were many half-monsters like James, who were easily controlled by the priests. But in the ranks of the religious group, there were also people who were stronger than even the test subjects, which was dangerous. Since the man still did not want to give in, the lady suddenly said that she did not need these papers, so she would burn them. The heroine wanted to know why the mercenaries had entered the church in the first place, and the leader nevertheless agreed to satisfy her curiosity. He said that, on Rentella's orders, he had tried to pursue Isla, and all his tracks had led him to that church. The man admitted that he decided to steal these documents because he hoped to find at least something about Blackwalk in them. Intrigued, the lady began to read the papers, and also noticed that the disappearances were somehow connected with Jackal's teacher. However, the man reported that they could only find corpses on their way, and no information about the insidious aristocrat. Miss immediately realized that if all this information could reach the aristocrats, then even Isla himself would end up in trouble. All of these documents could, among other things, have contributed to Blackwalk accepting responsibility for his actions. The lady was amused by the fact that this could further damage the gentleman's business, who had already lost income from the auction. All this evidence will surely please the aristocrats, who are eager to take revenge on Isla. Miss could only hope that neither she nor Rentella would have to stain their hands with blood for the sake of revenge. The girl was especially pleased by the fact that the situation with the succession to the throne was also very tense at the moment. And while the princes were trying to carry out a coup against each other, she could find as many profitable options for herself as possible. Here, the mercenary reminded that he had told the whole truth, so he again asked to give him all the documents stolen from the temple. He warned that otherwise the healer could become Rentella's enemy, which was clearly not the lady's plan. The girl was very surprised when she heard that the priests communicated with each other through a special secret passage, and the man confidently stated that they had fully proven this information to themselves, which is why they were able to penetrate the church. He informed her that the jewel that Syrinx had stolen was a sign for the group, and the heroine shuddered nervously. The heroine didn't even think that the man would notice how, in the confusion, she took some kind of magic stone from the floor. However, the mercenary did not immediately reveal that the lady had only half of the sign, so they now needed to find the second one. Then Syrinx smiled cheerfully and asked the chief to tell Rintella to contact her when she could. The assistant was counting on the doctor's cooperation, so he clicked his tongue in displeasure, but realized that their conversation was over. So he bowed to the miss in a reserved manner, as a farewell, because he could do nothing more on his own. As soon as the mercenaries disappeared, the girl immediately immersed herself in reading the documents, as she was genuinely interested in their contents. In the end, she was satisfied with the information against Isla that was contained in these papers, since the priests wrote everything down. Suddenly, Jackal, who had been standing silently all this time, unexpectedly grabbed the doctor's hand and pulled it far away. But the guy did this not because he wanted to disturb the lady, but because he noticed a small scratch on his palm. The villain anxiously asked at what point exactly the miss had managed to get hurt, since he had tried to protect her in the church. Syrinx remembered that she had burned her hand when she had urgently activated the teleportation spell because she had been scared. She was very surprised when the guy angrily whispered that if he had known that this would happen, he would have behaved differently from the start. The heroine felt awkward from Westfergo's phrase, so she moved away from him and asked what he planned to do now. Jackal didn't answer his ally and only watched with sad eyes as she slowly walked away from him. In the end, the villain could not stand it and tightly grabbed the doctor's body because he really wanted to be as close to her as possible. The girl immediately asked the guy in a panic to let her go, although she subconsciously understood that her words were unlikely to work on him. And Jackal himself said that he would like to continue playing the role of lovers with Syrinx because he liked it very much. He deliberately moved as close as possible to the lady and began to gently whisper compliments into her ear, admiring her reaction. In the end, the miss could not stand it, and nevertheless broke free from the villain's embrace, blushing deeply, although she did not want to show it. She angrily asked Jackal where and when he had managed to learn these stupid words, since she had never heard them before. The blonde just smirked in response and assumed that his love instincts had simply awakened and he couldn't do anything. But then he noticed that the girl was holding her injured hand, which was shaking slightly, and the smile immediately disappeared from his face. The villain honestly admitted that he did not like the fact that the lady was used to enduring her suffering, which surprised the heroine. Then suddenly, Westfergo changed the subject and asked tenderly if he had been good enough at his work today. Syrinx sighed, as she couldn't help but acknowledge the fact that this matter had ended happily thanks to Jackal, so she nodded briefly, since she didn't want to spoil even more the already impudent assistant, who was smiling slyly. Imagine the lady's surprise when Westfergo suddenly approached her and asked her to praise him at least one more time. In return, he promised to continue to obediently follow the girl in the future, since he truly wanted to be noticed by her. Syrinx froze in place, confused, when the villain touched her chin and asked if it was so difficult to praise. At this moment, the guy was not at all embarrassed to insist on his emotions, so he came closer and closer to the lady, and she ended up just swallowing nervously because she realized that she couldn't just push him away. With just her lips, Miss whispered the question of what kind of praise Westfergo desired so much that he could not stop, and he did not say a word to her, but tenderly kissed the doctor, since this was precisely the action he had planned. True, immediately after the short kiss, the blonde stopped for a moment and asked if the lady would allow her to continue. The heroine only squeezed her hand on his clothes tighter because she was very worried, but she couldn't refuse. So in the end, they both stood frozen in the middle of the alley in a tender and passionate kiss that Westfergo had long been waiting for. However, quite soon, Syrinx asked the guy to stop pestering her so that they wouldn't cross the line. He laughed back and hugged the girl gratefully, because the praise was generous enough for him. Jackal had no doubt that the jeweler liked it too, but she again began to deny it all. The lady loudly asked the guy to move away from her, because he had already gotten what he wanted, so there was no need to stand so close. In response, the villain kissed a strand of her hair and admitted that he did not think that the miss would allow him even recent intimacy. Hearing that her hair was similar to a woody shade, the heroine froze in shock as she had a different appearance. Only now did the girl remember that Heimdoll had imagined her image to be completely different because of the protective spell. The guy didn't expect that the miss would suddenly decisively push him away, since he didn't even guess about her feelings. And Syrinx thanked the blonde for the compliment, but asked him to behave much more restrained around her in the future. But Jackal smiled slyly and approached the girl again, saying that peaceful behavior would now be more difficult for him. The heroine sighed heavily and pushed the blonde away again, because she didn't want to prove anything to him now. She said she had a good time, which was already pretty good, so she wasn't going to hold it against the assistant. Westfergo was noticeably upset by his beloved's words, but he still couldn't understand why she suddenly started thinking this way. And Syrinx once again reminded herself that she shouldn't relax in the presence of others, because she had her own goals in life. Here the girl turned around and noticed that for some reason, for the first time in a long time, the villain did not follow her obediently. And Jackal suddenly said that he remembered an important matter, and therefore asked permission to take a walk on his own. He reminded that he was a treasure to the girl, but the healer asked him not to say such nonsense because it was not true. Then Westfergo simply turned around and announced that he was going to meet with his subordinates and colleagues, whom he had not seen for a long time. Hearing this, the lady immediately fell silent, because she did not at all want to know the details of the blonde man's adventures. Even his sly look told Miss that she would have to bear responsibility if she found out more. For this reason, the heroine silently allowed the guy to leave, although she had no idea what he would do now. Suddenly, the girl again noticed black smoke near Jackal's figure, and guessed that among his acquaintances, there was some powerful magician. But most of all, Syrinx remembered one strange moment when she turned back because she did not hear the steps of her assistant. For some reason, at that moment, he stood with an incredibly sad face, although the lady could not find an explanation for this. It was hard for the heroine to think anything about this man, since even the books only talked about how strong he was. Almost the entire story was from the author's perspective, who simply called Westfergo the most cruel and terrible monster. Not wanting to think about all this, the girl tiredly fell onto the bed as soon as she reached her house at dawn. For some reason, even though she hadn't lived with Heimdoll for very long, she still felt strange not saying goodbye before going to bed. At the same time, the villain came to visit his faithful assistant, who did not expect to see him right now. This was the same non-human named Bess, who said with a grin that he could not understand anything from the owner's face. Then Jackal himself said that only recently he stopped playing the role of Isla's faithful servant, which he no longer needed. But the assistant himself knew that his master had been parasitizing in the young jeweler's house for a long time. However, the blonde himself did not want to listen to any reproaches from his faithful servant, since he had completely different plans, so he demanded a report from Bess about Asena, which made him angry, because the owner was again speaking too fragmentarily. Without thinking twice, Westfergo glared angrily and reminded him that he could always beat this knowledge out of the half-demon. Despite all his knowledge, the Bess froze in surprise when Jackal said that those people had created a factory. He knew very well that half-monsters could be created artificially by introducing the blood of a creature into a human body. And it so happened that Westfergo was also one of these creatures, only he was born completely by accident, and the black smoke that sometimes surrounds the guy's body is proof that he too was experimented on at the factory. So the assistant immediately became serious and said that he knew little about this place, so he would try to get information. Hearing that Marquis Rodsilta was in charge of this matter, Bess could not help but laugh, because everyone considered the old man to be the kindest. He asked if the chief would go to the man to find out, but Westfergo said quietly that he had other plans. This greatly surprised Bess, because he sincerely believed that the presence of the factory should not be ignored under any circumstances. Suddenly, the half-demon remembered the girl for whom the master had been trying very hard lately. But as soon as he mentioned the doctor, Jackal immediately became angry and began to flex his fist. As a result, the assistant jumped back several meters from his master in a second, because he did not want to be beaten. Therefore, the servant did not say anything bad to the master anymore. He only asked when exactly he would return next time. The guy was very afraid that if he asked Westfergo anything in more detail, he would definitely beat him, And Jekyll at that moment thought with a grin that Hyde would never in his life be able to see what he saw. Here the best remembered another assignment from the master and reported that it was gradually moving towards the better, after which he happily declared that soon they would be able to completely finish off Rintella and the rest of the aristocrats. This news made the villain incredibly happy, as he was eager to take control himself. The assistant sensed the owner's mood, so he continued to laugh loudly because he himself was happy. He said that the head could order the execution of this order at any time, since everything was almost ready. Then Jekyll said that they would first deal with the factory, and then they would get down to their plan with the aristocrats. These words pleased Bess very much, so he promised that he would pass on the notification to their allies in the near future, after which the servant ran off contentedly to do his own thing, and the villain remained in the room for now, since he still needed to think. He understood that soon the sun would rise completely, and its place would again be taken by the stupid and kind Hyde. In addition, the guy was a little worried about the fact that Syrinx could be close to Rintella, whom he was going to destroy. The memories of today's kiss with the girl and her emotions still pleasantly stirred the villain's body, so from time to time he would smile again, barely noticeably, touching his lips, because he would like the reward to be repeated. And at that moment, the heroine was sleeping peacefully in her bed, and did not even suspect that Westfergo was already ready to act. The next morning, the lady first occupied herself with a letter for Titis, which she sent by burning, after which Syrinx leaned tiredly on the table, since she hadn't even had time to get enough sleep, and she had to work again. Miss was sad that she couldn't really learn anything from yesterday's reconnaissance, because there were only more questions. Here the heroine heard a knock on the door, which meant that some special guest had come to see her so early in the morning. Imagine the heroine's surprise when she saw Rintella in front of her, who never came just like that.